Let's remain standing for meditation and short prayer. Thank you very much. You may be seated. Good morning, honorable members, honorable Premier, members of the Executive Council, members of the Provincial Legislature, Chief Whip, good morning. Okay. Leaders of political parties, ladies and gentlemen, Baagi ba Gauteng, and we're expecting guests. I'm sure they'll join us shortly. You are all welcome. We have an announcement from Honorable Evans. Honorable Evans? Announcement. Do you have an announcement, Honorable Evans? Proceed, if you do.
Honorable Speaker,
Order.
I rise today to celebrate the recent triumph of our South African sportsmen and women, who once again reminded us of the power of sport to unite, inspire and uplift our nation. Their hard work, dedication and resilience have brought pride, not only to their families and communities, but to the entire country. Honorable Speaker, this victory is more than just about medals and trophies. It's a statement of commitment of our government under the leadership of Honorable Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture, who's also the president of my party, to invest in sports development, to create opportunities for young talent, and to use sports as a vehicle for social cohesion. We must also recognize the incredible talent that exists in coloured communities across South Africa. Talent that is often overlooked, yet consistently produces athletes of excellence who deserve great support and recognition. We know that sport transcends barriers of race, language, and class, and in these moments of victory, South Africans can stand as one. It is proof that when we work together, when we support our athletes, and when we give our youth the chance to shine, there's nothing we cannot achieve as a nation. Honourable Speaker, let us continue to support our athletes, celebrate their wins, and build on this momentum to ensure that the next generation of champions rises from every community in our country. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Honourable Moriarty.
Point of order, if I may. Thank you very much. As much as we appreciate the sentiments expressed by Honourable Evans, the part of the order paper that we're on at the moment is announcements, and I'm expecting that there would be an event with a date and a time and whatever it was about. That's an announcement. What Honourable Evans has done is given us a member statement. Please, could members actually use the member statements in the member statement part of the agenda? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Honourable members, we have MEC statements in terms of Rule 79, subsection 1. MEC Nkomora Lehoko.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Deputy Speaker, Honourable Premier, all members of the Executive Council, members of the House, in the wake of the judgment delivered by the Gauteng High Court on the 20th of August 2025 regarding the provision of radiology oncology services to cancer patients, it becomes important that we assure the people of Gauteng and South Africa as a whole that Gauteng Department of Health remains unwavering in its commitment to provide access to quality, life-saving cancer care. Honourable members, an unfortunate public narrative has emerged suggesting that the ongoing legal processes have resulted in cancer patients being denied care, and I must state categorically before this House that this is not the case. The department has continued and will continue to provide radiation oncology services to all patients who are clinically eligible, regardless of the legal challenges that are before the courts. We must also outrightly indicate that there is a process of providing cancer treatment that incorporates other modalities that cancer patients go through. This includes surgical intervention, medical oncology, where we use medical for treatment, hormonal therapy, and palliative care, which we will continue to offer, informed by clinical needs beyond the litigation.
What happened? Huh? MEC Ralohoko.
And support services to increase output in radiotherapy planning at our initiatives are helping us to treat more patients efficiently across both public and private settings. As of August 2025, 563 patients were actively receiving radiation oncology care through partnerships, and more than 1,000 patients had already successfully completed their treatment. To address long waiting times, we have
Sure. MEC Ralohoko, your connection is very bad.
Focus on prostate and breast cancer patients who historically faced extent delays. The capacity of private centers will remain limited as they are unable to provide oncology services to the level of state facilities. With this in mind, new radiotherapy centers to offer radiation oncology service are under construction at Chris Hani Baragwanath Academic Hospital and Dr. George Mukari Academic Hospital. These centers will substantially increase treatment capacity and improve accessibility, particularly for patients in historically underserved communities. We continue to deploy prevention strategies like the new mammogram units at Raima Musa Mother and Child Hospital, Helen Joseph and Charlotte Maxeke.
MEC Ralhoko, we keep losing you. Your connection is not very good. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me now?
No, your connection
Madam
is
Speaker,
your connection is very bad, MEC. You
can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Madam Speaker?
Yeah,
Can you hear me now?
Proceed.
Okay, thank you. We continue then to deploy preventative strategies like the mammogram units at Raima Musa Mother and Child Hospital, Helen Joseph Hospital, Charlotte Maxeke Johannesburg Academic Hospital to improve diagnosis and detection of breast cancer. The department continues to invest in upgrading diagnostic and treatment across our facilities to ensure accuracy, efficiency, and modern standards of care. In the past 4 years, we have replaced all radiation therapy equipment at Charlotte Maxeke and at Steve Biko, and with state-of-art Linac machines valued to more than 600 million that we have. And we have also replaced breast therapy machines and CT scan machines for planning purposes. Honorable members, these initiatives underscore our determination to build a responsive, equitable, and people-centered healthcare system, one that treats patients with urgency and dignity and compassion. We remain committed to engage with all stakeholders, including civil society organizations, clinicians, and patient advocacy groups, to find lasting solutions and place the patient's care at the center. Our message to the people of Gauteng is clear: no patient will be abandoned, and every step we take is guided by our constitutional duty to save lives. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay. Thank you very much, MEC. Honorable members, we have 7 member statements in terms of Rule 81, subsection 1. Honorable Mekwe.
Thank you very much. Good morning, honorable members, colleagues, as well as our guest. In accordance with Rule 81, subsection 1, I, Linting Mekwe of the ANC, tables the following member statement on functionality of libraries. On the 15th of October 2024, I asked the MEC for Kokta, Honorable Jacob Mamabulo, a question regarding libraries that are functional and those that are non-functional. This House received feedback that indicated the status quo and the plans to ensure that those that are non-functional are managed better. The Johannesburg Library was at the time on public domain as one of the libraries that were non-functional. The MEC indicated that work was underway to restore the functioning of the library. Today, I want to thank MEC Mababulo for having followed up on this matter, and particularly the Johannesburg Library, which has recently opened its doors. This means that thousands of library users will now access or have started accessing the library and will receive the assistance they require. The functionality of libraries is in line with the ANC's belief that libraries are critical for fostering a reading nation, promoting information literacy, ensuring equitable access to information, and preserving national identity and cultural identity. Thank you so much for the work that was undertaken, MEC. We are hoping that work will be done and concluded to the other 15 or 16 outstanding municipal libraries. As the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, we will continue using our oversight mechanisms to hold the executive at all levels accountable to ensure citizens are not disadvantaged. Thanks once more, MEC, for your intervention. At the door, it will be good. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mekwe. Honorable Msimanga.
Honorable Speaker, good morning, and good morning to the Honorable Premier and members of the Executive and members of this August House. Honorable Speaker, the expectation from those who are elected, who have elected us to serve in office, is that we fulfill our promise And when we have dismally failed to do so, they expect us to show up and to be held accountable rather than sending our subordinates. Premier Lesufi has not only declared crime an apex priority of his administration, but has also committed to leading the fight against crime. Yet, as I stand here today, he has failed to deliver on that promise. Gauteng remains gripped by fear, and ordinary residents are left to fend for themselves against ruthless criminals. Our police stations across the province, as discovered through our rigorous DA anti-crime campaign, are severely under-resourced and understaffed. Many lack sufficient holding cells and are critically short of police vehicles. There is also a disturbing shortage of detectives, and the conditions of many of the facilities is wholly inadequate, failing both the police officers who work in them and the communities that they serve. Premier Lesufi's response to these fundamental police challenges has been to introduce a high-tech crime-fighting tool such as the CCTV cameras and drones, many of which are not even operational. The question then is, can a drone really arrest a criminal? Or do we have and do we need adequate resources to resource police officers to complement and give meaning to such technology? The less said about the Gauteng crime wardens, the better. They are consequently absent when they are needed the most, and when present, the policing approach is often disruptive, further highlighting the fact that Premier Lesufi's crime-fighting efforts do not align with the urgent need of our province. I therefore challenge Premier Lesufi to meet with us and the residents of Gauteng face-to-face during our peaceful yet important picket that will be taking place tomorrow, and address the escalating crime crisis in Gauteng and the ongoing under-resourcing of the South African police services and the stations. This is one engagement you cannot miss, Premier. This is one engagement you cannot send one of your subordinates to come and receive a memorandum. We are asking you to meet with the electorate who wants to speak directly to you as the Premier and not through any of your proxies or note-takers. We urge you to show up, listen, and respond accordingly if you are part of a responsive government. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Msimanga. Honorable Mokobe.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Speaker, it has been revealed through various studies that exorbitant data prices in South Africa disappropriately affect most vulnerable sections of our society, consequently denying them the opportunity to access online services and participate in the digital economy. This is because smaller data bundles, often purchased by those with lower disposable income, tend to have higher per unit costs than larger bundles used by privileged consumers. It was precisely for this reason, before Honorable Msimang arrived in the city of Tshwane under the ANC-led administration, introduced free Wi-Fi spots to connect millions of our people, especially those who are domiciled in townships such as Atteridgeville, Mamelodi, Soshanguve, Mabopane, and other parts of the city. Honorable members, the provision of free public Wi-Fi in communities can significantly impact residents by boosting education, fostering economic growth, and enhancing social inclusion. It provides access to online learning, resources, supports local business, and connects people with crucial services and information. The majority of students in the city were able to access educational resources, conduct research, complete assignments, and engage in online learning programs through the free Wi-Fi, despite their inability to afford data or internet access at home. Additionally, over 1 million job seekers utilize the Tshwane free Wi-Fi to find information on advertised job vacancies and apply online without any obstacles. Speaker, this milestone was reversed by the DA, which unfortunately assumed control of the city's administration in the year 2016. The commitment made by the current ANC-led government of local unity to turn the tide by reintroducing the Tshwane free Wi-Fi to our township should be welcomed by all. This initiative is not merely about providing free internet service. 2 minutes. It is about restoring the dignity of our people. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ndlovu. Honorable members, just a reminder, member statements are limited to 2 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to yourself and members of the House. Honorable Speaker, the Blue Brigades, the Democratic Alliance in Gauteng, has once again resorted to misinformation, this time questioning the city of Joburg's readiness to host the G20 summit. They claim there is no plan, while ignoring the clear progress made by the Presidential Working Group, the city of Joburg and the Gauteng provincial government. We must remind this House that Gauteng successfully hosted the BRICS heads of state and 18 G20 sessions last year, with largely a positive feedback. In preparation for the G20, the Premier's office has established a team of 4 mayors from across the province. The team meets weekly to track progress in 5 key areas: infrastructure, municipal services, security, communication, and hospitality. The DA's repeated attempts to discredit government progress reflects a toxic and dishonest approach to opposition politics. Rather than offering constructive alternatives, they focus on undermining public confidence and distorting the role of an opposition party in a democratic state. Preparations for the G20 summit are on track. Johannesburg has already hosted 4 major G20 meetings, including those involving foreign, finance, health, and local government ministers. The main summit will take place in November. Additionally, on 12 September, Johannesburg will host the Urban 20 Summit, where over 60 mayors from across the globe will gather to discuss urban development, municipal finance, and climate change. This is in line with the African National Congress commitments to strengthening public services. In contrast, the Democratic Alliance affluent constituency can afford private services and pushes a pro-privatization agenda, hence the drive to undermine the public service.
Honorable
Hosting
Ndlovu.
G20 will stimulate infrastructure, jobs, tourism, and
Honorable
investment.
Ndlovu.
We urge the Democratic Alliance to act responsibly and stop misleading the public. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Nyati. Turn your mic on, Honorable Nyati. Your mic? Okay.
Ngibingelela usomlomo wesishayamthetho, ngibingelele umholi wecaucus ye-MK, ngibingelele ama-member wonke endlu. The South African Constitution is widely recognized internationally as one of the most progressive and celebrated in the world, particularly for its emphasis on human rights, equality, and social justice. However, it is really world implementation faces serious challenges, with some observers noting thin compliance with constitutional requirements and disconnect between its ideal and the lived experience of many South Africans. Failure to implement legislation in South Africa stems from various systemic issues, including a lack of skilled personnel, the poor leadership and a poor management within government departments, corruption, mismanagement, and the complex multi-layered administrative and legislative processes also contribute to the problems. Speaker, the recently witnessed the painful tragedy where a 27-year-old Mthokozisi Mvelase, an e-hailing driver who was shot dead and his vehicle was torched in Soweto. This tragedy must be leveled against the government failures to implement legislation that were meant to regulate the operation of public transport. The government introduced the system of permits to taxi industry and
failed to manage the process of handing out those permits. And this,
Honorable Nyati, your 2 minutes is up. Your time is up.
oh,
Thank you.
thank you.
Honorable Bloom.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Gauteng Health Department has suffered yet another rebuke from the Gauteng High Court 5 months after it ruled that the failure to treat cancer patients was unlawful and unconstitutional.
Madam Speaker, I am very worried, Madam Speaker, because Honorable Dr. Bloom has another placard, the size of a billboard. I'm worried he might raise it as he's reading. I'm not sure if ever he has asked for your permission, Madam Speaker. Okay. Placard, man.
Okay.
It's very billboard. No, it's very billboard. Madam
Okay,
Speaker, can you rule on that, please?
Honorable Bloom, please proceed.
Madam Speaker, on 27 March this year, the court ordered the department to update and maintain the backlog list of cancer patients awaiting radiation oncology services in Gauteng within 45 days and to take all necessary steps to provide treatment to the patients at public or private facilities. But the department claimed it did not have to do this as it was appealing the ruling. Last week, Judge Fiona Dippenaar decisively rejected this argument of the department. She said cancer patients do not, quote, have the luxury of time in view of the, quote, dire consequences of the backlog of cancer patients requiring urgent radiation treatment. This includes, quote, irreversible and permanent harm as some patients have died while waiting for treatment and the cancer has spread in other patients, making them ineligible for radiation treatment. The DA condemns the department's use of lawyers for stalling tactics that harm 3,000 patients on the backlog list who urgently require life-saving treatment. Judge Dippenaar was so displeased with the department's inaction that she ordered that the Gauteng Health MEC, the provincial health head of department, and the CEOs of Sharp-Mxeka and Steve Biko academic hospitals be held personally liable for the costs of the application. It is really shameful that this House has not had the opportunity to formally censure the Health MEC for her failure to work with the cancer NGOs who have now defeated her twice in court. The DA should not have to go to court to get our censure motion debated, but the MEC is obviously worried she would lose this vote in the House. It is time for Premier Lesufi to stop this cancer treatment disaster, which has probably cost more lives than the 144 mental health patients who died in the Life Esedimeni tragedy. Now, according to the DA's cancer monitor, which I've been doing for 5 months now,
Honorable Bloom,
it is
Honorable
now 5
Bloom,
months
that is not
since
allowed.
the court ruled
Honorable
that
Bloom,
it's 5
Honorable
months.
Bloom, no.
It's 5 months since the
Honorable
court
Bloom,
ruled
I'm
that the
addressing
Premier
you.
has fired
Honorable Bloom, you're out of order.
Madam
Honorable Bloom.
Speaker.
So, look, Madam Speaker, the
Honorable
Honourable
Bloom,
Premier
you're out
should
of order.
fire them now.
Honorable
And this is
Bloom,
what the whole point
you
is.
are
5
out
months
of
later,
order.
people are dying. The
Madam
Honourable
Honourable Bloom,
Premier
you're out of
should
order.
fire them now. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
No. Honorable members.
Madam Speaker, the billboard.
Just hold on. Honorable members, please. Chief Whip. I did not hear you.
Madam Speaker, we warned about that billboard that Honorable Bloom is carrying. And I think because he paid no price the other time he brought alcohol in the house. There was a time he brought alcohol in the house. Then another time I saw him at the internet cafe printing another billboard. Now he has brought another billboard. Madam Speaker, I think we have to refer Member Bloom to the Rules Committee.
Yeah.
It's time we refer him to the Rules Committee. Thank you.
Yeah, no, honorable members, let me have your attention, please. I would like you to note that honorable members are not allowed to bring or display unauthorized material, including but not limited to placards in the House. The chairperson of committees also ruled against this in the previous sitting. So, Honorable Bloom, your behavior is going to be referred to the Rules Committee for the matter to be addressed. Yes, Honorable Moriarty.
The rule you quoted pertains to distribution. Nothing has been distributed. Please, could your ruling be referred to the Rules Committee, please? Thank you.
Sorry, I didn't hear you. Honorable members, can you just give me just a moment to hear what the members are saying?
The rule pertains to distributing. He hasn't distributed anything here. So could your ruling please be referred to the Rules Committee? Thank you.
It's fine. The matters will be addressed in the Rules Committee. Yeah, no, it will be. And what behavior that is not allowed is not going to be condoned in any way, form, or manner. Thank you very much, honorable members. Member Ngobeni, EFF.
Greetings, Madam Speaker. As the application for the 2026 school year draw to a close, we note the department's report indicating that a total of 738,446,000 applications have been received, 315,865 for grade 1, and 422,580,000 for grade 8. At the time of reporting, over 97,000 of these applications remained incomplete. This recurring trend is a matter of serious concern. We witnessed the same pattern at the close of 2024 school year, where 19,032 applications were left incomplete, leaving nearly 20,000 learners without placement. Parents at the start of 2025 were forced to scramble to secure schools for their children while navigating an online application system that proved both hostile and discriminatory, particularly to township residents. Madam Speaker, in light of the revelation that 41% of Gauteng schools are oversubscribed, particularly in Tshwane and Ekurhuleni, where half of all schools face this crisis, this situation demands an urgent action. The department must expand capacity through additional classrooms, fast-track the completion of schools currently under construction, and address the 200-plus school backlog the province is burdened with. The economic freedom fighters in Gauteng also call for the adoption of innovative measures to alleviate overcrowding. These include placing a portion of non-fee paying learners in fee-paying schools, with the department subsidizing their fees in order to relieve the pressure on no-fee schools. Furthermore, we reiterate that the feeder system and online application system must be called into question. Parents with financial means should be permitted to enroll their children in fee-paying schools outside of the feeder zones, provided they carry the cost. This would ease pressure on oversubscribed schools while promoting fairness and choice. Madam Speaker, the ANC government across all levels of government has always fallen short in terms
Honorable
of
Ngobeni,
forecasting
your
and planning.
2 minutes is up.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, we do have a motion without notice in terms of Rule 120. Where's the Chief Whip?
Madam Speaker, with your permission, I don't know if we have concluded the member statements.
Yeah, that's what I have before me.
Okay,
Did
mine
you-
seems
did
to
you
have
submit?
miraculously been omitted again.
Okay.
And it also deals with the same issue again.
Okay.
Thank you.
Honorable Moody?
Yeah, likewise, Chair. Madam Speaker.
submitted.
Yeah, I also have a statement.
So it's Action SA and BOSA. Just give me 2 minutes. Honorable members, I'm just waiting. I asked them to call the Chief of Proceedings so that I can look at your matter, what's happened. Just for my records, did you send to myself and to their office as well? Because I just checked with them now and they told me that these are the only member statements they have. And even in the briefing meeting this morning, they gave me the 7 member statements, but I'll look into the matter. Okay. The Chief Whip is supposed to table a motion without notice. Can another member please table that motion without notice? There he is. Deputy Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, leaders of all political parties, the premiers, members of EXCO, and the leader of government business, as well as the Deputy Chief Whip. I, Member Elma Kubela of the ANC, Chief Whip, hereby tables the following motion in terms of Rule 121 and Rule 122 as follows. Noting that the following orders were not programmed for today's House sitting of today, the 17th of July, 2025. That 1, consideration of the Economic Development Portfolio Committee's Focused Intervention Study, FIS, report on enhancing entrepreneurship, innovation in Gauteng townships through the Innovation Hub Incubation Program, or the one popularly known as ECASI Lab projects. That 2, the consideration of the Infrastructure Development Portfolio Committee's FIS report on the analysis of the state of property management and immovable asset register in the GDID focus on office accommodation. I therefore humbly request that the House resolves as follows: to include all the above mentioned orders or reports to the orders of today's House sitting of the 17th of July, 2025, and I so move. Thank you very much.
Honorable...
Rise to second.
Okay, thank you very much. Honorable members, we don't have a motion in terms of Rule 121. We are supposed to be having stakeholders who are from 62 students actually from, and their lecturers from EduVos, I hope I pronounced that properly, college, but they're also touring. Hopefully they will join the House later on. They're touring the legislature building. Apologies, we have Honorable V. Ramokopa, who's attending a flagship event of her department. She will probably be joining us at 14 hours if the House will still be in session. Honorable Emisi Raluhoko has just joined the House. Member Makwala and Member Masoleng are not feeling well, so they will not be attending the meeting. Will the Secretary please read the first order?
Madam Speaker, yes. Before we read this, the second order, no one has moved to second the
it
inclusion.
Was seconded.
Oh, we've done, okay. Thank you, my friend.
Okay.
Petitions Standing Committee's first quarterly performance report on the 2025-2026 financial year.
Honorable Gentile, please present your report.
Madam Speaker, the Premier, the MECs, the members of this House and the residents who are here today, good morning. I present the committee's first quarter performance report for 2025-2026 financial year, and I request that parts of the reports that are not read are considered to have been read. The report is drafted in accordance to Section 6, subsection F of the Gauteng Petitions Act of Act number 5 of 2002, which is referred to the committees must, on a quarterly basis, report on to the legislature on the petition submitted to it during that period and all its activities that it has undertaken. On the summary, the quarterly performance report accounts for the committee's activities and performance for the first quarter as indicated from the 1st of April to 30th of June 2025. The report provides an overview of all activities undertaken by the committee. During the quarter under review, the Petitions Amendment Act was tabled to the House and it was unanimously adopted and assented by the Premier, a great milestone for the committee and the people of Gauteng. The work now begins to fully enforce the amendment of the Act as the committee remains resolute in being a safety net for those that have fallen through the cracks of service delivery. A key feature of the Amendment Act is that any authority whom a petition is referred to must furnish a committee with a report of the steps taken to address a petition within 30 days, and if more time is needed, they must inform the committee through the Speaker of the reasons and the date when the matter is then expected to be finalized, a date which may not be later than the 14 days as indicated in the Act. During the first quarter, the committee adjudicated over 25 submissions. After much deliberation and engagement with supporting documentation, the committee rejected 13 submissions and ultimately adopted 12. These were subsequently forwarded to relevant authorities for investigation and reporting. And as stipulated in the Petitions Act number 5 of 2002, section 7, subsection E, the petitions were added to the existing 411, making it 423 active petitions. The report further evaluates the responsiveness, efficiency and effectiveness at which the petitions referred to relevant authorities are addressed. Unfortunately, authorities' responsiveness remains an issue, but we continue to engage the leader of government business through monitoring resolution that seeks to address petitions management within the provincial executive. Moreover, with the passing of the Amendment Act, it is now a legislative requirement for members of the executive to report quarterly and annually to the legislature on how they have dealt with the petitions referred to their different departments. With the passing of these provisions, the committee never wants a situation, as you may have seen in the report, where only a Department of Transport and Logistics reports accurately, whilst other 4 provincial departments claimed or ignorance or have reported incorrectly. Lastly, the closure of petitions. It's important that we must speak to the closure of petitions which is influenced by the variable factors beyond the sole control of the committee. As all stakeholders within the accountability ecosystem have a role to play in serving the people of Gauteng, central to the closure of petitions are the reports provided by the reporting authority. Furthermore, to strengthen oversight, responding authorities are required to accurately and comprehensively complete the petitions management section of their quarterly reports, which are submitted and presented to the legislature as portfolio committees. Petitions considered, as would have indicated, we have adjudicated over 25, where 12 were adopted and 13 were then rejected. On the table at 3.1.1, we are indicating the petitions that were adopted, and 1 would have then been sent to the Department of Education, a request of building of a school in Ramaphosa Informal Settlement, Kokta, and these are municipal petitions which would have been sent to the city of Johannesburg, city of Tshwane, Mfuleni, and Midvaal. Department of Human Settlements, a request for title deed in Julius GP Park Complex. Department of Roads and Transport, request for road infrastructure, traffic measures, road maintenance in Vereeniging as well. Department of Agriculture, environmental degradation in the Kenmore Clove conservation area. Department of Community Safety, service delivery issues, and the ESCOM, which we would then copy the NCOP, power outage issues in Olive Primary School. And we are noting the inadmissible petitions which were rejected as the committee, which are 13, and we are noting them below. Struggling with my gadget. I'm struggling with my gadget. On the committee activities, committees meeting during the quarter under review, the committee held 4 meetings which primarily focused on assessing the analysis of new petitions submitted and the consideration therefore. We had a workshop with the City of Ekurhuleni Section 79 Petitions Public Participation Committee. The committee aimed at enhancing cooperation and harmonization between the 2 committees. The second workshop took place on the 30th of May, where we had invited a legal expert who provided guidance on the constitutionality and the interpretation of the proposed amendment bill. And it is during the session that the legal expert offered detailed insight into the legal framework applicable to the bill. On public engagements, the committee had oversight. One oversight during the reporting period, the committee conducted an oversight and visited Loli farm area, where there was a petition and request for support for farmers around the area. The visit was attended by the MEC of Agriculture and the representatives from the department. Through the visit, the committee identified several major service delivery challenges that are adversely affecting the area and the residents. The lack of road infrastructure, the inadequate access to water in the area, unresolved title deed issues, lack of support for local farmers. The community members voiced deep frustration and a sense of abandonment, noting that they had repeatedly complained and that there is really no tangible assistance offered to them. On recommendations, based on the oversight findings, committee proposed the following interventions. To formally refer the petitions to the Department of Infrastructure Development for title deed issues, as the land belongs to provincial government, and to the Department of Roads for road infrastructure concerned, as it was extremely difficult to access the area. A request to the City of Johannesburg through COGTA to implement a sustainable water provision strategy, including regular water service delivery services within 7 days. To urge the Department of Infrastructure to fast-track the issuance of the title deeds to qualifying residents. On petitions hearings, the committee conducted a hearing in Mfuleni on the 15th of May. During the hearing, 8 petitions that were scheduled for discussion and 7 had no responses or any report to be delivered, and only 1 received a formal response. The committee is deeply concerned regarding this unacceptable level of non-responsiveness, which reflects a disregard of petitions process and public accountability. In response to the municipal failures to engage meaningfully in the petitions process, the committee resolved to subpoena Mfuleni municipality to appear before the committee to account for its failures to respond to outstanding petitions, to formally notify the Speaker of the Legislature about the municipality's continued lack of responsiveness and disregard of the committee's communication and public engagement process, to require Mfuleni to provide a written responses of all outstanding petitions within 7 days, and that has not happened after 90 days, Honourable Speaker. Petitions analysis below are providing a table of the different departments at which we sent the petitions to. The 12th one, as would have indicated, was sent to Department of Education, City of Johannesburg, City of Tshwane, Mfuleni, Midvaal, Department of Human Settlements, 2, Department of Transport, Department of Agriculture, 1, Community Safety, NCOP, and ESCOM. The regional distribution of petitions were indicating the municipalities were 4 were from City of Tshwane, 3 from City of Johannesburg, 1 from City of Ekurhuleni, Mogale 1, Mfuleni 2, Midvaal 1. The evaluation of the responsiveness, the table below provides the information extracted from the Gauteng Provincial Department's first quarter report under the petitions management section and comparing the report against those petitions that are referred. The Department of Education has populated this section incorrectly. The Department of Human Settlements as well. The Department of Roads, as indicated above, it's the only department that populated correctly. On committee's concerns, the committee expresses deep concerns over Mfuleni municipality's disregard for its obligation to the committee, as well as its lack of accountability to both the committee and the community thereof. Moreover, the committee remains concerned on the regression of the department's completion of the management section of their quarterly reports. The Department of Transport, as indicated, is the only one that fully adhered to the reporting requirements. Interventions to address this unsatisfactory situation includes tracking of an open resolution on intervention by the Leader of Government Business. These interventions are meant to ensure complete adherence, as it is now mandated by the Gauteng Petitions Amendment Act, for the Executive to report quarterly and annually as indicated. On recommendations, Honourable Speaker, the committee recommends the following: that COGTA, through its established mechanism to engage Mfuleni local municipality on the lack of responsiveness and failure of the municipality to appear before the committee's public hearing on the 15th of May 2025. This engagement should yield a report which should outline, firstly, the reason for the failure to appear before the committee and the lack of responsiveness thereof. Secondly, an updated report that is signed in a letterhead. And,
as you move to adoption.
On conclusion, without a full cooperation of all players in accountable ecosystem, the people of Gauteng will fall through the cracks of service delivery. The committee will remain resolute in its mandate of processing petitions and being a mediator. In acknowledgement all committee members. We want to acknowledge all committee members and further acknowledge
Gentile, your time is up.
Thank you so much, Speaker.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for the...
In accordance to Rule 164, the Petitions Committee hereby presents the report for consideration and adoption.
Is there a seconder to the report? Honourable Moret.
Thank you, Speaker. I would like to second the report.
Thank you. I now put the question. All those in favour say yes. Those that are not in favour say no. So the report is adopted. Secretary, please read the second order.
Committee for the Scrutiny of Subordinate Legislation's first quarterly performance report for the 2025-2026 financial year.
Honourable Fikwe, could you please table your report?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Greetings to the leadership in the House, led by the Premier and our Chief Whip. As the Chairperson of CSSL, I present to the House CSSL's first quarter report for 2025-2026 financial year. Madam Speaker, I'm going to skip some parts and I would request the House to take them as read. The aim of the report is to put on the table for adoption quarterly performance of the committee as follows. Committee activities on lawmaking in accordance with the standing rules. Regulations are referred to by the Executive to the Committee for Scrutiny and Consideration. In the quarter under review, the committee considered the following subordinate legislation. On the 21st of May, we were presented by the Department of Health with the Gauteng Uniform UPFS health regulations. The committee noted that every person has a right to affordable and accessible health care. In provision with this, the committee then considered the presented regulations, further noted that with concern that there is no lack of visible charts detailing the fees payable by patients in our facilities when they go for admission. And a question was asked what steps were implemented by the department to ensure that the new tariffs were clearly visible in all our public hospitals in our province. The importance of the provision of quality health care cannot be overemphasized, Madam Speaker. The annual fee adjustments were necessary to ensure that this is realized and that people who cannot afford to pay are protected as the provisions of our Constitution. The Gauteng Department of Health and Wellness made a presentation on the purpose of these regulations. The committee further received a legal opinion and socio-economic analysis on these regulations. And after satisfying ourselves on the legality and the social ramifications, and then after due deliberations, the committee was satisfied that the Gauteng Health Regulations tabled are in line with the legislative drafting conventions and within the scope and purview of the legislative framework. The committee further noted that the regulation passed the constitutional muster. Then the committee resolved to approve and adopt those regulations. On the 30th of May, the committee convened to also consider the Gauteng Amendment gambling regulations. The committee noted that in our country, there were various forms of gambling, such as casinos, sports betting, limited payout machines, and the lottery. And in the previous meeting, Madam Speaker, when the department presented, it was emphasized that there's a need to strengthen education drives to ensure that effects of gambling on our citizens in Gauteng were minimized as possible. The committee further noted that the income that will be generated by these proposed regulations will certainly contribute to our fiscals in the province and thus assist in improving much needed service delivery for the Gauteng residents. It was noted that various stakeholders have made inputs into these regulations. Furthermore, the department should outline whether a comparative study was done to ensure that Gauteng remains competitive with other provinces in order for us to be able to attract more investors. During one of the post-legislative engagements, Madam Speaker, the committee was informed that the process of issuing national manufacturer licenses under Section 39 of the National Gambling Act remains cumbersome and paper-based, with Gauteng Gambling Board administering renewals annually. Unlike in other provinces such as Mpumalanga, where national license applications can be submitted by email, Gauteng continues to rely on Lever Act files and multiple hard copies, which is a bit problematic. The Department of Economic Development and the Gambling Board made a presentation on the purpose of the regulations, and after due deliberations, the committee was satisfied that the Gauteng gambling regulations tabled are in line with legislative drafting conventions and within the scope and purview of the above legislative framework. The committee further noted that the regulations thus pass the constitutional muster. The committee therefore resolved to approve and adopt the Gauteng gambling regulations for 2025. On our oversight and scrutiny, the committee did undertake the process of its own oversight called post-scrutiny. We visited the EMS base in East Rand and Johannesburg region in the post so that we are able to view how they are applying the Gauteng Health Revision of Uniform Patient Fee Schedule. Committee conducted another oversight in Western area and they were in the West Rand region. A full detailed post-legislative report, Madam Speaker, and the findings has been adopted by the committee. In the quarter under review, the committee held 7 meetings on the 15th of May to consider our second term program and deliberate on adopt on the committee quarterly fourth quarter performance. 22nd of May, the committee convened to consider a number of reports, firstly being the presentation from the Health Department, the research analysis, consideration and adopting of the Gauteng Health UPFS Amendment Regulations. 30th of May, convened a meeting and did our oversight at EMS East Rand and Johannesburg region. On the 10th of June, the committee convened a meeting and oversight at the Western area in West Rand region. On the 18th of June, the committee convened a meeting with the Gauteng Emergency Medical Services Provincial Leadership to assess the implementation of the UPFS at the base. On the 26th of June, convened a meeting to consider and adopt CSSL strategic plan for 2024, 26 and 27. 8th of July, committee convened a meeting to consider and adopt the post-legislative report on the implementation of the Gauteng regulations on uniform patient fees, as well as the proposed international operational study for the committee and benchmarking exercise. Stakeholder engagement, we did engage with the EMS personnel throughout the province. Training and development, Madam Speaker, was not done in this quarter. On our overall performance, we feel that the committee has indeed performed according to the strategic plan that it has set for the first quarter. Quick acknowledgements, Madam Speaker. The committee chair would really like to appreciate the following members. Member Mokhobe, Member Hlope, Member Sisedinyana, Member San, Member Sirota, Member Poho, Members Kosana. Their contribution and guidance in the committee is really appreciated, Madam Speaker. We want to further acknowledge and thank our support staff, Group Committee Coordinator Vas, Senior Researcher and Lamini, Committee Coordinator Sisinuko, Committee Researchers S. Butelezi, Committee Administrator L. Lamola, Manager Proceedings R. Chilwane, Principal Table Assistant Ntate Khositsebe, Manager COP Legal S. Mngube, Legal Advisor M. Kekana, Senior Information Officer N. Ntlebi, Communications Officer T. Mashifani, Handset Recorder S. Baloy, and our Service Officer P. Klimba. Some of these unsung heroes, we really want to appreciate them. On adoption, Madam Speaker, after due deliberation, the committee hereby tables to this August House our first quarter performance reports for 2025-2026 financial year for adoption. In accordance with Rule 164, the committee will present this report to the House and recommend for its adoption. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mfikwe. Is there a seconder?
Yes,
Honorable
seconded.
San?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to second the report.
Thank you very much, Honorable San. Honorable, just hold on. Will the Secretary please read the third order? Oh, yes, thank you. Yeah, they're disturbing me. Thank you, Honorable Mfikwe, you protect your report fiercely. So I now put the question, all those in favor say yes? Yes. Okay, those that are not in favor say no. Are you happy, Honorable Mfikwe? Okay. Will the Secretary please read the third order?
Oversight Committee on the Premier's Office and the Legislature Focused Intervention Study Report on Occupational Health and Safety Compliance of GPG and Buildings Maintenance.
Member Mikwe, kindly present your committee report.
Thank you very much. The committee undertook an AFS on occupational health and safety compliance of GPG and buildings maintenance aimed at evaluating the status of GPG buildings and compliance with SHARAC policies in the GPG. The FIS topic emanated from Program 2, which is institutional development. Madam Speaker, all the areas that I will not read, should they be considered as read? The objectives of the committee-focused intervention study included the following: assessing the safety and emergency preparedness of Gauteng provincial government buildings, evaluating progress in infrastructure maintenance and facilities management by the Department of Infrastructure Development, determining the readiness of departments lacking formal emergency preparedness plans, reviewing corrective actions taken following recent fire incidents in key departments, examining current
Honorable Mukwe,
non-compliance.
can you just hold on for just 2 minutes? Honorable Maloka, Honorable Makene, Honorable Masilel.
And Honorable Walters must
No,
go sit. in
you
his
are
chair.
disturbing the House. Nothing stops you from consulting each other. Honorable Masilel, I'm addressing you. Honorable, just hold on. The 3 members whose names I called, actually you are supposed to be on your feet when I address you. So please do not push me. Okay? Ke a leboga. Proceed, Honorable Smith.
Thank you. Examining current non-compliance with occupational health and safety protocols and the Office of the Premier's enforcement measures. Investigate the impact of unsafe buildings on employee wellness, particularly post-COVID return to work. Ensuring departmental OHS protocols align with national and international standards, including staff and visitor training on emergency procedure. Occupational health and safety is vital in public and private sectors, ensuring that government infrastructure meets operational and legal standards. Compliance is not just a legal duty, but essential for employee well-being, institutional accountability, and effective service delivery. Poor safety standards lead to infrastructure deterioration, increased risk, and legal liabilities for the state. In the Gauteng Provincial Government oversight reports revealed persistent OHS deficiencies, including aging infrastructure, inadequate maintenance, and weak risk management. These issues have caused safety incidents, operational disruptions, and poor working conditions. Despite regulations, compliance failures persist, highlighting governance weaknesses that need urgent attention. GPG has a legal and ethical responsibility to ensure compliance with OHS regulations across its departments and facilities. The Office of the Premier is mandated to oversee institutional capacity building, employee health and wellness programs, and risk mitigation strategies related to workplace safety. Despite existing policies and frameworks, numerous government buildings continue to face serious challenges, including infrastructure deterioration, inadequate emergency preparedness, and non-compliance with national safety standards. These issues pose significant risks to employees and the public, necessitating urgent intervention to strengthen workplace safety and ensuring adherence to regulatory requirements. Our findings, first, we started in the Office of the Premier, and our key findings on the assessment of the overall GPG safety, health and environment, risk and equality framework, OHS compliance and building maintenance identified several compliance gaps that include the following: absence of an occupancy certificate, lack of a building fire safety report, absence of a certificate compliance for electrical installations, failure to conduct emergency drills, site inspections on emergency preparedness in the office. In terms of the building, the committee assessed the emergency preparedness measures that are in place at the office building, with a particular focus on fire safety and disaster response protocols. Safety measures that are in place include evacuation procedures, fire safety equipment. The building is equipped with essential fire safety tools, including a fire hose and 2 fire hydrants, both of which are regularly serviced on an annual basis. Additionally, emergency exit hydrants are available, and emergency lights remain operational during power outages, ensuring visibility and safe movement within the building. To support the evacuation of individuals with disabilities, the Office of the Premier utilizes an evacuation chair. This chair is designed to slide along the staircase rail, automatically enabling safe and efficient evacuation from upper floors to ground level. In fact, Honourable Bloom wanted to use that chair on that particular day. The building also features 3 brick and mortar strong rooms designed for the storage of critical items, including documents and laptops. These strong rooms are equipped with fire-resistant materials to prevent damage in the event of a fire. The committee acknowledged the measures in place and recommended continued monitoring and assessment to ensure ongoing compliance with safety standards and the effectiveness of emergency response mechanism, and raised the following additional matter for the consideration by the Office of the Premier and for facilitation as the overseer of GPG. In terms of Department of Health, that OHS was previously not prioritized and culminated in poor maintenance of GPG office buildings and facilities, which led to structural dilapidation, low staff morale, and prohibition notice. The poor maintenance of infrastructure of the Department of Health building resulted in a fire outbreak at the Bank of Lisbon in 2018. The department has moved to a new office building at Commissioner Street, Johannesburg CBD. The most critical area of non-compliance within the health department facilities that demands urgent attention from OHS committee is the lack of adequate fire detection and suppression system. It was noted that funding is needed to implement essential fire detection and suppression system. To strengthen emergency preparedness, 2 full-time occupational health and safety trainers have been appointed to equip staff with necessary skills to respond effectively during fire outbreaks, an urgent measure informed by a tragic incident in which 10 lives were lost at the health facility. The committee also expressed concern over the absence of prominently displayed photographs and contact details of OHS representatives along corridor walls, emphasizing that such visibility is vital for swift access during emergencies. The committee noted delays in municipal approvals of the department's emergency response plans and emphasized the urgent need for fast-tracking of solutions to prevent further backlogs. It was recommended that an investigation be conducted to identify the oversight authority responsible for OHS compliance and emergency planning in municipal buildings. Additionally, due to a backlog in the COJ, the Department of Health revised its point of entry and requested a City of Tshwane to provide emergency preparedness training for officials, including fire marshals and first aid personnel. During the site inspection, the committee noted concern over the Department of Health senior officials' lack of awareness regarding the location and capacity of building water reservoir. Due to this knowledge gap, I think here they're saying an external service provider, it's the landlord, it's not external service provider, had to be consulted to obtain the necessary information, revealing a serious lapse in internal oversight. It was subsequently confirmed that the facility houses a 48 cubic meter reservoir capable of supplying water for up to 18 months. This infrastructure is vital for emergency water provision and disaster response. On Department of eGov, which was undergoing refurbishment due to damage caused by rain, the department explained that a report on hazards and incidents that includes, amongst others, missing smoke detectors and sounder beacons, water leakage from the louvres on skylight due to rain, cracked slab connecting basement 2 and 3 and corroding steel at the basement area, as well as damaged water pumps, was issued on 6 September 2023.
Honorable Mikwe, you have 2 minutes left.
Okay. On our findings, I think it's indicated there on page 6, and we don't want to indicate that, but want to make these recommendations. The Premier should provide the committee with identified intervention mechanism put in place to assist the Department of Health in addressing challenges for non-compliance with fire suppression in hospital facilities that culminated in 3 fire outbreaks in those 3 hospitals. Provide measures put in place and implement in cases where reported faulty lifts or structural defects are not attended to. Explain the first point of contact with OHS representatives in identification of times of disaster and injury at work. Provide intervention mechanisms that the Office of the Premier has identified and put in place to resolve the challenge of municipalities' non-approval of emergency preparedness plans. Explain how the duplication of maintenance responsibilities between Department of Health and DID will be addressed. In addition, the office should clarify the measures in place to ensure that the Department of Infrastructure effectively addresses maintenance delays in hospitals, particularly in high-traffic areas where such delays may pose risk to safety of both staff and patients. The committee hereby thanks and acknowledges the cooperation of the Premier, Honourable P. Lesufi and DG Musue, and the team of officials. I wish to thank the following members: Honourable Makubela, Honourable Mukhethi, Honourable Masuku, Honourable Choke, Honourable Simanga, Honourable Bloom, Honourable Makwala, Honourable Ngobeni RF and Honourable Ngobeni F, Honourable Ali, Honourable Miso and Honourable Nkani for their diligence and commitment during this process. We further acknowledge the committee support staff for their dedication and support, Group Committee Coordinator MVAS, Senior Coordinators Mahato, Montisi, Dlamini, Mukhule, Administrators Sitole, Intern Ngono, Information Officer Nechivuyu, Hansard Recorder Zondo, and Service Officer Katisi, and Communication Officer S. Similane. In accordance with Rule 164 of the Standing Rules of the GPL, the committee hereby presents a report to the House for adoption. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Mikwe. Is there a seconder?
I rise to second the report, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Ms. Manga. Now put the question. All those in favour say yes.
Yes.
Those that are not in favour say no. So the report is duly adopted. Honourable members, there are a few corrections that we have to make, or maybe just one, actually 2 corrections. I will start with the motion without notice that was read into record by the Chief Whip. Chief Whip, if you could read the correct one.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We always forget to acknowledge the presence of our Integrity Commissioner, who's always in our House meetings. I could not miss her because she's wearing Honorable Msimanga's colors today. Thank you very much. Maybe let me profusely apologize to members in the House. And thanks to Honorable Ndlovu, who was able to see that the amendment to the order paper was not the correct one. I think our colleagues on the front table are still on recess. So we read an order paper which happened in the last sitting. Let me read the correct one, and I apologize profusely on behalf of the front table and myself. I, Member El Makubela, the ANC Chief Whip, hereby tables the following motion in terms of Rule 121 and Rule 122, noting that the following orders were not programmed for today's House sitting of Tuesday, the 26th of August 2025. That one, the Petitions Standing Committee's first quarterly performance report for the year 2025 and 2026 financial year. That two, the Committee for Scrutiny of Subordinate Legislation's first quarterly performance report for the 2025 and 2026 financial year. And that three, the Oversight Committee on the Office of the Premier and the Legislature's Focused Intervention Study report on occupational health and safety compliance of the Gauteng Provincial Government and building maintenance. Therefore, request that the House resolves to include all the above-mentioned orders and reports to the orders of today's House sitting of Tuesday, the 26th of August, 2025, and I so move retrospectively, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You second retrospectively?
Yes, I will second retrospectively also.
Thank you very much, honourable members. The second mistake that we have to correct is regarding the member statements for Honourable Moody and Honourable Ali. It has been confirmed that they were submitted, and the reason they missed them is because you submitted early, so they were looking at the past 3 days. So I will allow the members to read their statements. So ladies first. Honourable Ali.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. A very good morning to one and all in the House. Madam Speaker, this is the day that the Lord has made. And we will rejoice and be glad in it. Today, I am proud to be an MPL. I stand tall because I entered into politics for days such as this. A day when I can report to this august House that we as Build One South Africa labored not in vain when we brought the grieving Jeje family to this legislature. Like a balm of Gauteng, you managed to soothe their pain and bandage their emotional wounds. Almost 2 years after they laid to rest the late icon Carlos Jeje, the Department of Arts and Culture has partially settled the funeral costs as promised. There is a glimmer of hope, and for that we are grateful. While we are always ready, willing, and able to give criticism where necessary, equally we will not shy away from giving credit when it is due. As such, we wish to thank you, Madam Speaker. We wish to thank Chief Whip Makubela. We also must convey our gratitude to MEC Chilwane for your intervention. There is light at the end of the tunnel, and we trust that it will illuminate our path and help guide the way to the finalization of this matter. But having said that, Madam Speaker, I must be at pains to stress the fact that it is not correct that one has to grandstand and be dramatic and go to such drastic lengths in order to secure justice for the residents of Gauteng, especially when there are people in the department who are paid to deliver services to the residents of Gauteng. It cannot be that one must twerk for service delivery in this day and age. It is not right equally, Madam Speaker, that the 6th administration found a particular company to have had dodgy dealings with the state and flagged that company. And the 7th administration also huffed and puffed to make sure that that company is flagged again. And yet we find, Madam Speaker, that the company is fraternizing with the executive as we speak.
2 minutes up.
See, Pikanti Abba, please, can you do the right thing?
Honourable Ali, your 2 minutes is up. Honorable members, order. Honorable Moody.
Member Ali, you remind me of Muhammad Ali. Float like a butterfly and sting like a bee. Honorable Speaker, this morning I addressed the urgent concerns of the El Dorado Park School Governing Bodies Forum, whose recent shutdown action has laid bare the systemic neglect and procedural failures affecting our schools. Despite the public statement issued by the Gauteng Department of Education on the 31st of July this year, claiming that all municipal accounts had been settled, schools in El Dorado Park in particular remain saddled with millions of rand of outstanding electricity and water bills to the city of Johannesburg. To date, no proof of payment has been furnished to validate these claims. Similarly, many other schools in Gauteng face these same utility bill crises. This discrepancy not only undermines public trust, it raises serious questions about financial transparency and accountability of the Department of Education. Furthermore, the department's unilateral shift of utility debt responsibility to schools was allegedly executed without consultation, without investigation, and without meetings with SGBs as required by law. If this be so, it is a clear breach of trust and a disregard for the principles of cooperative governance and stakeholder engagement. Honourable Speaker, the forum's plea for a safety plan was met with indifference, with the HOD's office stating, open quote, "We are not SAPs," close quote. Yet, when schools face water cut-offs due to non-payment, the health and dignity of learners and teachers are compromised. If 2 hours without water warrant schools closure, what then is the department's contingency plans when water supply is cut indefinitely, leading to schools not being able to function? It's the learners who will suffer. The disruption of education puts the future of our children at risk. This is not acceptable, as we do not appoint the school management cohort, should that be the problem, where the problem lies. The MEC's department did, of course with the assistance of SATU, who are ultimately the real bosses of this department. The marginalized of El Dorado Park schools and other areas in Gauteng by this department cannot be allowed to continue. If the MEC's failure to engage meaningfully with the SGBs across the province and address these grievances, the communities will take to the streets, and we know that what that will lead to: unrest and damage and violence possibly. We cannot accept that to happen. This legislature must not wait for further disruption before acting. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay, thank you very much, honourable members. Now, our stakeholders did arrive, and I just want to welcome you. We did welcome you in absentia, but also to remind you that you do not partake in the proceedings of the House. You are also not allowed to take pictures of the members in the House, but you're welcome nonetheless. So, honourable members, we are now moving to questions for oral reply to the executive in terms of Rule 134, and all of the questions are going to be responded to today to avoid a pile-up of questions. And we are going to start with questions that are directed to Premier in his capacity as the leader of community safety. So, Honourable Ncheke, if you could read your question to the Premier.
Madam Speaker?
Yes, Chief Whip?
Before we allow the, and this is respectfully to all the party leaders that are here. Firstly, let me thank the team in the legislature, because at least now they've cleaned up the number of questions that are brought. In the past, in contrast to the rules, you'll have one member of the executive ask more than 4 questions. Now it has changed in everything. But my biggest worry is that we are sitting, Honourable Msimanga, with 40 questions. And I think as party leaders, there's one thing we need to respond to. It's 40 questions. It means 2 things. It means, one, it's either the members of the executive don't appear in front of committees to respond to members of those committees with some of those questions, or two. It's either we are asking these questions for the sake of just asking them, because I think we need to use the House respectfully. And I need you to help me, because if members of the executive are not presenting themselves to committees, logically it will result in the number of questions that we are having. And secondly, if members of the executive do indeed present themselves to committees, and then the same questions that are robustly asked in committees then are brought back to the House, it means there's a problem. I want us as party leaders that we find a way, because we can't every House sittings. We have a situation, Member Msimang and Member Moriarty, that we have to defer questions because we have a high volume of questions. So we need to respond to the question, are members of the executive presenting themselves to committees? Because I think that is the nexus of the problem that we are having, of many questions. But I also want to thank Member Bloom in absentia, because today, for the first time, he has asked no question. Thank you very much.
Okay. Honorable Nsimaga, thank you very much, Chief Whip. You're responding to that, no?
Yeah. Honorable Chief Whip, I want to agree with you, but Isaac, did you mala, son?
No. Honorable Nsimaga, address the chair.
No, madam, okay, sorry. It was just on a lighter note.
Yeah.
Madam Speaker, there's two things. One is that I agree that members need to appear, or members of the executive need to appear in front of committees. And actually in those committees, they need to present the truth. I can give an example of lies that were told in committees, and this is why you end up even having to have follow-ups. Somebody came to a committee and lied, and I had to provide the truth to the committee. You would know, I've sent you the proof of that. So we must remember that in this House, we are all obliged to tell the truth. And we can then follow up with that. In committees, it's things that are dealt in small committees, and then they are swept under the carpet. So we must either then change the model where we then have people to come and account, and they truly account, and we can hold them to account for the facts that or the lack of that they bring there, or we need to then bring them here. So I think there is a conversation that needs to be had. I'm happy from this side to then engage in that, but then we now need to then ensure that once members appear in front of the committee, they don't come and lie in the committees. They tell the truth, and if they don't tell the truth, then there is a recourse that we need to then be bringing in. And if that is the case, and we can agree on that, I'm more than happy to then have less questions. But lastly, and the second part is, Madam Speaker, I'm here for the third term. We used to sit in the House every Tuesday. That has now been reduced, and that has led to quite a number of disruptions going forward. Then we must revisit the idea of having more sitting dates where we can then have people to then account, or we must then look at extending the hours. Because we can't say, no, there's too many questions and we want to reduce the hours, while we have a situation, that we used to have dates that we could sit. And right now, how many times do we sit in a month? To be quite honest, we sit, what, twice in a month? Whereas we used to have every Tuesday, when we would sit here and we would get through all the questions, and it will not be a problem. So I think we should change in the people of Gauteng as things stand, because we are supposed to be here to account to the people of Gauteng, to hold the executive to account. But if we want to reduce the hours or reduce the days in which we're able to then do that, I think we should change in the people of Gauteng. And this part, we're not prepared to do that. We want to earn our salaries. We want to earn our keep here. And if it means that we have to sit here until 12 o'clock, so it be. Or else we then move on to having additional dates in which we can then engage robustly going forward. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Nsimanga. You want to represent EFF? Yeah, you're noted, Honorable Ngubeni. Honorable Masilela.
Thank you, Speaker. I think I'm in agree. I want to differ slightly with the Chief Whip, because most of the MECs, they're not even coming to committees, they're not even held accountable. So if we have to sit here until midnight, let it be. We have a perfect example of the MEC of Education, Matume Chilwan, who doesn't even care to that latter. We have Hamaskral there, Children are studying under sewage, classrooms everywhere. We called, he doesn't even come. We called even him in the SGB, he doesn't even come. He doesn't care. And there are a lot of schools that are happening like that. So we are saying, let us sit until AM. Speaker, I agree.
Okay. Honorable Ngobeni and then Honorable Mahlaga.
Yeah, look, Speaker, from our view, there's also the rules that we have amended. We went on a straight session and then we came up with a decision that we must have specific days dedicated only to questions. The problem is that that is not moving. And I think we need to fix that. And then we also need to look at some of the suggestions like increasing the time of us being here to deal with those questions. So for me, I think this conversation is long overdue. We must have it. But we must also have those rules being approved. We can't have a straight session, Speaker, with you and the team, agree on things that we think must be changed on the rules. Then few months down the line, I think it's now 3 months, 4 months, that we have had those conversations. Nothing is moving. I think we need to look at that and look at ourselves as well of what is the problem there. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Ngobeni. Honorable Mahlaga.
Thank you, Speaker. I am of the view that the issue that is being discussed is quite important. However, I think we opened a can of worms here, wherein we are wasting the very same time that we are complaining about, discussing time and wasting time. So I am of the view that this matter must be ventilated in a proper setting between the party leaders, the chief whips, and whoever concerned, so that they come up with a constructive proposal as to how we should go about. For now, let's proceed because we are wasting time.
Okay. Honorable Ali, honorable members, just please. Honorable Ali.
Thank you so much. Speaker, I'm inclined to agree with Member Msimanga today. I don't know, maybe Scotch siyamsebenzela namhlanje, but he raised a very valid point. I think we cannot undermine the reason why we have to ask in the House as well. We all know that we are not alone in these chambers. We're representing Gauteng, and there are those who are watching us virtually as well, whose behalf we are standing up on right now and asking those questions. So the reasons why we have to do that is because you're right, we can't ventilate them fully within the committees, A, because some of the members of the executive do not come, and B, because they are free to tell us whatever fabrications that they would like to. And we have perfect examples of when lies have been told in the committee. But there's something about being on a public platform for which you cannot run and hide and duck and dive. And the members of this legislature are not the only ones in the House. We have many people who are watching, and all of us are collectively holding the executive to account in that manner. So I don't think we should undermine the importance of asking the questions. If we have to go back, as Member Ngobeni said, to that discussion where we said let's have a separate day for questions, I think that's something that we should ventilate. Thank you so much.
Okay, yeah, honorable members, I think I gave all the parties an opportunity to speak on the matter. So let me say the following. Indeed, Honorable Ngobeni, you're correct. We did have a workshop to amend the rules book, and it's been quite a while. There is a rules committee meeting scheduled for early next week. Yeah. No, you will be communicated with. But what I want to request of all the party leaders is that you meet before Tuesday next week, so that when that meeting sits to consider all of the proposed amendments, then we actually do save time around the matter. One of the proposed amendments was that we should have a special sitting for questions only, so that we are then able to have all the questions responded to. And if you remember, one of the decisions that was taken in that workshop is that questions must be responded to. So it is, you explained it, Honorable Msimanga, I'm not going to go back to it. There were concerns that were raised by the Chief Whip in his submission. He just spoke to them now. Some of those have already been addressed. So that Rules Committee meeting is going to sit and finalize on the amendments of the Rules Committee. And I suspect that all of us are going to agree in that meeting that we'll have a special sitting for response to questions. We cannot change parties from asking questions of the executive. It's the law. And you are legislators. So you are the first line of obedience of the laws. So can we go back to the proceedings of the House now? So, Honorable Ncheke, thank you for your patience. Your question to Honorable Premier, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Regarding gender-based violence in Gauteng for the period April 2024 to July 2025, could the MEC please indicate how many cases of GBV have been opened in Gauteng during this period? How many people have been arrested in Gauteng for GBV during this period? Of the people arrested, how many received bail? Indicate the biggest amount, the lowest, and the average paid for bail. How many of the cases made it onto court rolls? And finally, how many resulted in convictions? Indicate the longest, the shortest, and the average conviction sentence. I thank you, Speaker.
Premier.
Thanks so much, Madam Speaker. Let me also thank Member Ntsege for the question, and apologies, Madam Speaker. I'm having a bout of flu, so I'm trying to sail on. I hope I will. And thanks for accepting my request to start with my question so that I can go and see the doctor. But before that, I want to congratulate and wish Member Greg Shiman a happy birthday. Thank you so much, Member Shiman, for your support. I also want to clarify one point, Madam Speaker, which is very unfortunate that I have to do it now. The South African Police Service is a national competence, and I expect members of this House to understand that as a national competency, there is limited support or leg room that we can provide as the Gauteng provincial government. And I learned with deep concern the utterances of the leader of government business, Honorable Member Msimang, that the member of opposition, don't worry, you're supposed to be, that they intend to march to my office tomorrow, mainly to complain about the work of the South African Police Service. A matter that I feel that, being part of government of national unity, they should have asked their members in that government to respond to those issues there, because they are part of that government of national unity, and they participate in that government of national unity. And for them, therefore, to stage a protest in my office about something of government of national unity, it's not only unfortunate, it's not only unfortunate, but it's a clear demonstration. It's a clear demonstration of people playing to the gallery. It's a clear demonstration of people playing to the gallery on a very serious matter of crime in our country. I emphasize, and I still emphasize, the South African Police Service, it's a national competence. It has never been a provincial competency, and it's not currently the responsibility of this government to provide any form of support to the South African National Police Service. I just wanted to clarify that point. Thank Member Ntsege for your questions. For us to compile gender-based violence statistics, the domestic violence cases are normally utilized as a proxy in order to determine the number of cases that have been reported. In this respect, the GBV cases reported for the 2024-2025 financial year are as follows. Quarter 1, there were 8,950 cases. Quarter 2, there were 9,229 cases. Quarter 3, there were 10,435 cases. And quarter 4, there were 8,567 cases. This reaffirms the positions taken by this government, led by President Cyril Ramaphosa, that GBV is a second pandemic that needs all of us to attend to it and to resolve it without further delay. As you might be aware, the police continue to make their efforts to ensure that those that are perpetrators of this horrendous deed are brought to justice. Case being, yesterday, somebody who killed his ex-girlfriend, filmed and went live on Facebook, was arrested and presented to the court as part of our efforts to ensure that we leave no stone unturned on these matters. On question number 2, in order for us to provide a comprehensive response to the question, the matter was referred to the National Office with a request for an ad hoc report of all GBV cases reported between 2024 and 2025, especially those that appeared in court and were arrested. Because we don't keep this statistic as the provincial government, we are waiting for the South African Police Service to give us this report, and upon receipt of this report, we'll make it available to you, Member Ntseghe. In terms of question 3, similarly, SAPS is unable to respond to the question as the matters fall within the mandate of the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development. But because we're interested in this information, we have also requested the Department of Justice to provide this information. As soon as we receive this information, we'll make it available to you, Member Ntseghe. In terms of question 4, which reads thus, how many of the cases made to the court rolls? This is still the information that we are waiting from the Department of Justice. In terms of question 5, of how many cases resulted in convictions, to provide a comprehensive response to the question, the ad hoc report referenced in question 2 is required, and as soon as this information is received from the SAPS, we'll also make this information available. But the SAPS is unable at this present moment to respond to the minimum, maximum, and average conviction sentences as the matter falls within the mandate of the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development. From these answers, Member Ntseghe, you can see that there is an urgent need for interrelation or interdepartmental relations to ensure that the statistics that is held between the provincial government, the SAPS, and Justice Department are easily made available to South Africans so that we can be in a position to track all these GBV-related cases and South Africans be informed about the success on this battle. Thanks so much, Madam Speaker, for your opportunity.
Honourable Mtsaki, do you have a supplementary question?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. I've got a supplementary remark. Speaker, I think just looking at the Premier saying, one, the President has declared GBV a pandemic. It should be standard practice that this data comes to him out of interest if it's a pandemic. It shouldn't be because Member Ntseghe has asked a question, then request the data. The data must be standard. The reason I've asked for the provincial stats is because previously, Premier, when I asked about Tembisa, because that's where I'm operating, for one of the periods, there was 800 arrests that led to 500 cases going to court, resulting in only 5 convictions. So I want to see the picture in the province. We are in Women's Month. It is, for me, of big interest to understand of these almost 40,000 cases that you've highlighted, how many of them are actually resulting in convictions? Because what women want to hear is you are arresting perpetrators who are performing GBV against our women. It is not reassuring that we don't have data. It is not reassuring when you say President declares it a pandemic and we don't have data and we are not fighting the backlog of why we are not having higher conviction rates, because I will still say to this day, without the data, looking at the Tembisa example, perpetrators are getting a message that say we can get away with it, so we will continue doing it. I thank you.
Premier?
Madam Speaker, my argument is very simple. that the 3 affected departments need to make this information available for all of us to trace and check. When I received this question, I checked on the annual report of the Department of Justice, which is a public information. But unfortunately, that information does not assist us to determine which specific cases are GBV related. So on the side of Member Nseh on this matter, we have to know the successes, and we need to know who are behind these perpetrators, and we also need to know who have been paroled, if they've been paroled on this. And we can only do so when the Department of Justice provides this information. In the absence of that information, we'll be crying at the wrong funeral, and I don't think it would be appropriate. We just have to get the relevant information and make it available. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Premier. Honorable members, so in terms of Rule 134, subsection 7, I now open for additional supplementary questions or additional remarks by members who wish to do so. Okay. I now call on Honorable San to ask the member of the Executive Council for Community Safety the questions.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Good morning, Honourable Premier and honourable members. Mr. Premier, from our engagement with the South African Police Services at Johannesburg Central, we were advised that traffic congestion and ongoing construction, such as the roadworks at Lillian Ngoyi Street, make it increasingly difficult to respond to call-outs and crimes in the inner city of Johannesburg using ordinary patrol vehicles. SAPS Johannesburg Central indicated that use of suitable motorbikes would enable faster and more effective response times in the inner city, especially given the current shortage of petrol vehicles. Can the Premier please advise, will the Gauteng Provincial Government support and procure suitable motorbikes and appropriate protective riding gears for the police stations in need across the province? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Honourable Premier.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Thank you so much, Member Sue. Indeed, we'll support the proposal with available budget. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Supplementary question or remark?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I always enjoyed the very short and precise answers from the Premier, and my next question is also short and precise. When and how much?
Honourable Premier.
We are in the middle of a budget cycle. As soon as we conclude that budget cycle, I'll respond to members soon. Thank you so much, members.
Okay. Yeah, honourable members, in terms of Rule 134, subsection 7, I now open for additional supplementary questions or additional remarks by members who wish to do so. Honourable Msimanga, sorry.
Madam Speaker, I rise on 134, subsection 7, and I want to make a short remark that the Premier just contradicted himself from the statement that he made earlier on. He says he cannot do anything with SEPS. He's just proving that you can do something. All we want is for you to be able to be proactive in what needs to be done, to then push what we have told you a number of times before, even in the previous term. Push for the devolution of power from a national to a provincial level. Then you can have the power to then employ more policemen. Then you can have enough power to be able to then buy vehicles and fix the police stations and make sure that the police stations have telephone lines that are working. That's what you need to be doing. Instead of telling us it's out of my hands, it's in the president's hands, you have the power to do something about it. Thank you.
Okay, so that was a remark, Premier, if you want to respond.
There is a difference between providing resources and accountability. SAPS accounts to the national minister. They don't account to me. Instead of providing resources, we do. We've bought 3 helicopters for the SAPS to fight cash-in heist in this province. We've given SAPS 249 new police vans to support them to fight crime. But their limited resources can't be blamed on this provincial government because their mandate, it's not the mandate of this provincial government. I hope I've clarified that part. You are just bored, you want to visit my office tomorrow, there's nothing wrong. I'll welcome you in both arms so that you can be in a position to finalize your dancing activities. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Okay, thank you very much, honorable members. Honorable Mhlongo, if you can pose your questions to the Premier.
You.
Order, honorable members, order, please. Honorable Mhlongo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Greetings to the honorable members in the House and greetings to the residents of Gauteng. With regards to the G13 challenges, in particular in combating crime, lawlessness and corruption, can the Premier answer the following questions? How many Premier's high-density operations have been undertaken from June 2024 to June 2025? Secondly, what has been the success and impact of this Premier high-density operations? And how many of the most wanted criminals have been apprehended in these operations, if there are any? What has been the role of the Gauteng traffic wardens in all of these operations? And finally, what is the status and process of obtaining accreditation to fly the drones by the Department of Community Safety? Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Premier.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and thank you so much, Member Mhlongo. Let me formally congratulate you for being elected in the position of being elected in the party over the weekend. Congratulations, Madam Mhlongo. In terms of question one of how many operations that we have undertaken since June 2024 to June 2025, we conducted 96 operations across the province. In terms of your question two of the success of the impact of the high-density operations, the success and the impact of these operations are evident in the quarterly crime statistics. Member Msimang, the success and impact of these operations are evident in the quarterly crime statistics that was released by the Minister of Police during the 2024-2025 financial year. In that report, the following crimes in Gauteng went down drastically. Contact crimes, including trio crimes, as well as other categories such as property-related crimes, contact-related crimes, and 17 community-related crimes, have shown a consistent downward trend in the province, with the Gauteng province being the only province that have registered 7.2% decline in crime. But we are still waiting for the crime stats for the first quarter of 2025-2026, which will indicate where we stand ever since we have launched these high-density operations. I also want to take this opportunity to thank Honorable Member MEC Mamabulo for coordinating these high-density operations with all municipalities and the private security companies in our province. And we have now concluded the visit of all the 5 corridors, and we are proud of the work that has been done thus far. In terms of question 2, how many of the most wanted criminals have been apprehended in these operations? To date, we have managed to apprehend 1,039 most wanted criminals in our province in terms of this high-density report. The primary role, in terms of question 4, the primary role of the Gauteng traffic wardens is to enhance and support law enforcement efforts in combating crime, corruption, lawlessness, and vandalism, with a specific focus on vulnerable communities, such as in the townships, informal settlement, and hostels. And since the establishment of the traffic wardens, we've managed to shut down illegal shebins. We've also managed to close down areas where people are selling drugs, and we've also managed to arrest those that are stealing, especially in state infrastructure, and those that are hijacking cars or stealing cars in our province. And this we attribute to the good work that has been executed by our traffic wardens. We are now in advanced discussions, both with the Minister of Justice, the Minister of Police, and we've also had discussion with the Public Protector on the new role and new approach that needs to be finalized of the traffic wardens. We believe these discussions will assist us to have an additional force that will ensure that crime is defeated in our province. And thank you so much for your questions. Truly appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Premier. Honorable Msongo, do you have a supplementary question or short remark?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I think it is commendable that the number of the most wanted criminals that have been apprehended by this particular program of the high-density operations, and it must be a continuous one so that we invest even more in ensuring that the crimes in our communities are combated. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Msongo. In terms of Rule 134, subsection 7, I now open up for additional supplementary questions or additional remarks by members who wish to do so. Honorable Moody.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Mr. Premier, thank you for that comprehensive report. You know, Mr. Premier, arrest is one thing. That is an outcome. I'd like to ensure that we need to look at impact, and should I rather say that is an output, because outcome would be the number of people who are actually convicted in the courts of law. And the impact will be that we have a safer Gauteng. So let's shift our emphasis away from arrests. Let's focus now upon convictions in court, and then we will see the outcomes that we all hope for, and that's a better and safer Gauteng. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Premier, do you want to respond?
Yeah, thanks so much, Member Moody. I fully concur with you, which is something that we need to ensure the Department of Justice, which is the department I'm engaged with, to assist us to fast-track some of the areas where people are convicted. But it will be wrong, Member Moody, I think you'll agree with me, that when you see somebody committing crime, you leave and ignore that person because you assume the justice system is not going to convict them. Our responsibility is to act when we see a criminal activity happening. And how the justice system performs, it's another part of the legal system that needs to be given space to deal with this aspect. But we are proud, and especially when we're preparing for the G20, and I want to applaud the police for hearing and listening to our plea that they must not play marbles with criminals. Yesterday, 4 criminals that were trying to commit serious crime in our province were shown the real force by the law enforcement agencies, including late last night in the mines. Those that think that they can just do as they wish when we go to bed, they get out of the holes to do as they wish. They met their match yesterday with the police. This is the message that we've given to the police. Show no mercy to criminals. We need to reclaim our province and ensure that no one can commit crime in our province. So those that want to protest and make noise about crime, when we are busy fighting crime, let they dance. We will continue to fight crime. Thank you so much, Minister.
Okay. In terms of 134, proceed, Honorable Son.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Mr. Premier, I want to ask you this question, and perhaps that you have the statistics. I see that you focus on the most wanted criminals. It's a huge number, and I congratulate you on that. However, can you also please share with the House how many kidnapping cases has actual victims been released and perpetrators arrested in the province of Gauteng? And on that question, Mr. Premier, I want to echo your sentiment in that community safety doesn't stop at policing. It goes much further. In fact, we need to see this as a production line that when the police officers go out there and makes an arrest, the criminals shouldn't be released immediately the same afternoon or the next day through the police station themselves. This is where I would urge you, Mr. Premier, to engage with the National Prosecuting Authority, to engage with the Department of Justice, to ensure that chain of process, that chain of justice is implemented properly. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Just hold on. Honorable Premier, if you want to respond, you can do so. But Honorable Son, that sounded like a new question. and I would advise you to ask a new question properly. However, there was a short remark in what you said, and I'll allow the Premier to speak to that. Honourable members, please allow me to run the House. Thank you very much. Proceed.
The reason that I respond to Member Soon, I know his commitment in terms of fighting crime, and I don't doubt him, and has never used it for political point scoring. He's using it purely for the commitment of ensuring that all South Africans are safe in our province. But coming to kidnappings, we've made a major breakthrough. If you check the number of human trafficking syndicates that we've crashed in this province, and the people that have been kidnapped for more than 3 months or so, that how many of them have been released, found out and be released, you will see the work that we've done. Unfortunately, with kidnappings, it's not something that we can make public statement often like we do with the shootings, purely because the syndicate is so sophisticated that we need to use other mechanism and method to track them. But I can assure you, Member Soon, there are 2 stubborn cases that we are struggling with in Gauteng. It's kidnappings as well as sexual related offenses. There, our numbers are not impressive. But with the new unit that has been established to deal with kidnappings, we are cracking the backbone of that syndicate, and we are hopeful that we'll be in a position to deal with. In this province, literally every week there was a cash heist. When last did we hear about a cash heist? We have cracked the backbone of that. Trust us on issues that we feel we need to fight, and trust us on matters that we think that we need to protect South Africans. It's only sexually related offenses that we really believe we are dropping the ball, including elements of kidnappings. But as soon as we get our house in order, we'll be in a position to attend to all those particular matters. And thank you once more, Member Soon, for your kind questions that you've raised with us. Thank you. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you very much, Premier. Honourable members, we are now going back to Honourable Rasidingwane, and let me thank you for indulgence. But you may ask your question to the executive member of the Executive Council for e-Government.
Is he joined online, Honourable Speaker?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Good morning to all the residents of Gauteng Province, all the members of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. Honourable MEC, during an oversight visit to your department, this is number 75 Fox Street in Mbumba House. This is a space that is allocated to your department. We then observed that despite being renovated, fully furnished with brand new furniture, and also cleaned and guarded 24/7 with public money, the facility remains unoccupied. We also conducted another visit a few weeks ago, and we also noticed that what we discovered last year in July, it actually still the status quo. My question will then be, why is this government office sitting empty despite the, taxpayers funding their maintenance, security, as well as utilities? What is the monthly and annual cost to the province for maintaining this unoccupied space, including rates and security and cleaning? Number 3 will be, how many department staff are supposed to occupy this office space? And why are your employees still working from home 5 years later after COVID? Lastly, is the MEC aware that this ongoing neglect contributes to wasteful and fruitless expenditure? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Rasidingwane. Honourable MEC.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker, Honourable Premier, members of the Executive, and thank you very much, Honourable Rasidingwane, for the question. On question 1 is that Mbumba House number 75 Fox Street accommodates 2 provincial departments, namely the Gauteng Provincial Treasury and the Department of E-Government. In terms of the e-government employees, Mbumba House is not vacant. Ground floor, different ICT physical trainings are held at the Center for Innovation daily. On the 6th floor of the building, critical transversal ICT servers that are providing network connectivity and are fully operational in their maintained by various ICT professionals. On daily basis, different contractors access the building for their specific work programs, and there are some officials that frequently do physical visit to the building for changing passwords and completing work programs that can only be done in the building. On question 2, Please note that the Gauteng Department of Infrastructure Development has the legislative mandate for the maintenance of Mbumba House number 75 Fox Street and bears cost thereof, and appoints various professionals for such scheduled preventative maintenance on various building systems. 2 provincial departments are residents at Mbumba House, i.e. the Gauteng Provincial Treasury and e-Government. Each department is apportioned its utility rates and taxes cost proportionally in terms of the MOU entered into by both departments. On a monthly basis, the e-Government pays the City of Johannesburg rates and utilities charges, which is plus minus 1.5 million per month, depending on how much water we used or electricity. And the total budget for rates and taxes is 18 million rands for the duration of the financial year 2025-2026 financial year. Of how many department staffs are supposed to occupy responses that there is presently a staff complement of 892 employees at the e-government department. On why are employees still working from home, the response is that the e-government has a hybrid policy duly approved by the accounting officer and is being implemented accordingly in terms of the remote work. To date, the GDID CAPEX project has been completed, wherein building maintenance is a continuous process, and there are regulatory certificates that must be issued prior to occupation by employees. On your last question of is the MEC aware of this ongoing neglect, in terms of Section 37 of the Occupational Health and Safety Act of 85 of 1993, including building regulations, it is a criminal offense for the responsible party or accounting officer of any work building to allow employees to work in a building that is deemed reasonably suspected of being unsafe. Full completion of the rooftop waterproofing was only completed in the month of July 2025, and the warranty has been issued. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, MEC. Honorable Rashid Ngwane, a supplementary question or short remark, if you have.
Just a supplementary short remarks, Honourable Speaker. I think it is quite concerning that a province that sits with a bill that costs the taxpayers money, in this province 34 million on monthly rental for departments' officers, it's quite concerning that you have a department that has 6 floors. A building that has 6 floors, but is actually empty. I mean, for a young person like myself, the MEC will take an appreciation to the fact that when I ask a question, it's because I have done various oversight visits. So it is quite concerning, MEC Mama Bulo, that you have a building that is fully renovated, that has security guards, that has cleaners on every day, but yet there isn't any, staff that report there. Instead of us continuing to pay 34 million on a monthly basis, we could rather be allocating that, office space to the Department of Other Education that actually cost this province 8 million on rental. So it is concerning that the responsible MEC is saying that there are actually employees reporting on duty at number 75 in Mbumba House, because that is actually incorrect. Thank you.
Honourable members, in terms of Rule 134, subsection 7, I now open for additional supplementary questions or additional remarks by members who wish to do so. Okay, MEC Dlamini.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker, and thank you very much for the honourable member's comments. I must assure the member that I'm not doubting the fact that they went for oversight. It has been concerning to us also, the department, because every time we're supposed to reoccupy the building, something else is not okay. But I can tell you our transversal guys are in the building, and our innovative hub is, there is staff there. And yes, there are those who are working on hold, but we cannot say the building is really totally empty. I want to agree with you. Secondly, I also want to agree with you that we need really to look at our estate as Gauteng to say how much are we using for which value. There I want to agree with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, MEC. Honourable members, I now call on Member Van Dijk. I hope I pronounce your surname properly, to read your question to MEC Mamabolo.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. It is Van Dijk. Thank you very much for getting it right. Van Dijk. Yes, thank you. Good morning, everyone. We have heard from the MEC many times about these water meetings that are happening between the City of Johannesburg and COGTA. However, no matter where you still drive in the city of Joburg, a year on from these meetings happening, there's water leaking all over the streets still. We've got huge bursts, and the infrastructure is still continuing to collapse. And these questions have been asked before, but we've received vague responses to them. So the first question I'm going to ask, we are told that there are weekly meetings happening, yet we see no minutes coming from these meetings. There's no mandate coming from these meetings or timelines coming from these meetings. I think in the interest for the public, especially those on the Commando system and in Berea, who almost never have water, and in our southern systems, they need to know what's coming and what COGTA is doing about this. A year ago this month, in the council chamber of Joburg, the Joburg Water Turnaround Strategy was passed. We have yet to see any kind of implementation of that strategy happening in the city, and I'd like to know what COGTA is doing to assist the city in getting this right. What measures has COGTA put in place to improve Johannesburg Water's risk oversight and risk prevention? And finally, what emergency protocols has COGTA established with Joburg Water in repairing its 22 critically broken water systems? I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Honourable MEC.
I didn't say Melville.
Okay, thank you very much, Honourable Madam Speaker. Let me greet the entire leadership of the House, all MECs, the Chief Whip, and Honourable members. Now, let me just clarify that with respect to the first part of the question, and thanks for the question, we do not have meeting between COGTA and the city of Joburg. So let's start there. That is factually incorrect. So there will not be minutes of such a meeting because we don't have that meeting. What I suspect you are referring to, and perhaps I think you are referring to the intergovernmental relations meetings that we have with all the municipalities in the province to monitor the provision and supply of water. So it is not with the city of Joburg. We do IGR every Wednesday. We monitor water supply in the province, working with Rent Water, with all the stakeholders like SALGA and the Department of Water and Sanitation. So I think that's what you're referring to, but subject to confirmation or correction by yourself. Now, the second part of the question is that in these meetings, and it's important, honourable members, to remember that as COGTA, we don't have line function responsibilities on water provision. That is done by the Department of Water and Sanitation. However, we have created an IG forum that in part seeks to look at water supply, and of course we're looking at the activities of various municipalities, and to that extent...
Hi, how are you? I'm good, thank you.
Sorry about that. We just want to, we'll monitor the members that are online. Sorry about that. You may proceed with your question. MEC, you may proceed with responding.
So I was just saying, Honourable Member, that whilst we do not have line function responsibilities directly on water, but we provide coordination and we engage all the municipalities on these matters, and what we do is to request municipalities to prepare and of course ensure that they improve on bulk infrastructure requirements. We deal with water conservation and demand management plans and assessment of infrastructure capacity, readiness to receive, including water that will be coming through the Lesotho Highlands Water Project. So with respect to number 3, the IGR forum is intended to address water-related challenges, risk and ensure water security for the province going forward. And I must say that the IGR addresses holistically all municipal water challenges, including power supply to key pump stations. Now, with respect to emergency protocols that have been established, I must say that we do not have specific emergency protocols with the city of Joburg, but I would like to say to you, on the part that you are raising about 22 critically broken water systems, I would like to assure you that in tomorrow's meeting, we will ask the city of Joburg to give us a proper report on this issue. I also want to say to honorable members, this IGR structure that we have established, we only established it in November 2024, so it is still a new structure. We can't really say we have made much progress, except that we have prevented the total collapse of water supply in the province in what was called day 0 for water supply in the province. So what I'll plead is that, like this issue you raised on 22 critically broken water systems, if there are any issues that you may want us to look into, please do bring those issues so that we can actually work on them. The provision of water is very important, and we need to make sure that everybody does have water all the time. So please, let's work together on the matters, bring matters like this one, and I commit that we'll give you feedback on the issue that you have raised. We will engage it with the city, we'll deal with it with the city of Joburg. But otherwise, thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you very much, MEC. Honorable Van Dyk, do you have a supplementary question or short remark?
Yes, thank you, Speaker. And we appreciate the responses. So while the term may have not been correct, the IGR forums are happening, and they're happening across a multitude of municipalities. However, Joburg is facing crisis, more so than others. The others are going to reach the level that Joburg's reaching if there isn't intervention. So there's got to be minutes from those meetings and mandates from those meetings as to what Joburg Water and the mayor need to achieve by a certain period of time. So that's what we're looking for, is what is aspiring from that, from those negotiations. You know, the 22 systems, the 2 that are very important, I don't think we need to list the 22. They've been known about for a very long time. But the South Hills Tower often never has water in it. 2 years ago, then Water and Sanitation Minister Senzo Mkhunu was there, and he promised water supply. Now, all that's happening is water shifting. The residents in the south don't have water. Then you look at the Commando system. Commando feeds off Hursthill 1 and 2. This is probably one of the biggest failures. Hursthill 1 is broken at the 1-meter line. Hursthill 2 is broken at the 45-meter line. This feeds some of the biggest areas within the city of Johannesburg. And we, to date, have no clear plan on what's going to happen. We are currently sitting in the month of August, and we are reaching 31-degree temperatures. Joburg Water is no doubt going to be releasing a press statement very soon to say curb water usage, when residents don't even have it. So I appreciate that you're going to raise these systems with Joburg tomorrow. It would be enviable if we could be invited to those meetings, not to participate, but just to observe and hear Joburg Water's response. I thank you, Speaker.
Okay, thank you very much, Honourable Van Dyk. So, honourable members, in terms of Rule 134, subsection 7, I now open up for additional supplementary questions or additional remarks by members who wish to do so. Honourable Msimanga.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise on 134, subsection 7. To the MEC, I got a little bit disturbed last week when we went and did our oversight, when we met with the Merafo. And it looks like this is a trend that is happening everywhere, because this is something that was confirmed by the HOD to then say that there seems to be a disjointment between what municipalities are doing and what they know is actually underground in terms of the bulk infrastructure, which is something that I think in those meetings that you're having needs to be raised in terms of do they know what do they have and what they don't have in terms of the infrastructure, the state of it in terms of it being new, old, needing replacement, needing refurbishment, or whatever the case is. And I think that's one of the things that needs to be looked at, because the answer that we got is that they don't know. They told us themselves, the city manager said they don't know. They don't know what infrastructure they have. They don't know how old it is. They don't know when they will need to replace it or to repair it, because all they do is just to respond to the best when they do happen. I think it's one of those things that you're going to need to then insist on and make sure that informing part of the infrastructure master plan, those are things that gets to be answered in that particular session or sessions. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Honorable Msimanga. MEC?
Yeah. 2 points. Let me acknowledge those follow-up questions. But let me appeal to the entire House that where there are water challenges in any part of the province, all honorable members in the House are advised and requested to submit them to us so that we can continue to engage municipalities on these issues. The Premier of the province has, during SOPA, apologized to the people of the province for areas where there are still difficulties and challenges. So what we're looking for is let's work together to deal with these issues, and more information coming to us will help us to do the work. So let's partner and work together on the issues that have been raised, and to everybody. The second point that is raised by Honorable Msimang about the Merafong. Firstly, we had a bilateral meeting 2 weeks back between ourselves as the province, COGTA, and the entire mayoral committee of Merafong. We agreed on a 10-point plan, and the executive mayor presented that just last week in the State of the City address, and those issues were flagged. With respect to the issue of the underground networks of water supply, the underground pipes in areas like, actually in many of the municipalities, there is a problem of, indeed, getting to know the state and condition of underground water supply, because in this province, we lose a huge percentage of water to what is called non-revenue water. So there is a big problem, and the non-revenue water is too high. So one of the issues that we have agreed in this IGR meeting, we have asked the Council for Industrial and Scientific Research, CSIR, to help us with a technology to monitor water leakages for all our municipalities, so that even when we receive the Lesotho Islands water project, the water coming in, we don't have most of that water going to waste. In many instances, in City of Tshwane, Dolomatic areas, Merafong, leakages underground causes sinkholes, and it makes the situation worse. So we are really interested in managing and dealing with the conditions of water leakages. It is a very serious matter, and we are trying to find the best technology to deal with that, and we have received a proposal from CSIR. We will be approaching the province, national government, to look for money to roll out underground monitoring system. The solution is there. And the targeted area are 2 as a pilot. It's Merafong and is Mfuleni, which has the highest. But also those portions in the City of Tshwane that are exposed to high dolomatic conditions. So we are looking into that matter, because indeed, the reason why we can't fix water leakages is precisely because there's no accurate data on where it is happening, and we are trying to do that for our municipalities, and we'll keep to update the House on that issue. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, MEC Mamabolo. Honorable E. Du Plessis, can you read your question to the member of the Executive Council for Human Settlements?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Regarding mega developments, can the MEC for Human Settlements please answer the following? Which mega developments still have bulk infrastructure outstanding? When will this bulk infrastructure be installed? What help is the department affording municipalities with bulk infrastructure? Is there a different strategy for newly developed mega developments regarding bulk infrastructure? And how many walk-ups are still unallocated due to the bulk electricity infrastructure? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Honourable MEC.
Thank you very much, Member du Plessis, for the question. The response is as follows. Regarding the response to the first part of the question is that there are 3 mega projects, Jabulani Parcel K, Dentlume and Elijah Bahai, that still require electricity for the new phases. In response to when will the bulk infrastructure be installed, in the current financial year, we will install bulk infrastructure for 2,086 units. What help is the Department affording municipalities? The response is as follows. The Department provides complementary grant funding through the Human Settlements Development Grant and the Upgrading of Informal Settlements Grant for non-metro municipalities. The metro municipalities get direct funding for bulk from the National Department of Human Settlements and other grants accessible for municipalities. The response to the fourth part of the question is that the first 2 years are used to focus on implementing bulk infrastructure, and that is prior to the construction of units, so that we install bulk before construction of the top structures. And the response to the last part is that it must be noted that electricity is a municipal competency, and complementary funding is sourced from the human settlements grants where required. To date, there are 5,546 walk-up units without electricity. It must be noted that 2,086 units work is underway as per the budget allocation in non-metros to energize and allocate the units in the current financial year. On those 5,546 walk-up units, there is funding that is sourced by the municipalities from other funding authorities like DMRE, and even funded from the municipalities themselves to install the bulk infrastructure in relation to the electricity. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable MEC. Honourable du Plessis, a supplementary question or short remark?
Thank you very much. Just a short remark on question 4, where the MEC indicated that it takes that there's a 2-year period leading up to having the bulk installed and then doing the top structures. I don't think we're keeping to that. If we can look into that and rather have bulk infrastructure there before we start building, it would maybe go down much better for the residents of this province. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Honourable du Plessis. Honourable members, in terms of Rule 134, subsection 7, I now open up for additional supplementary questions or additional remarks by members who wish to do so.
Rise in terms of 134.7.
Proceed, Honourable
Speaker.
Shirota.
Thank you. MEC, you've indicated quite a few times that these projects can only be finalised if bulk is supplied by municipalities. Many municipalities, and that's an issue which has come up a number of times, are not using the bulk funding for the specific purpose. The department is working together with the municipalities, and in order to complete the projects, that bulk needs to be supplied. What steps is the department taking to ensure compliance by the municipalities? Otherwise, we're simply going to have one department fobbing off the other, and we simply won't complete these projects. So where does your department stand in ensuring compliance by the municipalities? Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Honourable MEC.
Thanks. Member Shirota, the compliance for the correct usage of the grants is the responsibility of the transferring authority and the receiving authority. So in this instance, it would be National Department of Human Settlements to metro municipalities for USDG, or other departments who are transferring to metro municipalities and other municipalities. The department has taken a decision not to, but it's also supported by regulations of Treasury, not to transfer grants to municipalities, because there has been the problem of municipalities redirecting that funds once they receive it. What we are doing is paying directly for the work done or implementing on behalf of those municipalities. But in the case of USDG, which goes from national human settlements to metro municipalities, that's the responsibility of national human settlements. What we are doing is making sure that the business plans of metro municipalities are aligned to our plan of installing or constructing top structures. So what we want is that national human settlements must interrogate the business plans of metro municipalities to make sure there's alignment and make sure that they have budgeted for the bulk infrastructure from USDG so that it complements our usage of HSDG in the metro municipalities. But so insofar as oversight and compliance, that's the responsibility of the transferring authority. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mutara. I now call on Member Du Plessis to read your question to the Member of the Executive Council for Roads and Transport. She is online and she will be responding. Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Could the MEC of Roads and Transport please answer the following regarding the ITMP 25? Is the ITMP 25 just a reduced policy document, or does it give real direction to the department? Was the process that was followed legitimate? Is the ITMP 25 a similar document to the MSDF of the municipality, or is it a lesser document? What is the legal framework of the ITMP 25, and when will the ITMP 25 be finalized? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Honourable MEC.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker, and good afternoon to honourable members in the House. In response to Member Du Plessis, question 1, ITMP 25 is not a reduced policy document. It is a strategic document which provides direction for the province in both short and long term. Question 2, yes, the process followed is legitimate. There's no real specific requirement in the legislation prescribing the process of the ITMP 25 like the NLTA requires for municipal integrated transport plans. Generally, provinces are different and don't need to do an integrated transport plan. Provinces draw from all the applicable ITPs available and prepared by the municipalities. Gauteng is different due to its nature and development. It is essentially a mega city that needs to have an ITP. The process followed was similar to the ITP procedure as mainly required by the NLTA. Other legislation was also followed, and we have stipulated all the legislation from the Constitution to the last one. The question, I hope it's shared with Member Du Plessis through the legislature. Question 3, it is not a similar document to the municipal spatial development frameworks prepared by each metro or municipality. Those are for their land use plans. The ITMP 25 takes in consideration the MSDF, drew information from that, as well as the Gauteng Spatial Development Framework, which have been compiled using land use requirements, policies and development. All these spatial frameworks are considered in the planning processes and formed that basis on the land use information used in the ITMP 25. Question 4, there's no real legislative framework for the integrated transport master plan, but because of the special nature of Gauteng, the National Land Transport Act was used as the basis to guide the development thereof. During the execution, the following portion of legislation were closely followed. That is the Constitution of the Republic, Public Administration Justice Act, Promotion of Access to Information, Protection of Personal Information Act. And question 5, the document has been finalized and it's now in its final process for approval and signature. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, MEC. Honourable Du Plessis, do you have a supplementary question or short remark?
Madam Speaker, thank you. No, I was covered. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, in terms of Rule 134, subsection 7, are now open for additional supplementary questions or additional remarks by members who wish to do so? Okay. Thank you very much, honorable members. I now call on Honorable Moriarty to read his questions to the Member of Executive Council for Economic Development. Honorable Moriarty.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to ask the MEC for Economic Development that in a recent sitting, the MEC indicated that the Gauteng provincial government was adopting a tiered approach to special economic zones. Could the MEC please, 1, describe the various tiers, 2, besides the 2 SEZs designated by the DTIC, could the MEC indicate which other SEZs are scheduled to be designated? 3, could the MEC give an estimation of when these to-be-designated SEZs will be submitted to the DTIC for designation? 4, what are the SEZs that are intended to be allocated to the other tiers? And 5, what benefits could accrue to the businesses that locate within the other tiers? Thanks.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Thanks for the question, Honourable Member. Let me start by indicating that the multi-tier SEZ approach is not new. It was introduced during Premier Makura's time. So I think I should start there. It's not a new concept. So the answer to question 1 is that the tiered approach of the Gauteng SEZ program is based on a strategic rollout plan that aims to establish at least 1 SEZ in each development corridor of the province. This approach is intended to ensure balanced regional development while leveraging local strengths to support provincial and national economic objectives. Within the Gauteng context, the tiered approach provides for the establishment of an SEZ in each of the province's development corridors, ensuring inclusive regional economic participation, promotion of industrial activities aligned to GGT 2030 by targeting sectors identified in the strategy that can be competitively located within SEZs, planning of the SEZ tailored to the unique characteristics and comparative advantages of each corridor, leveraging the SEZs as a catalyst for reindustrialization, infrastructure investment and economic revitalization across the province. Answer to question 2, the Gauteng Department of Economic Development is implementing a multi-tier special economic zone program aimed at stimulating regional economic development across the province. The program envisions the establishment of at least 1 SEZ in each development corridor of Gauteng. To date, 2 SEZs have been gazetted, which are Gauteng Industrial Development Zone, also known as the OR Tambo International Airport SEZ, located in the Eastern Corridor. 2, the Tshwane Automotive SEZ, situated in the Northern Corridor. In addition, 3 further SEZs are currently in the planning phase, with proposed locations in Sidibeng, Southern Corridor, the West Rand, which is the Western Corridor, and Lanseria, which is in straddles across 3 corridors, Tshwane, West Rand, and Johannesburg. On number 3, question 3, the submission of SEZ designation application to the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition is contingent upon the successful, or rather is dependent on the successful completion of the required technical and business feasibility studies, which are currently still underway. For the 2025-2026 financial year, it is anticipated that the application for gazetting of the VAL SEZ will be considered by the DTIC, and only them knows when they will make a determination. The remaining 2 SEZ applications for the West Rand and Lanseria regions will be submitted once all necessary preparatory work and supporting documentation required for designation have been finalized. Question 4. Each development corridor in the province is expected to host at least one SEZ, while the OR Tambo International Airport SEZ and the Tshwane Automotive SEZ have already been gazetted. Additional SEZs, as I've said, are being planned for the Sidibeng, West Rand, and Lanseria regions. These planned SEZ are the anticipated remaining tiers forming part of the Gauteng multi-tier SEZ program. The last question, the Gauteng multi-tier SEZ model is designed to catalyze regional economic growth by promoting business activity within designated zones with the objective of ensuring that the resulting economic benefits extend to local business enterprises and surrounding communities. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Mr. MEC, for a fairly lengthy response, which attempted to cover all the bases. I got the sense from the MEC that the Gauteng provincial government believes that by stating that this corridor is having an SEZ, and let's call it the Vaal SEZ, then that means stuff will happen. What I don't get the sense is what is going to be the driver that would cause businesses to come into a particular area. Now, the ones that make sense to me are obviously, let me speak specifically of TASES. It's an automotive SEZ. The automotive industry then will have a symbiotic relationship, and through that symbiotic relationship, coupled with whatever incentives, and primarily the incentives is, as I understand it, there are bulk infrastructure that can be taken advantage of. There is rental reduction that can be taken advantage of. And so it is beneficial to a company to go and operate there. If I can take the example of the Vaal SEZ, and the MEC may be aware that the committee has decided to go on an FIS to the Vaal SEZ, it seems to be three different projects in three different places, plus a head office. A zone, in terms of the definition of the word zone, is a continuous area within which there is activity, and hence you know it as a zone. When you have a project in Rietspruit, a project in Heidelberg, one that was potentially in Midvaal but for sinkhole reasons can't take place, and a head office at Van der Bijl, that's not a zone. So it doesn't actually make a huge amount of sense to me. To the extent that if there was a characteristic that says we provide bulk infrastructure, that's the advantage. We provide lower rent, and it is for this particular economic sector. That is the definitions that I was hoping to get in the description of number one. Not that we want something to happen in this corridor and something to happen in this corridor. So to the extent that, number one, I found that the definition is somewhat vague, and also that the item 5, question 5, I can't understand the benefit. Therefore, I can't understand what it would be that would draw businesses to those areas and hence jobs to be created. So I really do question the model here. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Moriarty. So I respond to a question that you asked, and I've got that obligation to respond to your question, not to make you happy, and not to, because if you say the question is vague, I mean the answer is vague, perhaps your question was vague, because I'm answering based on how I understand your question. So that's the first part. The second part is that you will know that the SEZ regime is regulated So I didn't want to repeat what is in the regulation. If you want, because I think you can read and you know what is in the regulation. So when I answered here, and that's why I started by explaining to you the history of the SEZ, that is not starting now, and the rationale why we have a multi-tier system, which is unique to Gauteng. There isn't any in the country, by the way. It was introduced here in Gauteng, and it's something that we are pursuing with a national. So that's the second aspect to your question. The third one is that the Vaal region, as you know, it has got 3 municipalities, and each municipality has got its strengths and weaknesses. And as you correctly say, there will be about 3 different economic activities taking place in the Vaal, which will complement each other based on the strength of each municipality, unless the honorable member says there is a specific part of the Vaal that does not deserve to be having industrial activities. You should be happy that we are looking at spreading the economic opportunities, firstly in all the regions of Gauteng, secondly in all the sub-regions in the Vaal, because we want to reach out to as many people as possible. But thirdly, you would acknowledge that both the SEZs that we have are successful. And that's why we have completed first phase in both. We are in the second phase now. In the OR Tambo, we are already started construction. We have already started construction when it comes to bulk. In Tshwane, we have started with. So, unless you are saying it doesn't work, which that's not your argument, and I'm trying to understand what is your argument, because the 2 that we already have are successful. So if you're saying the 2 are not successful and you're arguing we should not have more, then maybe we would have a discussion. So perhaps you must go back to the drawing board, write me new questions. Once you are clarified in your thoughts and mind, what is it that you want to ask? Thank you.
Thank you. Members, we are running behind schedule. Question time has already ended, but we'll proceed with question time and extending. I just thought I should mention that. Member Engelbrecht.
Good afternoon. I'd like to ask the MEC of Education regarding Teresa Park Primary and Secondary School. Could the MEC please indicate, firstly, was any due diligence done on water, electricity and sanitation provisions before occupation? Which officials signed off on the occupation of the site? Was the school granted an occupancy certificate, and when did this happen? Has the department violated its minimum norms and standards by placing learners in such a facility? And lastly, what was the motivation behind using this unserviced site over existing infrastructure in Soshanguve? Thank you.
Is the MEC online?
Yes, Deputy Speaker. Am I audible?
Excuse me, yes, you can go ahead.
Good afternoon to honourable members. With regard to the first question, in giving context to the issue of basic services at both schools, it should be noted that the Gauteng Department of Education applied to the city of Tshwane for connection which due to the requirement to which is standing. Whilst we're in this matter, the GDE has provided alternative basic services in the form of boreholes for water provision, generators and solar panels for electricity, septic tanks for sanitation, and flushing mobile ablution facility. Whilst the services have remained uninterrupted in the primary school, The secondary school has experienced some challenges related to operating the said electrical system to keep it optimally running. Additionally, it should be noted that some learners are said to have interfered with the systems, which caused technical challenges. In attending these challenges, a meeting was held with the school governing body and the management to understand the root cause of the challenges, and the following were agreed to. Firstly, installation of a fence around the pump and generator, and that has been done. Re-inducting the staff on how the system operates. And thirdly, the following requisitions have been complied. Servicing of the generator and solar system, upgrade of the borehole water filtering system, and additional solar panels. And furthermore, installation of additional drinking fountains. With regard to the second question, the GD is currently in the process of rezoning the property accordingly to resolve the issue of provision of municipal services. While we are attending the rezoning processes, the department must fulfill its obligation to have learners in class and be taught in accordance with the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, namely 1996 Act number 108 of 1996. The facilities have been signed off by the relevant professionals, providing the structures to the GDA. With regard to the third question, the municipality has not issued the occupation certificate for the facilities given that the property is because the property is still being rezoned. With regard to the fourth question, the GDE, the department, has not violated its minimum norms and standards. With regard to the fifth question, a needs analysis was conducted regarding schools around the Pretoria North, Teresa Park, Chantel, including the Orchards area. Schools around these areas were found to be oversubscribed and exceeded capacity. It was further discovered that the areas developing rapidly with high-rise or townhouse residential developments. With these developments, there are no sites earmarked for educational use. The sites identified to accommodate the two schools is owned by the Gauteng provincial government and has been allocated to the Gauteng Department of Education as user department. Although not fully compliant, there is a high need for the provision of educational infrastructure in the area due to migration from areas such as Hammanskraal, Soshanguve, Mabopane, Garankuwa, including Winterveld. The department is currently in the process of zoning the property accordingly to resolve the issue of provision of municipal services. Whilst we are attending to the rezoning, learners need to be in class and be taught in accordance to the Constitution of the Republic. So it should be noted that the sites such as the ones where schools are established end up being illegally invaded, creating serious challenges for government. Thank you.
Excuse me.
Oh, there we are. Deputy Speaker, thank you. Can the MEC please explain, thank you to the MEC for the explanations. I didn't expect anything different, but can the MEC please explain how is it, and this is an old thing of the department, how can the MEC build mobile schools on a piece of property before the rezoning is done through the municipality and before public participation has taken place and before there is services, water and electricity? And then, MEC, how is it, are you then saying that schools without electricity, water and toilets meet the minimum standards for education and are fit for purpose? And then I'd like to ask you, MEC, would you send your child to that school under those circumstances? Thank you.
MEC.
Thanks again, Honourable Member. You know, we try since the weekend, Saturday, the mighty team of the Black and White Army made some of us very happy. So we taught ourselves humility. So we'll remain humble in whatever we do for the whole week. So I remain humble when I respond here. I never said there's no electricity at the school. I never said there's no water. I said the municipal the connection from the municipality was not approved. But that does not mean there's no water, there's no electricity. The answer was, we have provided a generator which generates electricity. We have provided solar panels which provides electricity. We have set up boreholes which provides water. So when the member said there are no these services, maybe it's my accent, I don't know. But there are those services there. They're just not being provided by the municipality, but it does not mean they're not there. So they are there. So with regard to rezoning is a process, and I have to stress this point, and it's what I always say as well. The municipality takes time with their own processes. The city of Tshwane has taken long, and it's not only for this particular property; it's for other properties and other developments that we're trying to do across the city, including the SDPs, the pace. It's slow. But in the interim, we have a growing number of learners staying in a feeder zone who need schooling. And we have a government property. So unless honourable member says it doesn't matter, you must wait up until you get the municipality to respond. It's up until today. The municipality is still busy with the process of the rezoning. So literally would have meant that we'd have thousands of kids in that area with no school. And yet there's a government property sitting there idle. So we had to legally advance into that property so that we set up so that we can have our kids in school. And that's what we've done. We've made sure that we comply with our constitutional obligation of having schools that meet the minimum norms and standards. And that's why when I've responded that the school meets norms and standards of the department. So therefore, that school is in compliance with our norms and standards. The only thing is the municipality, the rezoning. After the rezoning, that's when we're going to start having other processes involved with the provisioning of services. So I don't know if maybe we shouldn't, maybe I don't know what the honourable member wants me to say there or what he wants us to do. But this is where we are, and this is where we found ourselves as a department. If there's anything, if all members want to really come on board and become progressive and assist and work with, not necessarily work with the people, amongst other things, because even if you can look at the ward council in the area, you might find, the council, let me just say the council keeps on approving these high-rise buildings without necessarily taking into consideration the social infrastructure for schools, for clinics, for other amenities that are required by the same residents that will sit in those high-rise buildings. So it doesn't do that, and it makes it very difficult. That's why we have high-pressure areas. These high-pressure areas came about because of developers who create all these high-rise buildings with the municipality not even thinking twice about the social infrastructure. So I remember, yes, I can take my child to the school because my kids, I repeat, are in public schools. Thank you. Can you, Deputy Speaker? Oh.
You done?
Yeah. There we are. Deputy Speaker, I just want to check. I've already asked my secondary questions. Can I ask again? I've got lots of questions.
Question, and you
so can I ask a supplementary?
You got the supplementary one. You asked the second question, of course. So your supplementary is now.
Supplementary.
Yes.
Thank you. MEC, thank you very much for those excuses which we are used to hearing on a daily basis. It's called planning, MEC. You know how many schools have to be built every year. You start planning years ahead. When you started becoming MEC, you start planning for a school that has to be built, and you then apply for the rezoning application. This has never been done. So now what you do is you go and put up a mobile school, and then you blame the municipality because rezoning hasn't been done. So MEC, my question to you is, and maybe you did not understand my question, is why do you not apply for the rezoning and proper municipal bylaw applications before you put up the school? Yes, there is solar panels, but why? Because the municipality didn't put down electricity. Yes, there are JoJo tanks with water. Why? Because there's no rezoning, the municipality didn't build infrastructure. So, MEC, the question which you are not answering is why do you do that? Instead of first following due process, and then the kids will have a proper school with all the proper infrastructure. Thank you.
MEC?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Like I said, we'll remain humble. I don't know what the honourable member wants me to say, but rezoning is part of the planning. When we say we don't plan, I think that's quite disingenuous, and really is trying to drive a narrative that is not there. We plan ahead, of course. That's why we started this process of rezoning. However, the need was immediate. It does not mean that we did not know that there would be an immediate need. No, we planned, but the municipality is slow. It's slow. This property you're talking about is a 2-year-old matter, if not long, and still the municipality has not responded. So if you want to put the blame on us, I would understand. It's okay, you're in the legislature, you have to say we're not doing anything. But we've done our part. Considering following up we're following up rather on the municipality. I've gone to an extent where I've written to mayors many times before even this current term, requesting them to get their planning departments to work better and quicker with us so that we can comply. And still, we have not received joy. So to bring it to us now and say we're not doing anything, we're not planning, we're violating bylaws. No, we have not violated any bylaw, because if we had done so, the school would be closed by the municipality. So we have not done that, we have not violated anything there. The school is fully compliant with the legislations and the bylaws of the municipality. The only thing is the rezoning aspect, so that the municipality can also deal with the issue of provision of these services. But those services are there. So I don't know what you want me to say that is different, that can make you happy. But I want to agree with the Honorable Maile when he says, asking a question does not mean the answer I give you must make you smile. I'm answering what you've asked. And that's what I'm doing, and that's what we've done. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker. In my prior request relating to the Funeral Undertakers Reform Bill, commissioned by the then MEC of...
Shadow Presiding Officer, sorry, I still have a second question. I still have the second question, which I haven't asked. I have ED 026, I had ED 025, and I have ED 026. Trying. Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Regarding the MEC's reply, the previous question, which applies to my second question, I find it very interesting that the MEC says that I'm disingenuous when he says that all the services are there and that he's applied to the municipality, when the school was built last year and he could have had several years to actually do the application before building the school. But nonetheless, can the MEC please then say, why was the school opened? Why was it opened? That is the question, before the rezoning was done and before the children had proper electricity, running water and ablution facilities. And how are the educators expected to maintain hygiene or conduct digital learning with the challenges they're experiencing? Are the learners currently forced to use undignified toilet facilities? And what interim solutions are in place to protect learners' health and dignity? And has the department engaged with any other departments, for example, Eskom, infrastructure, any other departments regarding service connections? Thank you.
MEC.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. With regard to the first question, in giving context to the issue of basic services at both schools, it should be noted the Gauteng Department of Education has applied to the City of Tshwane for connection, which was not approved. Due to the requirement to rezone the sites, which is still outstanding, whilst addressing this matter, the GDE has provided alternative basic services in the form of boreholes for water provision, generators and solar panels for electricity, septic tanks for sanitation, flushing mobile ablutions. Whilst the services have remained uninterrupted at the primary school, meaning everything is fine at the primary school, the secondary school has experienced some challenges related to keep it optimally running. Additionally, some learners are said to have interfered with the system, which caused technical challenges, being high school learners being a bit disruptive to the infrastructure. In attending to these challenges, a meeting was held where the SGP was present and the management of the school was present with the departmental, with the head office. And the following was agreed: installation of a fence around the pump and the generator, re-inducting the staff on how to operate the system, and also a new requisitions were compiled, one for servicing the generator and the solar system, one to the operation of a borehole system, and also an additional drinking fountains were installed. Okay, in question 2, both schools have been provided with drinking fountains for drinking to maintain hygiene and electricity in the form of generator and solar to conduct digital learning. While the services have remained uninterrupted at the primary school, we have noted that secondary school has experienced challenges. The same, I want to repeat the same thing I've said in the first question now and the first question, the previous question. A meeting was held with the SGB and the school leadership, and the following was agreed to ensure that we get it up and running back to the norms and standard. Installation of the fence, reinducting of the staff, new requisitions were compiled to service the generator, the solar system, the borehole filtering system, additional solar panels were provided, a further installation of extra drinking fountains. With regard to the third question, both schools have been provided with flushing mobile toilet facilities. These facilities have toilet pans, wash and basins, urinals for boys, which are supplied with water from the borehole. Whilst long-term solutions are pursued, delivery of clean drinking water is done to address the hygiene aspect. So water is there. With regard to the fourth question, the schools are using flushing mobile ablutions. There are water fountains for drinking. When there are challenges such as the one in the secondary school with the borehole, the school is provided with clean water delivery by the department through water tankers. With regard to the fifth question, the local municipality has been engaged regarding service connections. The site needs to be rezoned first as it's currently registered as agricultural land. A service level agreement has been signed with the Department of Infrastructure Development, Gauteng, and the service providers to assist with the rezoning has also been appointed. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
Member, supplementary question.
Deputy Speaker, thank you. We are sitting in a department with incredible cash flow constraints, and we just don't have enough money to build all the schools that are needed. And yet the MEC wants to try and justify the huge cost of generators, mobile toilets, mobile ablutions, solar panels, and water tankers, when this could all have been avoided if rezoning had been done on time and before the mobile units were placed down. So, MEC, will you be taking personal responsibility for the huge cost of all these additional facilities that you have provided? Because let me tell you, MEC, this is total negligence, and learners and the community are being punished for the department's failures. The department has failed the learners of Teresa Park Primary and Secondary School by opening a school without the proper facilities, the proper infrastructure, as should have been done if application had been done timeously. So, MEC, not only have you violated the law, the municipality law of the City of Tshwane, and the minimum norms and standards, but you have trampled on the dignity of our children. And urgency cannot excuse negligence, and promises cannot replace services.
Is it me, Deputy Speaker? Am I still audible? Deputy Speaker?
Yes, I can hear you. We can hear you.
Yeah, but if you don't respond, I don't know if I should proceed or not. All right. Can I proceed?
We can hear you, Honourable Member, MEC. You can proceed.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. So the honourable member now says, I'm taking personal responsibility. So, English is it's very problematic. I think Mayor Member Albrecht, because English might not be our mother tongue, it can tend to confuse both of us from time to time. But I thought she said, I'm taking personal, as an executive authority. Yes, there are budget constraints in the department, true, but we have a constitutional obligation to ensure that every child of school-going age has access to school. It's not a choice; it's a constitutional obligation. This thing. Two, the school must meet certain minimum norms and standards. And that's a very important aspect. And that's what we've done. And it's what I've responded to you. Thirdly, when you say to us or to the department, say, you have violated the City of Tshwane bylaws, the City of Tshwane was supposed to have written to us, or if not, acted and said, no, we're closing the school. They did not do that because there's no bylaw that has been violated, honourable member. We've been in the sector since pre-democracy, even beyond. We understand what needs to be done so that we can set up a temporary infrastructure for space. We know that. So we'll never violate any bylaw. We don't do that, and we've not done that. And I'm happy that you are saying the school opened last year. And I've said to you, this process started 2 years prior of this land. So meaning that you should be able to determine that it means the department had 12 months being up, pursuing the city of Tshwane for rezoning. And I've said, and that's 12 months prior to the occupation current. And over and above the 12 months we are today here on the 26th of August, still the city has not moved with us with regard to rezoning. So literally, we would have left thousands of kids in that area, which would have written, and you would have asked the question. We are sitting with 1,000, 2,000 learners who don't have schools in Teresa Park. What is the department not doing? Now, you are not answering that. You're asking me, you have kids there, and this is we are doing something, and that's what we do. Government provides a solution. And that's what we've done with Teresa Park. We've provided a solution, and the solution is compliant with the minimum norms of standard, is compliant with the law. So we've not done anything untoward. And those learners at the school, teaching and learning is resuming. We have not had any problem. Obviously, when you set up temporary schools, you will have teething problems at the beginning. But where we are with Teresa Park, we are at much better state than we were when we started. And that's why I'm saying I'm comfortable that the school is coming on. As soon as we complete the issue of rezoning, that's when we're going to start major infrastructure work at the school, so that we can develop it much better with all the sporting facilities and everything that needs to be done. We'll be able to do that much better. But in the interim, the school is compliant. Kids have flushing toilets. Teachers have got flushing ablution facilities. The school has electricity. There's water to drink at the school. Everything is done properly in the school. So there are no issues in the school, honourable member. So we have not violated anybody's right. We have not violated any law. In fact, if there's anything, we are refusing with the dignity of our children and their future. That's why we've gone to the lengths that we've gone to ensure that we set up schools, we make sure that learners are in classroom and they have a teacher in front of them. And they've got all the tools. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'll stop there.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This is for the MEC of Health and Wellness. In my prior request relating to the Funeral Undertakers Bill commissioned by the then MEC Gadani Mahlangu, your office admitted to paying an amount of 3 million rand to Hambanati Training and Development for the creation of legislation in this regard. Information Officer Mponawa deposed in an affidavit that records of the transaction cannot be traced as they fall out of the mandated scope of the 10-year mandatory record-keeping requirements. With that in mind, would you kindly please explain, 1, who are the directors of Hambanati Training and Development? 2, was any actual work done on the creation of a funeral undertakers bill? 3, if, as you claim, there are no records of payment, was the work done pro bono? 4, if it was not done pro bono, where is the body of evidence of the work to warrant payment of 3 million rand of taxpayers' money? And 5, if work was indeed done, why has the proposed legislation not come before the Health Portfolio Committee for evaluation, as it is governed by Regulation 363 of the National Health Act relating to the management of human remains and the National Environment Management Act 107, both of which need to be monitored by provincial and municipal spheres of government as they pertain to the physical and environmental health and safety of the residents of Gauteng. Thank you.
MEC.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Speaker, the response to the first question is the department has no record of Ambanati training and development, and therefore no information is available on its directors. The second response is referred to the first response. The third question again referred to the first response. The fourth one refer again to the first response. The fifth one refer again to the first response. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Deputy Speaker, I will then hold my supplementary questions over for my next question, which is to economic development. May I proceed? Thank you so much. Now, my question is identical to the Executive for Economic Development. MEC, in answer to questions I posed to your department and in my prior request relating to the Funeral Undertakers Reform Bill, commissioned by the then MEC Gadani Mahlangu, your office admitted to paying an amount of 3 million rand to Hambanati Training and Development for the creation of the legislation in this regard. Information Officer Mponawa deposed in an affidavit that records of the transaction cannot be traced as they fall out of the mandated scope of the 10-year mandatory record-keeping regulations. With this in mind, would you please explain, number one, who are the directors of Hambanati Training and Development? Number two, was actual work done on the creation of a funeral undertakers bill? Three, if, as you claim, there are no records of payment, was the work done pro bono? 4, if it was not done pro bono, where is the body of evidence of the work to warrant payment of 3 million rand of taxpayers' money? 5, if work was indeed done, why has the proposed legislation not come before the Health Portfolio Committee for evaluation, as it is governed by Regulation 363 of the National Health Act relating to the management of human remains and the National Environmental Management Act 107, both of which need to be monitored by provincial and municipal spheres of government as it pertains to the physical and environmental health and safety of the residents of Gauteng? Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
MEC.
Thank you very much for that question of 2012. 2012, I was MEC for Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation. So I was not there, but they gave me an answer. I will read what they gave me so that we don't confuse matters, because I know DA likes being dramatic. The answer to the first question is that the assertion in relation to admission of the payment of 3 million is factually incorrect. So that's what the department says. Responses made in respect of the buyer request consistently indicate that as at the date of response, the financial records could not be retrieved. Consequently, the amount paid could not be confirmed. Further, as a point of correction, the affidavit deposed to by the information officer refers to a 5-year financial record retention period in terms of the PFMA and National Treasury prescripts, and not a period of 10 years, as alluded to the question. On the next question, mindful that the department was unable to retrieve the financial record in question, the names of the directors therefore cannot be confirmed. Internal correspondence reflect Mr. Johan Rousseau. Johan Rousseau. Must look for him somewhere. Kalinen, somewhere. Mr. Johan Rousseau as the contact person for the service provider. However, same cannot be verified in the absence of the financial record. Question 2, yes, the draft Gauteng Funeral Undertakers Bill and the draft Gauteng Funeral Industry Reform Regulations were developed. Same was provided to the requester in accordance with the MEC's Bayer response on appeal. Question 3, the Bayer response did not state that no records exist. It stated that as at the date of response, the financial records could not be retrieved. The responses further record that in the spirit of transparency, should the records be located, the department will disclose them. Question 4, it is our view that the draft bill and regulations which were shared with the requester serves as evidence that work was performed. However, in the absence of the financial records, the department will not be in a position to definitely confirm what was deemed the complete scope of work. Last question, mindful of the passage of time and changes in administrative and knowledge management systems since 2012, we are not in a position to provide an explanation as to why the draft bill has not come before the Health Portfolio Committee during the tenure of MECs. As I said, in 2012, I was MEC for Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation. As stated in related Bayer responses, the drafts are now regarded as active internal policy instruments and will be reassessed in light of the current industry context, intergovernmental coordination, constitutional consideration, legislative competence, and socio-economic impact. We affirm that department intends is seeking legal advice and deliberating on matters alluded to, and that in the legislative process to follow, the draft will be brought before the Health Portfolio Committee, other stakeholders and members of the public to facilitate the furtherance of regulating the funeral and undertakers industry. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you so much. This is the first time I am hearing that this piece of legislation will come to the portfolio. This is what I have been requesting for over a year. So if you had, or anybody prior to you, had had the intention of bringing this piece of legislation to the Health Department, I fail to understand why it's taken 10 years for it to actually make its way towards the Health Department Portfolio Committee. It still hasn't got there yet. And there was no undertaking in any of the responses to me that such would be made available to the Health Portfolio Committee. I need that stated on record, that there was no undertaking that such would be made available. Why I'm saying that it is so important for such to be made available, it's to avoid the kind of bungling and the kind of mismatching of families with corpses and loved ones who have passed that I have brought to this House for a solid year now. Thank you very much. I would really welcome looking at this piece of legislation. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thanks, Member. MEC.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I think it was even misplaced. I don't know why did the department in 2012 develop this legislation. So we'll have to ask the Department of Health to take the process forward. Perhaps it was from the revenue generating point of view, but I think fundamentally the legislation has to be processed through the Department of Health and the Portfolio Committee of Health. So I will then write to the MEC of Health to ask that they process the matter so that I'm not asked about health matters in future. So that's why I'm putting it on record, that I will write to the MEC and ask that they take over the process and deal with it. So there shouldn't be any member, please, asking me about health matters. Just ask me about finance and the economy, and you will get a satisfactory answer, as always. Thank you very much, Deputy Chair.
Honourable Waters.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This question is to the MEC of Cocta. With regards to the MEC's refusal to answer questions related to municipalities and in particular Kuruleni, could the MEC explain, one, what are the reasons that he's refusing to answer questions and continuously uses the excuse that there was a local government turnaround summit held in October 2024, and two, when does he intend to comply with his constitutional obligations and start answering questions? Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
MEC.
Thank you very much, Honourable. Madam Deputy Speaker, thank you. The reply to the question is as follows. Honourable Waters, and thanks for the question. So, number one, the reply is that the question you are raising does not arise because questions not answered, oral written reply, if they are not answered or delayed, they will often be published on the order paper requesting oral explanation. I do not have that. I've never had to explain that. And there's no time when I fail to answer oral questions. I'm always here in the House. I always answer from here. So I guess the matter is perhaps about the subjective preference of how the question should be answered. Maybe it's about the nature of the reply. But I don't think it's about not answering. And I think this relates to your next question, which I'll speak to just now. Thank you.
Deputy Speaker, it's clear the MEC is playing with semantics here and is refusing, and for quite clear reasons, refusing to answer questions that are asked. I mean, when you ask the MEC how much money does the city of Ekurhuleni owe, it's quite a simple question, and it should be a one-liner reply. 6 billion, 10 billion, 20 billion, whatever the case may be. The fact of the matter is that the MEC is hiding behind this local government turnaround summit in order to avoid accountability. And he's doing that. In February, you answered the question, actually. You did. You didn't use the summit as a question, and you replied saying Ekurhuleni owes 6 billion rand to service providers. Then when I asked a follow-up question in order to find out if your interventions are bearing fruit or not, you refused to answer. And I know why you've refused to answer, MEC. It's because they aren't bearing any fruit. The situation in Ekurhuleni is dire, to say the least. It is facing bankruptcy. It cannot pay its service providers for services rendered. And you know that, and I know that. But I would like some honesty from you in the future and for you to answer the questions directly instead of skirting around a local government summit. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I think everybody can hear and clearly see. Oh, should I sit down? Okay. No, he has gone to the next question. Honourable members, I think you can clearly see, and I think you are saying it is not that the question was not answered, it's that you don't like the reply referring you to the work we are doing on the turnaround side. And that is the issue. Because also, let me say, I think the problem is, I mean, the point I know you have been complaining about, that you're unable to get some information for your press releases and media work and all that. So it is the fact that you don't like the question, because it doesn't help you to release a press statement. So that is where the problem is. But let me also, just for the benefit of the members, you know, this issue you are raising relates to the city of Ekurhuleni, and is the next question. And thanks, you say I've answered it. But let me tell you what seems to be the problem is that you have released a statement about the city of Ekurhuleni as finances. And in that statement, you are repeating exactly the point that you are making, that I've refused to answer your question. So your statement was on the 10th of August. You released a statement. And in the statement you say, no, but I didn't disrupt the member when they were speaking. Can I be protected, please? Madam, please, you know, Honorable Otters, I honestly believe that, and I have respect for you, you know, you package yourself very well as a good guy, you know. So please, please, I really respect you a lot. And no, that's in the packaging. I like the packaging, though, the way he packaged and present himself. Sir. So let me quote the statement. No. No, Honorable Otters, wait. Let me quote the statement issued. Can I? You know I do respect you very much. So the statement says, that the DA Gauteng is questioning why MEC Mamabolo is not declaring the Ekurhuleni insolvent and putting the city under administration. You see that? That is the main issue. Why you are putting this question is because you don't understand why I am not putting the city of Ekurhuleni under administration, Section 139. That is the main issue, and you'll see with your next question that actually this issue relates to that one. Let me also say the city of Ekurhuleni responded to your statement. I'm not sure if you have seen it, but the city of Ekurhuleni responded to your statement on the 11th of August. And their headline was, "A city hard at work and factual update on financial position." So the city of Ekurhuleni has clearly dismissed your question as basically, okay, I can't say it's a lie, but what you say is that there's a maximum distance between your statement and the truth. They say the distance is too big between what you are saying and the actual position in the city. And the city, Madam Deputy Speaker said, they are fulfilling their obligations. Their credit rating has improved. Their revenue generation has improved. Their expenditure has improved. Now, let me tell you, the rating agencies will never improve or give a positive feedback to a municipality that is insolvent, that is bankrupt, that is unable to fulfill its financial obligations. So you are the only one talking about this. You see that? But because, as I said, I respect you, what I'll say to you is let's work together on, as we do in the turnaround, in our support of all our municipalities, including the city of Ekurhuleni and all other municipalities. We have a province-wide turnaround, precisely so that none of our municipalities enters the tipping point of exactly the things that you're already alleging. So let us work together, let's share information, let's see what you have, so that we can support each other. But to fabricate questions like this, when we could actually be working together, I think it's incorrect. So let's share information, work together and see. So let's go to your next question, which is the main issue. By the way, thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. So the next question is, what is the total amount the city of Ekurhuleni owes to service providers, and how much is the city owing for longer than 30 days? Thank you.
Exactly the point I was raising about what exactly is the bone of contention. Now, so let's start. Number one, 6.8 billion. Question number two, 2.5 billion. You can issue a statement. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I will be issuing a statement, but I would like to correct the MEC with these figures. So, on the 1st of February this year, the city of Ekurhuleni owed 6.3 billion, of which 2.7 billion of that 6.3 billion was owing longer than 30 days. At the Finance Committee meeting in Ekurhuleni 2 weeks ago, the following was tabled by the city. And the MEC ought to have these figures at hand, and his department ought to have given it to him, a more up-to-date figure. The city now owes 11 billion rand to service providers. So from the 1st of February to the 30th of June, 5 months, the amount that is owing by the city of Ekurhuleni has ballooned by 70%. Of that, 5.44 million is owing longer than 30 days. That is more than doubling of the figure from the 1st of February, MEC. So yes, I do want to help. I do want to work together, but we've got to work together in reality, not in some outer space, fantasy. We have to acknowledge that the city of Ekurhuleni is under financial stress and is not paying its service providers. And I was hoping that your turnaround strategy, the local government turnaround summit that you had in October, would have borne fruit, but it hasn't. The situation has got drastically worse since February. And so you need to start admitting that before we can even proceed in solving the problems of Ekurhuleni. Now, you're quite right that under the Act, the Municipal Finance and Management Act, you have certain obligations to intervene, I should say. And I would expect that given the dire financial status of the city, you and your department would be meeting with the mayor and his MACO on a weekly basis to find out what is going on and how they're turning the city I live in around. Thank you very much.
Yes. See, that's the point. Thank you very much. I knew you'll come to this point because that's exactly the main issue. But let me say to you that, firstly, the reply has been signed by the CFO of the city. Secondly, when I refer you to the turnaround, and I say to you, Honorable Otis, we are doing a baseline of where the finances of the municipalities are. We need proper data, facts telling us the real situation, which is the answer I give you. You become upset. Now, I give you the figures. You are saying, no, but these figures are incorrect. Exactly the point I said to you. We have asked municipalities, give us proper state of affairs so that we know scientifically your as-is situation. And then you become upset. Now, they've given data here. I'm sharing it with you. You are saying it's incorrect. So you want to have your cake and still eat it. How possible is that? So don't try that. Nobody has ever done that. Don't try to be the first. What I think we must do, Honorable Madam Deputy Speaker, is that we must also be very clear. The inability to pay is not the same as delayed payments. So technically, the two things are not the same. The city of Ekurhuleni has not reached a point where it's unable to pay. It has got delayed payments, and that is not consistent or compliant with the Municipal Finance Management Act. The city has to pay its service providers within 30 days. That is very important. So we will work with the city to make sure that it honors its obligations to pay service providers in time. But that does not mean the city is bankrupt. Please read their statement. But as I'm saying, let's work together. We are not saying we're protecting the city or anything else. The reason why we initiated a turnaround was because we were worried about the same issues that you are worried about. So the point we're making is, instead of grandstanding here, and it's not necessary here, let us work together. And I don't mean in places you are referring to. I mean in an open, transparent, democratic environment like the one we're working on. Let's partner and try to address the challenges and not talk past each other. That is my plea to you. Let's partner on these challenges. Days are gone of finger pointing and of grandstanding and talking past each other. So I'm saying to you, we're committed to make sure that service providers are paid, the municipality is financially sustainable, and in that, let's work together. That's all what we're saying. That's the invitation I'm making to you, and I hope, as Honorable Waters, the one I respect so much as I do, you will take the offer to work together. Please. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable DeSantos. Honorable DeSantos.
No, but...
He's not here.
No, but what are they saying?
There was no follow-up. Yeah, that's how I understand it. But I'm saying Honorable DeSantos is the owner of the question.
Sorry, Chair. Sorry,
I
Deputy
called him
Speaker.
first. Okay, go ahead.
They were speaking, so I didn't hear. Thank you very much. So my question is for the member of the Executive Council for Education. Regarding the prolonged mishandling of serious allegations of sexual misconduct against the principal of Hoërskool Waterkloof, including the timeline of events, delayed charges, and subsequent victimization of complainants, could the MEC please indicate, 1, why was the principal of Hoërskool Waterkloof only placed on precautionary suspension again on the 27th of June 2025, despite having returned to the school in December 2024 and facing serious allegations of sexual harassment and intimidation of learners and staff? 2, why was there a delay of over 6 weeks in serving the charge sheet signed on the 12th of December 2024, but only served on the 30th of January 2025, including the department's justification of not adhering to the requirement to conclude disciplinary action within 90 days? 3, why did the department allow the principal to return to the school on the 13th of December 2024, despite him being charged with a Section 18 offence of the Employment of Educators Act involving sexual misconduct with a minor? 4, when did the disciplinary process officially move from the internal arbitration to the ELRC, including the decision to not escalate earlier given the nature of the charges? And 5, how does the department ensure fair and transparent recruitment processes at Hoërskool Waterkloof in light of allegations dating back to August 2024 that suggests up to 32 staff members at the school have family connections employed there, raising serious concerns about nepotism? Thank you.
Honorable MEC.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Honourable Member, for the question. With regard to the first question, the matter is currently subject to a hearing the matter is currently subject to a hearing at the Education Labour Relations Council, ELRC, in terms of the provisions of Collective Agreement number 3 of 2018. The department, therefore, cannot respond to the question related to this case at this stage. So with regard to the second question, please refer to the one above. We can't respond now. The third question again, please refer to one above. Question 4, please refer to one above. With regard to the fifth question, the school governing body makes recommendations for appointment in GDE posts. These recommendations are checked for compliance with the GDE recruitment and selection policy for the GDE and the applicable legislative provisions. Where the selection process is found to be irregular, such is communicated to the SGB to remedy. Alternatively, the GDE will remedy appropriately. Where applicants who are aggrieved, they may refer a grievance in terms of the relevant collective agreement, and the matter will be adjudicated. The presence of a family member at a school does not preclude an individual from applying at that school. Where nepotism is alleged, such applicants may refer a grievance or a dispute to the relevant forum. The SGB is responsible for recruitment and selection of SGB-funded posts. These processes are subject to the provisions of labor legislation. Where an irregularity is alleged, the applicants may refer a dispute to the relevant dispute resolutions forum. And if a ruling is made against the SGB is therefore responsible for its implementation. Thank you.
Honorable Dasondas, you have a sub.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I find it quite astonishing that the MEC can't answer basically any of the questions. So I understand with question number 1, it's currently with, at a hearing with the ELRC. Regarding question 2 and 3, I have absolutely no idea why the MEC cannot respond to that. It's a departmental mistake that they've made that he needs to account for. What I find very interesting, and I'm pointing out the Speaker, I submitted these questions as urgent oral questions back in June. That particular week when it was actually supposed to have been tabled, and for some odd reason the Speaker has never allowed it, without explanation in this House, I might add, that very week the MEC and the Department of Education submitted a press statement saying that the Waterkloof High principal has been suspended again and sent to the district office. So I find it quite amusing that only action after several months that he's been back at the school intimidating learners and fellow educators that have laid charges against him, laid complaints against him, only now, as in June, did the MEC take action and the HOD take action and refer him back to the district office. Thank you.
MEC.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I think the latter part is just a comment. What I can say is that we act according to the legislation. We don't act arbitrarily. Government is not a private company. We just act and wake up this morning, you accuse, you fire people. There are processes, everybody is protected by certain pieces of legislation. So every step of the way, we follow it to the latter. And that's why this is important. So we don't want to violate anyone's rights, both the principal and the learners and the aggrieved parties. So we have to make sure that we act accordingly within legislation, within the ambit of the law. And that's what we have done throughout this process, dealing with this particular case. So hence we cannot comment. I can't comment because it's currently under arbitration. They're busy with it. So because now if I comment, that means I have a view. I don't have a view. I'm acting in accordance to the law. That's what we've been doing with this case and many other cases. So not responding to these other 3 questions, it's basically, you're basically talking to the case and want a different answer. So we can't do that because the case, currently is at the Education Labour Relations Council. So let's wait for it, Honorable De Santos, and then from there, you can then maybe have additional questions post that. But up until then, the department will not be responding to that. But other ones, I think it's just his comments, his views, and they're noted. I'll leave it at that. Thank you, David Speaker.
Yeah, sorry, Deputy Speaker, your mic was off.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
Am I out of order?
And then if she talks to you, just inform her mic's off.
Your mic is off, Deputy Speaker. She's first bouncing on the turn.
Yes, Member Mfugwe, you can proceed.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Sorry, your mic is off, so struggle to hear.
Member Dos Santos, Member Mfiko is me. Unless we are married in community of property.
Hey, anytime.
There is only one couple in this house. It's myself and Moriarty. Member Mfikwe, I beg your pardon, it's my mistake. There was withdrawn, or rather there's a question from Kokta that was withdrawn. And it follows shortly after the second question of Member Dos Santos. So we owe him a second question. I beg your pardon. Mfundisi Sondela, sekunzima manje.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Also, a question to the member of the Executive Council for Education. Regarding the criteria and consistency applied in disciplining school principals across Gauteng, could the MEC please indicate, 1, what objective criteria does the department use to determine the urgency and severity with which disciplinary action is taken against school principals? Given that Pretoria High School for Girls principal was swiftly charged and found guilty on 2 of the 3 accounts, while more serious allegations against the Waterkloof principal have been left unresolved for months. 2, how does the department justify its disciplinary decision-making as consistent and fair when there appears to be a pattern of swift action against some principals and prolonged delays or inaction in others, such as Waterkloof and Davidson? 3, what formal criteria does the department apply when determining whether a school principal should be placed on precautionary suspension while under investigation for alleged misconduct? 4, what are the determining factors used by the department in deciding whether the disciplinary process should be handled internally or escalated to the Education Labour Relations Council? And 5, what is the department's policy on whether a principal may return to the post while still facing unresolved disciplinary proceedings, especially where allegations involve learner safety or harassment? Thank you.
ABC?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Honourable Member, for the question. In relation to the first one, a determination in the manner in which disciplinary matters are handled is made on the nature of the allegation and is made on a case-by-case basis. Given the nature of the allegations against the principal of Hoërskool of Waterkloof, it is mandatory for the ELRC, Education Labour Relations Council, to handle the matter in terms of the ELRC Collective Agreement number 3 of 2018. The department is not responsible for managing and concluding the hearing by the arbitrator, and therefore it has no control over the duration of proceedings. In the matter of the principal of Pretoria High School for Girls, a forensic investigation was conducted and the department acted on the recommendation in the report. In relation to the second question, the department adheres to principles of fairness and consistency in handling of disciplinary matters. It must be noted that each disciplinary matter has its own circumstances that affect the conclusion thereof. Where employees involved believe that their matter was not fairly handled, they may refer a dispute to the relevant dispute resolution forum for a remedy. With regard to the third question, the department applies the criteria set out in item 6.2 of Schedule 2 of the Employment of Educators Act 1998, which provides that in the case of misconduct in terms of Section 18, the employer may suspend an educator in accordance with the procedure contemplated in sub-item 1 or transfer the educator to another post if the employer believes that the presence of the educator may jeopardize any investigation into the alleged misconduct or endanger the well-being or safety of any person at the workplace. So, with regard to the fourth question, as indicated in the response to the one above, the nature of the allegations determine whether a dispute process should be managed internally or escalated to the Education Labour Relations Council. So with regard to the fifth question, where allegations involving learner safety and harassment are made and an employee or employees is placed on precautionary transfer or suspension, such an employee is generally not allowed to return prior to the conclusion of disciplinary proceedings, unless the department is ordered to allow the employee to return in an arbitration award or as a result of a court order. 2, there is an excessive delay in concluding the proceedings and no reason, therefore, is availed for the delay. 3, the circumstances under which the precautionary transfer or suspension was affected is no longer prevalent. Thank you. Those are the answers. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you so much. A supplementary question, Honourable Dos Santos.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Thank you to the responses by the MEC, although you don't quite answer all of them. In particular, in number 3, I'm asking what the criteria used in determining the type of suspension that should be applied. But can I ask the MEC if he agrees that a person is innocent until proven guilty, regardless if it's a learner or if it's an educator, it should be handled in that manner? That's the first question. And second question is, does he not think that in the case of Pretoria High School for Girls, where it was alleged racism, which was cleared already from the very first investigation or the SGB investigation, that a case of sexual harassment, sexual misconduct by an educator against a minor is not serious enough to ensure that that person does not return to his post, or at least that the disciplinary process is completed by the end of those 3 months as required by the SASSA Act. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Dos Santos. Honourable MEC.
Thank you again, Chair of Chairs, Honorable Dos Santos. Any act of misconduct in the department we view it very seriously. Any. So, of course, the issue of racism cannot be underplayed that it's less than issues of allegations of sexual misconduct. They say it's violation of one's rights, irrespective. So they both bring trauma. And so some they can also bring about physical abuse. So we view them in the same light as a department. We don't say this one is lighter, this one. What I said when I responded, I said the nature of the allegations against the principal required us to take the route of the ELRC. With regard to the principal of Pretoria Girls, there was an independent investigation, there were recommendations, and implemented those recommendations. And we are obligated to implement those recommendations by law. And hence, that's what we have done. So both these cases are quite serious. We view them in the same light. And we're giving them the necessary attention, both of them. So we don't victimize. We're not in the business to victimize anybody. I mean, the reality is that there will not be an independent investigation in Pretoria Girls if there was nothing to investigate. We're presiding over 2,300 schools or so. Now, really, why would the department have an interest in Pretoria Girls principal? No, there's no such. So there's no one who's victimized, there's no one who's targeted. We're just doing what we have to do, what we're discharged to do in accordance to the law. And that's what we do. And that one, we're not going to shy away. We'll do that. In fact, I'm adamant. So we view both those cases seriously, and will act accordingly to the law. So both cases are viewed in seriousness they deserve, Honorable Santos. So both cases are still in process of arbitration, except so we're not going to comment on what is happening. But any allegation of sexual misconduct is serious, both by the educator to the learners or the learner to the educator. Any form of violence or violation of anyone's rights, whether you can see this bullying, psychosocial or psychological, still we view it seriously and we act accordingly as a department. So we view every form of misconduct with seriousness it deserves, Honorable Santos. I'll stop the Chair of Chairs.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Honorable MEC Chilwane. Honorable Mfikwe, you can ask your question to Honorable MEC for Health and Wellness, please.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. Accordingly, we want to go to ask the MC for Health and Wellness as follows. Considering the department's continued rollout of MRI machine upgrades across Gauteng's public hospitals to enhance diagnostic services and reduce patient backlogs, can the MEC please provide an update on the following? 1, a comprehensive update on the current status of MRI machine upgrades and installations across public hospitals in our province, including the names of the hospitals that have been prioritized for this rollout. Number 2, what specific measures has the department implemented to ensure that these upgraded MRI machines are optimally utilized to significantly reduce patient waiting times, particularly for critical conditions such as cancer, stroke, and spinal injuries? And third question is, what are plans and strategies in place to ensure that hospitals are adequately staffed with necessary necessary specialist personnel such as radiologists, radiographers, and MRI technicians to operate, maintain, and ensure the sustained functionality of these upgraded machines. Thanks, Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Thank you, Honourable Mfikwe. Honourable Nkomora Laoko, you may answer, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Chair of Chairs, for the response to the first question is the hospitals, it's Chris Hani Baragwanath Hospital, which is a central hospital. We have a new MRI at the hospital and was commissioned in April 2025 and fully functional. Therefore, Chris Hani Baragwanath Hospital has 2 functional MRI machines. Dr. George Mukari, we have a new MRI that has been installed and functioning since the 18th of September 2024. Room renovations are being conducted on the 2nd MRI unit. Projected date of room renovations and installation will be supplied by the manufacturer. And the 3rd hospital, which is Charlotte Maxeke Academic Hospital, the status there is that we have an MRI and procurement plans for the other one. So new Philips MRI was commissioned on the 31st of March, and that one is still in good condition. At Simja, then, we are procuring that second one, as I've indicated, which is Philips MRI, and it is a new helium-free technology. Staff are already trained on the new technology on these ones. This will allow the capacity building with regards to trained staff, and we will improve our work throughout. Then the other issue that I wanted to raise is the competence with breast ultrasound at Charlotte Maxeke, because we have 12 consultant radiologists that are all trained on breast ultrasound performance, including procedures, and then 27 training registrars, half of whom have already acquired the skill for breast ultrasound, 4 resident mammographers who assist the radiologist with breast ultrasound guided procedures, and 4 trained sonographers with skills to do breast ultrasound, but remains a function of the consultant radiologist, and training registers with mammogram department. At Steve Biko, we have 1 fully functional MRI and is waiting to be delivered. The second one, we're waiting to be delivered. At Tembisa, the installation is complete and the training is underway. At Kalafong Hospital, no upgrades for Kalafong Hospital at the moment, but they are still looking for the room, and because we are already in this financial year, they are in the plans for that. Helen Joseph, the MRI unit is functioning. The answer to the second question is that to maximize the benefits of upgrading MRI machines and improve access for patients and critical conditions, which is cancer, stroke, spinal injuries. And what we have done, we prioritize protocols on clinical triage guidelines to ensure that cases like suspected oncology staging, spinal trauma are booked on priority slots. Referral streamlining, direct referral pathways from district and regional hospitals to MRI equipment facilities have been established to minimize delays. Maintenance contracts, all the new MRI units are covered under the service level agreement to ensure prompt repair and minimal downtime, and all units have 2-year warranty. We have monthly performance monitoring report then on MRI utilization rates and the number of scans performed and average of waiting times. When patients request scans, they go into outpatient pools. When they get admitted while the MRI is outstanding, then they go into inpatient folder for as soon as possible, and scanning of patients is done. 50 patients are waiting inpatient scans. We always make sure that we have that number and we deal with it. When the symptoms worsen during the admission, then the scan gets done urgently within 20 to 48 hours. Agency of the pathology will inform how soon we image the patient. Currently, agent cases and PEDS cases are done daily. They do not wait those ones, Chair. Elective cases are booked daily per clinical discipline, ensuring we cover all specialists as listed above. The cases are triaged by acuity to ensure the available slots are used efficiently and clinical decisions are not compromised. When the delivery of the second MRI is done in some of the cases where we've ordered. All those agent cases then will be done that were done immediately, and all elective cases will be done on the second MRI scan, because that's what the installation of Tembisa Hospital will reduce patients from waiting on the waiting time and the referral to Steve Biko Academic Hospital. The unit is operational from Monday to Friday at Tembisa, and cancer and critical ill patients are seen within 24 hours. After hours, we have limited time, although we make sure that at least severe critical ill patients, due to current radiography staffing structure, are not allowed, and within 24-hour MRI service. So those are the things that administratively we are checking, Chair, and we are making follow-ups on those. The response, Chair, to the question, I think it will be the third question here. Plans and strategies that, Chair, are being asked, advertised for filling of vacant posts for radiologists, radiographers, and MRI technicians has been published. Institutional HR department are aggressively working towards the recruitment of radiologists, and the department has the proposed staff establishment to cap the need for the recruitment of more radiologists and radiographers. Recruitments for clinical staff are done in phased approach, and we have also partnered again with the district health services with the cluster to provide the radiographers and assist as part of the overtime during these hours that they are in need. Training and upskilling is being done, especially on radiographers, which on the specific area, which is MRI, and collaboration, again, especially in some of the posts is done. Radiophysics are also assigned to MRI to ensure quality assurance or performed on the units, and this ensures that the image quality is maintained and issues of the units can be addressed early. SIMJA opted to train a core of 4 radiographers, potentially 2 for each machine. The trained radiographers teach the rotating radiographers how to use the machine in-house. And then with procurement of the Philips machine at SIMJA, a radiographer was sent to Netherlands for a training for a week, which is a super useful for the radiographer training. Central and tertiary hospitals are always looking forward to improve service delivery and ensure timely scanning of the patients so that they don't wait, because remember that some of them are referred from the district and regional hospitals. So hence we need to urgently address to them. The maintenance of the equipment is through the procurement processes. MRIs are procured with fully comprehensive maintenance contract. In each, we're ensuring that each machine has a current SLA agreement, reducing the downtime of machine, and the uptime ensures that patients' waiting time are kept minimum. Thank you, Chair. I think we've tried to answer all the questions that Honourable Mfikwe have asked. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable MEC. Honourable Mfikwe, any supplementary question or short remark?
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs and MEC. Just a short remark, Chair. MRI machines are indispensable in modern healthcare as they enhance diagnosis, improve treatment and treatment accuracy, reduce patient risk, and help manage chronic conditions. The ability to obtain high-quality, detailed images without harming the patient or relying on radiation makes them a cornerstone of medical technology. The ultimate help in saving lives by giving doctors the tools to make well-informed decisions and provide best possible care. Without them, Chair of Chairs, many diagnoses would be less accurate, treatments would be less targeted, and patients would face greater risks and longer recovery times. So we want to applaud the department in making sure that these machines and this service is provided to the most important, which are our patients. With those words, thank you. May the department continue making it possible for people to get quality health care. Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs.
Thank you, Honourable Mfikwe. Honourable Tlebere, you can ask your question to the MEC for Finance. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honourable Chair of Chair. Good afternoon, Honourable Members and the people of Gauteng. The Department of Finance makes provisions that enable it to support municipalities and ensure compliance with the MFMA, and to ensure fiscal discipline at local government level in the interest of enhancing service delivery. Can the MEC answer the following questions? What strategy or plan does the department have in place to monitor what municipalities comply with the MFMA? What support does the department offer to municipalities to equip them with necessary skills to effectively manage their fiscals? And the last question, how have all the Department of Treasury interventions improved municipal financial stability over the past 5 years?
Thank you, Honorable Tlebere. Honorable Maile, is he going to answer? Please, are you online?
Yes, I am. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, sir.
The answer to the first question is that the department, through the Municipal Finance Management Unit, compiles quarterly MFMA compliance reports, which are used as tools to monitor MFMA compliance by Gauteng municipalities. The MFMA compliance assessment reports also contain recommendations that municipalities are advised to implement in order to improve their compliance levels with the legislation. The department further regularly tracks the implementation of these recommendations by municipalities in trying to ensure full implementation. The National Treasury also introduced a web-based compliance system called the Muni e-Monitor system. The system was developed to measure compliance with the MFMA and support monitoring, reporting, and evaluation of compliance progress. To ensure effective implementation of the Muni e-Monitor system, of the MFMA and its regulations across municipalities and municipal entities. The Muni e-Monitor system is designed to promote the overall completeness, accuracy, and timely submissions of the MFMA compliance reports. The system provides access to real-time information, and the review functionality enhances the quality and credibility of information submitted. Furthermore, the system eliminates manual submissions and delays in responses by municipalities and municipal entities to address non-compliance. The effective utilization of the system should ultimately result in tightened financial discipline and increased municipal efficiency and effectiveness with regard to service delivery in line with the spirit of the MFMA. Answer to question 2, over and above the normal day-to-day work of the department in supporting municipalities in the province, it further supports municipalities through the Municipal Finance Hands-on Support Program. This is centered around the deployment of technical advisors in municipalities. The overall objective of the MFHSP is to incorporate the various dimensions of the municipal accountability cycle, from strategic planning, budgeting, in-year implementation and compilation, annual financial statements, annual reporting, asset management, and SCM. Among some notable achievements due to the program is an improvement in the audit outcomes, such as reduced audit findings in most of our municipalities. It is through the MFHSP's contribution that all affected municipalities in both the Citibank and West Rand regions were able to apply for ESCOM debt relief program, culminating in a 1/3 debt write-off of some of the local municipalities in the province. Furthermore, the program also provides for mentorship of both staff and interns in various MFMA reforms, therefore facilitating the much-needed transfer of skills to the municipal officials. Question 3, answer is Gauteng municipalities continue to be on a positive trajectory, with most consistently achieving improved audit outcomes that demonstrate significant enhancement and commitment to realizing sound financial management and governance. These positive trajectories are attributed to various treasury interventions working in collaboration with other relevant stakeholders. Despite the successes, it is however to point out that financial management and governance challenges continue to persist in some municipalities. Amongst others, these challenges relate to expenditure management, procurement, and incurrence of unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditures. Gauteng Provincial Treasury is assisting municipalities to deal with these challenges, continue to provide numerous capacity-building initiatives to both municipal officials and councillors. The training includes the MFMA induction program, preparing all new and emerging managers and other officials of municipalities to effectively exercise their financial management responsibilities. Furthermore, Gauteng Provincial Treasury, in collaboration with other relevant stakeholders, continue to provide training to municipal public account committees and the Municipal Finance financial disciplinary boards in order to strengthen the capacity of these oversight structures to investigate and process cases of persistent UIF and W expenditure, as well as implementing consequence management, particularly in cases of financial misconduct. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable MEC. Mahile, Honourable Tlebere, any supplementary question or short remark?
No.
Thank you so much.
Chair.
Yes, Honourable.
134.7.
Okay, we said we're not going to allow that because the questions are so packed. So if I allow you, we'll be in trouble. And I'll set a precedent that will keep us longer. Thank you so much, Honourable. Can I ask Honourable Honourable Tlebere, you can ask your second question to Honourable Chalwani. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. Considering the department's allocation of 450 million for sport and recreation infrastructure in the 25-26 financial year, particularly the construction of the netball arena and the Nasrec high performance precinct, can the MEC provide an update on the following? What is the current status of the netball arena construction? What are the anticipated completion dates for both the netball arena and the Nasrec high performance precinct? What measures are in place to ensure that these projects are completed within budget and on schedule? And how does the department plan to ensure that these facilities will be accessible to communities, particularly for the development of women's sports and grassroots talent in previously disadvantaged areas? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Tlebere. Honourable Chalwani, MEC, you may answer. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Thank you, Honourable Tlebere. With regard to the first question, the Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation has not announced the host province of the netball arena. And therefore, there's no budget that has been allocated for that. The department is not able to provide a status report. The current SCR budget to sport infrastructure for the 2025-26 is just 2.5 million rand. There has not been any discussion for the construction of Nasrec High Performance Center as well. Therefore, with regard to the second question, member, because we have not discussed any of this, so I would refer you to the answer, the answer below, above. Same with the third and same with the fourth, that we have not budgeted for any of this infrastructure. So we've not moved any step forward with regard to this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable MEC Chalwane. Honourable Tlebere, supplementary question or a short remark?
No, I don't have.
Honourable Tlebere, supplementary question, short remark?
No.
Okay, thank you. Honourable Chokwe, can you ask your question to the MEC Agriculture and Rural Development? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Chair of Chairs. Honourable Chair of Chairs, according to an announcement made at the 2025 Agro-Processing Convention, an expo event that was held in Gauteng by the Gauteng Provincial Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. This was done in partnership with the National Empowerment Fund. They launched a pioneering 100 million blended finance facility. Now, can the MEC answer the following question regarding the fund which was committed by the NEF to uplift and support the agro-processing programs in our province? Question number one, how is the fund going to be used, and who are must be the major beneficiaries in terms of agricultural support for agro-processing value chain? Two, How is the fund going to help the communities' focused intervention to implement the community-based food garden, smallholder farmers, and agricultural cooperatives within the township, informal settlement, and hostel areas? The third question, what has been the response so far from the targeted groups in applying for the fund? And lastly, Honourable MEC, beyond financing, are there any other interventions that are aimed at supporting the entrepreneur in integrating into the value chain? Thank you, Chair of Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Chokwe. Honourable MEC Romagopa, you may answer, please, ma'am.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs, and thank you to the Honourable Chokwe for the question. On the first question, I hope I'm audible, Honourable Chair of Chairs, just to check, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible. MEC, go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. On question 1, the Gauteng Agro-Processing Blended Fund was set up as an instrument to pool resources for supporting and developing Gauteng-based agro-processing SMEs in the sector, those who would otherwise struggle to secure traditional commercial financing from banks and other financing houses. The fund was designed to maximize our limited budget by aggregating and blending resources with available loan funding from development finance institutions. A partnership agreement has been entered into, as has been stated by Honourable Chokwe, with the National Empowerment Fund, with the objective of funding scalable agro-processing enterprises that are able to contribute to achieving the objectives of GGT 2030, the Agriculture and Agro-Processing Master Plan, as well as the goals set out in our GDAD medium-term strategic framework. And the objective is to drive industrialization and sustainable job creation in the province through agro-processing. The enterprises that are to be supported are across the 7 priority value chains of horticulture, grains, poultry, piggery, livestock, cannabis, hemp, as well as the beekeeping value chain. And as per our signed agreement, GDAD is contributing 30 million rand of the 100 million rand fund, which is matched by a contribution of 70 million rand by the NEF. The funding ratio, therefore, is a 70-30 loan-to-grant ratio, with the grant portion capped at 3 million rand for a transaction of 10 million rand and above. The same ratio would apply for transactions of 10 million rand and below. Can I proceed to the second question? Honourable Chair of Chairs?
You go ahead.
Yes,
okay. Answer.
On the second question, market access is one of the key challenges faced by smallholder farmers and emerging agricultural cooperatives. So by supporting agro-processing SMEs, GDAD is supporting the growth of the agricultural value chain and enabling more opportunities for market access by smallholder farmers by driving demand for agricultural produce and by smallholder farmers and subsistence farmers. The fund, therefore, would help to scale up qualifying enterprises in the prioritized agro-processing value chains, and this includes all of those operating from small scale to medium and commercial scale, and specifically targets those in townships, informal settlements, CBD areas, and hostels, otherwise known as TISH areas. And the idea, again, is leading to increased production and job creation potential in these areas. Those who are also looking to expand their current operations from primary production to include agro-processing can also benefit from the fund. The fund was advertised and open to all enterprises in TISH areas, as well as those operating in incubation hubs and industrial parks. On question 3, relating to the response from the applicants and targeted groups, a total of 188 applications were received, of which, in terms of the first stage of administration compliance, 32 fully complied and 18 partially complied. An additional 18 were identified as candidates for business incubation. The process is currently at the stage of technical evaluation and financial due diligence of the applications, which have fully complied. The work being done on compliance is undertaken by a technical evaluation committee led by the National Empowerment Fund. Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Oh, sorry, there's one more question. Beyond financing, what are the other interventions? So in response to that, the support to agro-processing enterprises covers, in addition to financing, skills and capacity development, enhancing compliance and food safety, as well as providing linkages and facilitating market access. Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Those are the responses.
Thank you, Honourable MEC. Any supplementary question or short remark? Honourable Chokwe.
Thank you, Honourable Chair of Chairs. Thank MEC for showing on question number 1 that there is a commitment of a 30-70 share that shows that the department hasn't just left everything to the NEF. On the last question, I would have expected the MEC to at least give me the number of those farmers or entrepreneurs that have benefited beyond finance. However, I am satisfied with the answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honourable Chokwe. Honourable
Chair of Chairs.
Yes.
I rise on Rule 134, subsection 7, which has been allowed through the course of the day.
Yeah. Yes, I understand, but looking at the time, Honourable Member, if I allow that rule to go through, we'll be much longer. And already, members are already raising their hands and saying they have to leave. So it's very difficult.
Chair of Chairs, we've already discussed this morning, that we need an opportunity to ask the questions. That is the role, that is what we get paid for, that is what residents expect from us. And the ANC doesn't want to do it, which is totally understandable. They do not want to be held accountable. Yeah. But I think it's our right to be able to ask the questions. And this morning we discussed it, and our leader said even if we sit here till late tonight.
Honourable members, I'm making a ruling. I'm checking the time. I'm chairing this House. I am saying it will not be feasible for us to do that. I know we discussed it this morning, but in my wisdom, I think it's important. I'm not trying to snub honourable members. Thank you so much. Honourable Fikwe, can you ask your question to the MEC Economic Development? Thanks.
Chair, we raised in the morning when we arrived that the question that is on the order paper is a duplicate question for Member Klebere. So they did not include our question in the order paper. I did speak to Ralph and the proceedings people, so I see they haven't changed it. With due respect, can we then move it to the next question day? Thank you.
That's fine. That's fine, Honourable Fikwe. Go ahead with your question. Can you ask your question, Honourable Fikwe? Oh, that's the same question. Okay. All right. Oh, I see what you mean.
Chair, I was not asking the MEC for sports a question. I was asking the MEC for economic development.
Okay, ma'am.
When you look at that question, it's the same question that Member Klebere asked now, today.
Got it. Got it. Thank you. Honourable Cesar Nyane, you can ask your question to Honourable MEC Social Development, please.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. Allow me to take this opportunity to greet honourable members and the Premier. Chair of Chairs, given the critical role played by a non-profiting organization in supporting vulnerable communities and delivering essential social development services, and considering the department's recent resumption of payment for the 2025-2026 financial year, can the MEC provide the following? What is the department's plan to ensure the finalization of the outstanding service level agreement and payment to NPOs across all regions in the province of Gauteng? 2, what specific financial or operational support has the department provided to assist the NPOs that has been negatively impacted by the delays in the contract finalization and the payments? And lastly, what long-term measures has the department implemented to ensure administrative efficiency and prevent similar delays in the 2026-2027 financial year and beyond? Thank you very much, Chief Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Faith Mazibuko, can you please answer? Thank you. You're online.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of Chairpersons. Can you hear me? Am I audible?
Yes, you are, Honourable MEC.
Thank you very much. In responding to question number 1, on what is the department's plan to ensure the finalization of all outstanding service level agreements and payments to NPO, and thank you, Honourable Sesedinyane, for the question. The department has concluded all service level agreements with NPOs that are compliant for the 2025-2026 financial year. Any SLA that remains outstanding is due to non-compliance on the part of the NPO. It is important to note that compliance is the responsibility of the NPO. However, the department works diligently with all NPOs to ensure that it supports them in their compliance journey to the extent that it is also possible that they meet those specifications. In responding to question number 2, on what specific financial or operational support has the department provided, some of the compliance challenges were related to the issuance of compliance letters from the National Department of Social Development. You will recall that most of those certificates, if not compliance letters, the registration certificates, they actually come from National. And so the National DSD also, Honourable House Chair, has also delegated some of the responsibilities to us as the province so that then we assist people, because catching a train or a taxi to Tshwane costs a lot of money. So the department has gained access to the National DSD system to be able to assist those NPOs with their compliance submission and the retrieval of compliance letters. The department has ensured that all compliant NPOs were paid in Q1 and in Q2 accordingly. Other compliance matters such as municipal bylaws and the National Register for Sex Offenders are being addressed in collaboration with the Department of Justice and also in relation to the SAPS. In responding to number 3, what long-term measures has the department implemented to improve administrative efficiency? The department has implemented measures to initiate the funding processes for the 2026-2027 financial year in order to avoid delays in payment. So we're doing this so that then by the 1st of April, those that they will have been paneled, they will actually get their money into their accounts. Furthermore, compliance requirements will be clearly outlined in the funding advertisement. We have already done that to mitigate delays caused by non-compliance NPOs. I thank you very much, Honourable Chair.
Thank you, Honourable MEC Faith. I appreciate. Honourable Sesedinyane, any supplementary question or short remark, please?
No, thank you very much, and Chair of Chairs, and we want to appreciate the good work that the MEC would have done, especially in restoring the dignity of our NPOs. We want to appreciate the work. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honourable Sesedinyane. Honourable Matlakaza Manamela. I'm calling her for the record, Honourable. I'm calling her for the record. I will push it back. Honourable Paul, can you ask your question for the MEC Health and Wellness, please? You are online. Honourable Paul. Yes, Honourable Masoleng, I recognize you. Are you doing the question? Honourable members, I'm going to move on. I'm not going to wait. Honourable Makwala.
I think, Chairperson, sorry,
Yes.
Chair of Chairs, I think because of we resolved on that matter today, so most of the people were not aware and they're exhausted. I think it's best within your discretion, with humbly apology, we defer all the questions to the next date.
No, we can't do that. Honourable Paul, please, we've come so far. The honourable members has been diligently sitting here. MECs has been sitting to ask their questions. We will continue with the House. Honourable Paul is not here. Honourable Makwala is not. Is he available?
Thank
Okay.
you, Chair of Chairs. I'll
Thank
be
you.
reading on behalf of Honorable Makwala.
Thanks.
In light of the recent Gauteng Municipal Revenue Management Workshop hosted by Treasury and threats made by the National Minister of Treasury to certain municipalities in the province, what is the strategy on the side of the Treasury of the province in as far as dealing with municipal waste? And is there any existing framework that the provincial treasury will be deploying to ensure that municipalities that have demonstrated poor financial management are sanctioned? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Honourable Nomanto, you can answer, please. Thank you. Roloko. This is the question for Honourable Poe from the EFF.
Makwala.
Makwala.
Yes.
Honourable MEC for Health and Wellness. Let me just get it right here. See when people not in the House, they not on the online, it causes a holy confusion. Forgive the pun, holy confusion. Honourable.
Chair, I'm going to propose a motion next sitting. Honestly, we need to be taking this House very seriously. There are people who are supposed to be online, they are not online. There are people who are just working and they're going home. They never even told you or told the desk that they will be leaving early. So members are, if we were to then say, do we form a quorum? We don't form a quorum. People will say they're online, but we don't even know that they're online. And really, this is making a mockery of the whole thing. We must then bring a motion here that meetings must then go back to being physical. Honestly, because we can't continue like this. We can't continue like this where we come and then we sit here, we then remain diligent in the work that we're supposed to be doing, and then people feel that they can waltz in here and waltz out whenever they feel like it. That's not on. Honestly, this is not on, and I want to then propose that there is going to be a motion that is going to be coming to this House. And then if those then want to deny it and want to then continue like this, then we must expose it. To then say we are being paid taxpayers' money here for people to then come in and go as whenever they feel like it. That Mama Bulu is still sitting there. Some people who are still sitting here. And then there are others who decide that, they're better off going to drink, as we know some of them are going to do right now. That's just not on. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable. No, I agree. I think we need to take the House serious. Let me continue with the order of the day. So can you read Honourable Poe's question?
But then Honourable Paul's questions need the MEC Novantu to answer it. She failed to answer the one from Makwala. So how will
Let me
she...
check if Honourable MEC Nomanto Laoko is online. MEC, are you online?
I'm online, Chair.
MEC?
My apology, Chair, I'm online.
Okay,
I'm
MEC?
online, Chair. I was just talking to myself. So,
You can go ahead, MEC, and answer, please.
Chair, I was just pressing and I was talking to myself. The response, Chair, to the first question is that the Department of Health recognizes the constitutional and legislative powers vested in the provincial legislature. Chair, should I go ahead?
Honourable MEC?
Should I go ahead, Chair? Somebody says Chair.
Honorable MEC, give me a minute, please. Let me just get this House back on track. Honorable,
Apologies, Chair, for
hold on.
disturbing
Honorable
or interrupting.
Masuleng, can you read the question for Honorable Poe? Honorable MEC Nomantaro Loko will then answer. Thank you so much.
In the light of a recent oversight visit that were conducted by members of the provincial legislature at various hospitals and healthcare centers, and the MEC subsequent response, can MEC answer the following? On what basis, that is legal framework, does the MEC have the right to instruct management of healthcare facilities not to allow a member of the oversight committee or any other members of the provincial legislature from conducting an oversight? Number two, can the MEC please detail to us the exact number of operations that have, in the past 2 years, been disrupted because of lack of adequate laundry services? In which hospital have this occurred? The MEC continues to insist that there existence no laundry disruption at Dr. George Mokari. Can the MEC please indicate that when Masakani Cook Freeze and Laundry experiences overloading and fails to deliver certain loads of laundry back to George Mokari, whether this not affect George Mokari Hospital that has no roller iron, no tunnel washer, and one functional dryer? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Masoleng. Honorable MEC, can you answer, please?
Thank you, Chair. I will answer, Chair, but unfortunately, these are two questions in one question. But ndiyamxolela laa mntu ubuza that question because ayo yakhe uthunyiwe and nalaa mntu ebeyibhala next time abhalelwe properly mayibhale question. But I will answer those two questions, Chair, because namhlanje I'm not in a fighting mood. Question one, Chair. The Gauteng Department of Health recognizes the constitutional and legislative powers vested in the provincial legislature and its members to conduct oversight of the provincial executive functions, which include, by the way, the delivery of public health care services. The department is steadfast in its commitment to uphold principles of transparency, accountability, and collaboration with all oversight mechanisms established by the law. The member of the Executive Council does not possess the legal authority to impede members of the provincial legislature from undertaking lawful, I repeat, lawful oversight visits to healthcare facilities. Such an obstruction would contravene the democratic accountability principles enshrined in the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, what was done in 1996. The legal and the policy framework governing oversight and access comprises of several key provisions. Section 114, subsection 2B of the Constitution, which empowers the provincial legislature to mandate any individual or institution to provide reports and comply with the oversight protocols. The National Health Act of 2003, which governs healthcare facility administration, does not supersede the legislature's constitutional mandate for oversight. Then the standing rules and orders of the Gauteng legislature delineate the procedures for conducting oversight, including the site visits to public institutions under the executive jurisdiction. While the MEC lacks the authority then to prohibit oversight visits, the department bears the responsibility of ensuring that such visits are coordinated effectively. This coordination is essential to safeguard the patient's confidentiality and dignity, maintain the uninterrupted provision of critical healthcare services, ensure that facilities are adequately prepared for receiving delegations that must come, and prevent the potential disruption of operations or undue burden on healthcare and staff due to overlapping oversight visits. In the light of this, managers of healthcare facilities were instructed to direct or request for oversight visits to the office of the MEC, in particular to the MEC, who is the political head there. Because I expect members of the legislature, because they are politicians, to talk to me as a political head, to facilitate those visits orderly. effectively and legally compliant engagements rather than denying access. I will not allow any member that go and budge in the institution. That's why there are even security guards at the gate to protect those citizens that are there. Because our country is litigious, I can be litigated if they go there and take pictures of the patients that are in and out conditions that are not good. So in the light of this, managers of healthcare facilities were instructed to direct those requests to me. And the second question then, in the past 2 years, there were 612 operations which were disrupted due to lack of adequate laundry services in the public hospitals. This one now, the second question, laundry services in the public hospitals. Then the answer then, because they say third, it should be the second answer question there. The hospitals is Charlotte Maxeke Academic Hospitals that have those, and Dr. George Academic Hospital and Helen Joseph Tertiary Hospital. Then the response to the fourth question, according to this sequence, there are no laundry disruptions at Dr. George Mukari Academic Hospital. Hospital has 2 washing machines in-house, and some of the linen is washed in-house, and some were sent to Masakane requires ironing to Masakane, and the hospital does not encounter problems with ironing. The roller iron is still to be commissioned, and there are 2 working industrial tumble dryers and tumble dryers, and use one at a time. And when we use one at a time, and it copes with the washing that we have. Thank you, Chair. But please tell the members, Chair, how to write questions so that we can answer questions that make sense, because there are other people that are following these questions that they are asking, so that they don't ask me, 2 questions, one. I'm going to buy one, get one for free here. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable MEC. Any supplementary question or short remark? Honourable Masaleng, are you good? Thank you so much. Honourable members, this is the challenge.
Chairman, it's a member Mhlagaza.
Member who?
Mhlagaza Manamela.
Yes, Honourable Manamela.
Just thought I should indicate, owing to, apologies, Chair, to interrupt, owing to the fact that I took a comfort break and a lunch break simultaneously.
Okay.
Member Kateni was supposed to have read a question on my behalf, so I am in a session. I'm following, but if you you can. But I had to.
Honourable members.
Like
honourable members.
Who took a comfort break,
honourable members.
But
honourable members. Can you all just give me a chance? We figured it out here with the table and myself. So this is what's going to happen. Honourable Ndlovu will be asking the question on behalf of Honourable Mtlakaza Manamela. Can you please ask the question, please, sir?
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Skakwata Prasuli, Manrabutisetana, what's you? Lefetu Butisetsa member Mangmang, Muliskalwan,
Honourable Ndlovu, give me a minute. Honourable Ndlovu, give me a minute. Let me just say this, honourable members, and I'm speaking specifically to Chief Whips. It is wholly wrong that you do not inform us who is going to speak on behalf of whoever. It's causing a major confusion in the House, and we can't. I don't know. And my other presiding officers would not know who must speak, because now we're falling around looking clumsy. So I would alert and ask the Chief Whips, if your member is not in the House, please tell us who will be replacing them, and will be asking the question. Go ahead, please, Honourable Ndlovu.
Siyabonga, Chair of Chairs. As part of resolving the G13 challenges, especially in relation to the progress pertaining to the health infrastructure provisioning, can the MEC tell us how many of the clinics that were under construction from 2022 to 2024 financial year that are now concluded, and have they been handed over to clients? Secondly, what systems did the department put in place to ensure that these projects are completed with minimal interruptions? And lastly, what lessons can be shared from these few selected projects in ensuring projects improvement in our next infrastructure program rollout? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Honourable Mamabolo, please answer that question, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair of Chairs, and thanks for the question. The reply, very briefly, is that with respect to number one, for the financial year 2022-2023 to 2023-2024, is we could own CDC and Kekana Start Clinic. What systems, that's question number two on systems. The reply is, as the department, we have mainstreamed the project readiness metrics to ensure that all projects are implemented in the most efficient and effective manner. And this policy is also automated. And in that way, we're able to make sure that we can comply with all the statutory obligations and be able to issue occupation certificates that ensuring safety of the users of the facilities. Number two, we have unveiled a turnaround strategy and, of course, the new HOD, and we have also introduced the infrastructure delivery platform as part of making sure that we address the, we fast-track the delivery of infrastructure. All those applies across our delivery value chain, and of course, we have also spoken about the A team, which is a multidisciplinary team combining DID professionals and the inspectorates, and these are DID officials in the built environment. What lessons can be learned? Firstly is that we have also held an IGR meeting with all the municipalities just last week to deal with all issues relating to town planning and municipal approval. Now, the very first lesson learned and to be shared is that projects with land town planning are, and then of course where we need municipal approvals, progress to construction, and this should not, this should be managed far much better moving forward. The PRM policy compliance will show that issues experienced on these projects in questions, as I said, are dealt with properly. And of course, we are setting up also the PRM risk committee precisely to enforce PRM compliance and ensure that we don't encounter delays in delivery of projects. Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable MEC. Any supplementary question, Honourable Ndlovu?
Thanks, Chair of Chairs. We welcome the response. We will monitor. We mostly welcome the engagement at the IGR level because most of the things do lock there. So we hope it will bear fruits. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Honourable Maloko, are you fine? Must you ask the question for Honourable Makwala?
Yes, I would love to, but I don't understand whether I should continue reading this question, Chair of Chairs, because the MEC for Finance is not here. Should I read to the House?
Just hold on, let me ascertain. Honourable Maile, are you online, sir? Honourable Maile? He's online. He is online, but we just keep. Honourable Maile, are you online?
He's not online. He's not online. He's not online.
But what do you expect me to do, Honourable? I'm running the House. I mean, I'm trying to get the process right, Honourable Msimanga.
I'm saying, sir, the people that are not here, who are supposed to be here to answer, are making a mockery of the city. That's the point that I'm making.
I agreed with you.
Yeah,
I agreed with you.
I'm not putting the blame on you. I'm saying if certain MECs can be here because they need to then respond, and then the others who are not even here, not even listening online, because now somebody have to go and call them to then say your question is up.
Okay.
Then we're making a mockery of the whole thing.
Yes. Shall we continue with the House, please? The order paper. Honourable De Jager, you will be asking a question on behalf of Honourable Moriarty, who is not in the House also. But first ask your question for the MEC Kokta, please. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair. The City of Johannesburg has not been paying for its firewall licensing since September 2024. The service provider is at risk because of the outstanding debt, and the city is at risk of being switched off. which with 3 months to G20, the impact of this would be severe. With this in mind, could the MEC please answer, why has the City of Johannesburg not paid for the firewall services licensing since September last year? What is being done by the City and the MEC's office to resolve the outstanding debt with the firewall service provider? How will the potential switching of the firewall service impact the City's cybersecurity and overall service delivery, especially with G20 Summit approaching in 3 months? And is there a broader issue of financial management or payment delays within the City that is contributing to the outstanding debt, and how will this be addressed? Thank you.
MEC Mamabolo, you may answer, please, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much for the question, Honourable Member. So the reply goes as follows. So number one, the City has acknowledged receipt of the firewall services and has remained in contact with the affected service provider. As this procurement mechanism is new for services of this nature, the transaction was subjected to an internal compliance review to ensure alignment with policies and regulation and to avoid any potential irregular expenditure. And this is what caused the delay, as per feedback given, of course, by the City. Now, please note, and this is very important, Honourable Member, please note that the matter has since been cleared by the Compliance Department. The payment was processed and cleared on the 22nd of August 2025. That's what the City is saying. Now, therefore, now if the matter has been cleared, you'll agree that the subsequent questions fall off because the issue is now resolved. And we hope that this is actually the truth, but at this point, we have no basis to doubt what the City is saying. So the rest of the questions are cleared by that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable MEC Mamabolo. Any supplementary question or short remark, Honourable De Jager?
Thank you, Chair. MEC, I'm afraid that the City is misleading you, because that's not at all what had happened. And also, Chair, what is a concern is that the person, my informant from the City of Johannesburg, in fact told me that it's a deliberate attempt by the Finance Department to not pay. But let me tell you what happened, in fact, on the 22nd of August. 60% of the outstanding amount was paid, with further payments deferred until September 2025 and September 2026. This arrangement still places the service provider at risk and leaves the City vulnerable to being switched off. With 3 months to go to the G20, the impact of such disruption would be severe. And Chair, I was actually in the office where the City contacted the service provider and informed them, this is 2 weeks ago, that payment will be made that Friday. And now they've paid 60% a week later. It's very unfortunate. A discounted price was negotiated for an upfront payment. How will the compensation or price impact be addressed with the change of payment terms? Let me see if we can get a response to that.
Honourable MEC Mamabolo.
Yeah, look, honourable members, any matter that borders on putting
G20 at risk must be attended to as a matter of urgency. So, given the information that has just been provided now, which clearly disputes or put to question what has been raised, and given the significance of this matter, I hope the honourable member will agree with me that I promptly act on this matter so that nothing places not only G20 but also the city itself at risk. And as I said at this point, there was nothing material to doubt what the city is saying. But I think that information requires further checks, and that's the commitment I'm giving to the House. And I hope the member will accept that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Honourable MEC. Honourable De Jager, you can ask the question on behalf of Honourable Muriati, please. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. This is for economic development, isn't that?
I'm here, Chair. In fact, sorry, Chair. I'm
You
here
don't listen.
on the last
Honourable
point.
MEC Maile, are you online? Are you back?
Yes, I am.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead, Honourable De Jager.
Yeah, my
Thank you.
machine froze, so there shouldn't be any aspersion past that. I mean, I never run away from answering. I like answering people so that I educate them. So I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't abdicate.
Honourable De Jager, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chair. Pursuant to the reply given in respect of 5 ECD 041, where in the response to question 3, it states that at Score Metals, there is a new vertical curve, single-stranded slab caster, that will be able to produce 650,000 tons of slab per year. In the company's new hot strip MIL, could the MEC indicate whether he thinks that this is satisfactory fulfillment of the pledge Score gave at the Gauteng Investment Conference? What incentives have been provided by government that may have enabled Score to achieve this? And by when has Score committed to start producing the tonnage if it committed? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable De Jager. Honourable MEC Maile, you may answer, please, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. We'll still be able to answer in the EFF one if it's allowed, but the answer to question 1 is the new vertical curve, single-strand slab caster that will be able to produce 650,000 tons of slab per year in Score's new hot strip mill is separate from the investment pledge Score made during the Gauteng Investment Conference. That's the first part. The second part is that the department, through its agency, Gauteng Road and Development Agency, is in continuous engagement with Score regarding the implementation of the company's investment project announced during the Gauteng Investment Conference. On question 2, no incentives have been provided by the Provincial Department of Finance and Economy, both departments, in fact. And on question 3, Score Metals is an existing company with production lines at various stages. And as such, the company is continuously investing in increasing its production capacity to meet the demand. The company had not made any tonnage commitment during the investment conference. Thank you very much.
Honourable De Jager, supplementary question or short remarks, sir?
Thank you, Chair. What mechanisms does your department have to independently verify that Score is meeting its production targets and investment commitments? And what steps will be taken should Score fail to meet these obligations? Thank you.
Honourable MEC Maile.
I don't know if the honourable member knows that Score Metal is a private company. It's not a government company. What new mechanisms must be put in place? The honourable member must think, must not talk common sense here. Just not making sense. So how do I go around monitoring private companies? Which authority do we have? What kind of thinking is that? The member must think and stop talking common sense. Thank you.
I can't hear. I honestly can't hear what the MEC is saying. I'm trying.
I'm saying the honourable member must think and stop talking common sense. Which law enables me to go around monitoring private companies and their production? We don't have that authority. So what does he expect me to do? We have authority over government institutions and entities, and that's where we are able to answer and we're able to account for. We don't account for private sector. The honourable member must think before he speaks.
Thank you so much, MEC. Honourable Mulder, can you ask a question for Honourable Motara for Human Settlements, please? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Chair of Chairs. Am I audible?
Yes, I can hear you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Chair of Chairs. In considering the mandate of the Gauteng Department of Human Settlements, which operate within the framework of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, 1996, the Housing Act of 107 of 1997, and the National Housing Code, the Spatial Planning and Land Use Management Act, and the Prevention of Illegal Eviction from Unlawful Occupation Land Act of 1998, also known as SPI. I would like to ask the Honourable MEC to explain why there are numerous examples of provincial and joint housing projects with local government that do not comply with the relevant legislation, thereby creating a substantial danger to human life through inadequate road access, lack of health clinics, and absence of employment opportunities, while also negatively affecting the environment and the agriculture potential in rural Gauteng. And I'd also like to ask, furthermore, would the Honourable MEC indicate the reasons for this situation, why such non-compliance is tolerated, and what precautionary measures will be implemented to ensure that future projects are fully compliant, safe, economically viable, and environmentally sustainable? Thank you, Honourable Chair of Chairs.
Thank you, Honourable Mulder. Honourable Motara, please, can you respond, ma'am?
Thanks, Member Mulder, for the question. The response is as follows. Two pieces of legislation have governed the delivery of human settlements. The first was the Less Formal Township Establishment Act 113 of 1991, otherwise known as LEFTIA. The purpose was to address a housing backlog by expediting the designation, provision and development of land for less formal settlements, making it a key tool for rapid township development and providing a faster, less complicated process for establishing residential townships, particularly in areas where there was an urgent need for housing. The custodian of LEFTIA was the province at the time, which meant that the province could proceed to approve designation of land for new townships without full compliance of municipal norms and standards and other pre-proclamation conditions. This approach led to a high number of new townships approved by the province to not having a full level of services such as you state in your question, roads, stormwater, or even in some instances inadequate bulk capacity for waste or sewer. To compound these challenges, the non-fulfillment of pre-proclamation conditions has led to a stagnation of the issuance of title deeds, leaving beneficiaries without security of tenure. The second piece of legislation, which was pronounced and is known as the Spatial Planning and Land Use Management Act 16 of 2013, shortened name is SPLUMA, resulted in the LEFTIA being repealed. Key to the change in the approach brought about by the new legislation, SPLUMA, is the placing of municipalities as the sole arbiters on land development matters. Notwithstanding the new policy framework, the legacy that results from the townships that were enacted through LEFTIA still persist. Such townships that are without a full complement of services, resulting in poor compliance to municipal norms and standards. The response to the second part of the question, is that the left-year legislation that did not require compliance with municipal norms and standards has been repealed, and SPLUMA has come into effect in 2014 since its enactment. Any new township since 2014 will be lodged in line with the new legislation of SPLUMA. That's what we are currently doing, which outlines stringent processes to ensure that all the pre-proclamation conditions and municipal norms and conditions are adhered to prior to required approvals. We are working with the municipalities to go through a process of proclamation of the old townships. We've also written to all the municipalities through you, Chair of Chairs, to relax conditions of SPLUMA as they are currently made provision for, where there are outstanding township establishment requirements that are the full responsibility of municipalities, such as internal roads, the provision of sewer, or the provision of stormwater. We've also worked with the municipalities to ask them to relax those regulations or requirements. It, however, needs quite long, lengthy processes internally at municipalities through council. Outside of that, municipalities will have to implement and finalize all outstanding SPLUMA requirements related to township proclamation requirements for us to be able to proclaim those townships and issue title deeds where they're still outstanding. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable MEC Motara. Honourable Mulder, any supplementary question or short remarks, sir?
Thank you, Honourable Chair of Chairs. Thank you to the Honourable MEC for the answer. I would just want to ask the Honourable MEC through you, Honourable Chair of Chairs, whether the Honourable MEC would be willing to engage with the Freedom Front Plus on certain instances where legislation has not adhered to or been ignored, and what will the consequences be where there is a detrimental effect on the environment and pollution of our waterways. Thank you, Honourable Chair of Chairs.
Thank you, Honourable Mulder. Honourable MEC Motara.
Thanks, Member Mulder. We can definitely engage on it, but different bodies are responsible for the oversight of different pieces of legislation. You referred to wastewater. It would either be water authorities or municipalities. Human settlements would not necessarily have jurisdiction over wastewater legislation. In the case of land use, it's the municipalities that are responsible for the implementation and the adherence of SPLUMA. Where there is, we can definitely say that post-2014, there's not been any developments without the approval of municipalities. Municipalities go through their own internal processes, but where they've been found wanting, also municipalities go through their own internal processes to correct those things.
Thank you, MEC Motara. Honourable Kaba, is she online?
You, Honourable Chair of Chairs.
It's withdrawn. Sorry, your other colleague says withdrawn. Okay, go ahead, Honourable Kaba.
Thank you, Honourable Chair of Chairs. On the 12th of August 2025, the Social Development Portfolio Committee conducted oversight visit at Tembisa Old Age Home. It was mentioned that Eastern Protective Workshop was appointed as the interim NPO to manage Tembisa Old Age Home. The MK Party takes a dim view of the appointment as the party cannot find any reasonable justification for the department's decision to deviate from government policies on transformation and empowerment by awarding the project to a white-owned NPO whilst overlooking particularly local-based NPOs in the historically disadvantaged communities in and around the East Rand. The lackluster commitment to empower and develop local NPOs in historically advantaged communities has become endemic and cause for concern as it reflects the department's lack of probity and commitment to the advancements of empowerment of historically disadvantaged entities. Unless the MEC convince us otherwise, the MK Party will continue rigorously exposing and condemning the department's unethical behavior in organizational processes, failure to adhere to the standards of integrity, transparency, and honesty. In light of the above, may the MEC take us into confidence and respond to the following questions. Was there an open and competitive process in awarding this role? If so, how many local or black-owned NPOs applied? Does the department track and report on the demographic ownership of NPOs it funds or appoints? And lastly, how is the department working to develop and empower black-led NPOs to take leadership roles in their own communities? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kaba. Honorable MEC Nkomo Ralaoko, you can answer, please.
No, it's Mazibuko. Mazibuko, Chair.
So go ahead, MEC. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, House Chair. In responding to question number 1 on, my apology, was there an open and competitive process in awarding this role? And if so, how many local and black-owned NPOs applied? Yes, there was an open and competitive process that was opened as we're looking for an NPO to be able to help us to run the old age home there in Tembisa. And of course, there are even NPOs locally that did apply, Honorable House Chair. And in responding to question number 2, if the department tracks and report on the demographic ownership of NPOs, in fact, the bulk of our NPOs are your majority from your previously disadvantaged communities, and the department maintains a database of all those funded NPOs, which is mapped out according to the demographics and the location of where these NPOs are. In responding to question number 3, how is the department working to develop and empower Black-led NPOs to take leadership roles in their own communities? The department provides support and capacity building to empower all NPO, irrespective of which nationality they belong to. And all of them, we empower them to be able to take leadership roles in their communities. And this support also enables them to implement our priority as the department, because we rely mainly almost 1.9 billion of our budget in the department actually does services that are being done by the NPOs. And all these NPOs, they comply with all applicable legislation. I thank you, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable MEC Faith Mazibuko. Any supplementary question or short remark, Honorable Kaba?
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs, and thank you, Honorable MEC, for the response. We welcome the process followed in appointing this NPO. We believe it is important to ensure that such services are aligned with the values of inclusivity, community empowerment, and cultural sensitivity. I hope this remark is not intended to discredit the work being done, but to encourage that development in our townships is both sustainable and community-driven. And we hope this NPO will engage with the Tembisa community in a meaningful and empowering way. Asibonge, Mhlonishwa.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. There was a comment. You want to say anything?
We thank the members for the oversight work, their diligent oversight work. It actually also helps us. Let me reassure Honorable Member that already the NPO has advertised for the post for the local community, and we have engaged even the councillors to ensure that those that come from the local area are the ones that get those job opportunities there at the old age home. We thank you very much, House Chair, and have a wonderful day.
Thank you so much, Honorable MEC. Honorable Mesu, for the Honorable Dlamini. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. I'll be reading on behalf of Honorable Meso. And I must mention that according to the speaking list, she was mentioned as the member of the DA.
Yes, I see that, yeah.
I just want
It
to...
must be rectified. You are right.
You can't donate her like that.
I just want to confirm that she's still...
Thanks.
I just want to confirm that she still remains the member of MKP. MEC, the department is on record saying it will reduce spending for Wi-Fi and land due to budget constraints, but intends spending 700 million on maintenance of the Provincial Network Center for the 2025-26 financial year. However, there was no amount reflected for the capital assets in the previous 24-25 financial year on the budget. It is common cause that the Provincial Network Center forms part of the capital assets of the Department of E-Governance, and in the public interest that the current valuation of the Provincial Network Center be explicitly declared. Budgeting 700 million to upgrade an asset with an undisclosed current valuation raises serious concerns and creates room for corruption and malfeasance. Furthermore, 2 separate tenders for the procurement of the services to develop and implement e-button applications were published for 2 consecutive years, specifically 23-24, 24-25 financial years. The MK Party assessed that this raises reasonable grounds to circumspect or call for a probe into possible tender irregularities in respect of the 2 tenders, as they both were advertised for the appointment of the service provider over a period of 36 months each. It is our contention that the procurement process behind the 2 tenders with bids solicited within 12 months incidentally to the awarding of the initial tender defeats the test of rationality and reasonability. This is further accentuated by the fact that e-panic buttons application is expected to persist over a duration of the tender awarded. In light of the above, MK Party would like to appreciate the MEC's response to the following questions. 1, what is the name of the service provider awarded for the above-mentioned tenders for the period 24 and the tender for the period 23 with a briefing date of 23/06/05 respectively? What is the department's rationale behind the publication of the second tender to develop and implement an e-button application 24 months before the expiry of the first tender, which was for a duration of 36 months? How many e-buttons have been procured, including cost of each, for every financial year since 2023? What is the current valuation of both the Provincial Network Center and the drones owned by the department? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Dlamini. You may answer, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair of Chairs, and thank you very much to the Honorable Member for the questions. With regards to question 1, is that tender number GTGTEG of 2023 was cancelled by the department. The details which appear in the link that will give you all the details will forward the link to proceedings, which will forward to the Honourable Member, that gives all the details on the tender number, the description, the date of the date it was published, the date cancelled, the cancellation reasons, the briefing session details, the date, the time, and the venue. So we'll give you the link, Honourable Member, so that you got all the detailed information. Here with the notice of cancellation as per the tender bulletin. Therefore, we'll also give you the link to the tender bulletin on the reasons why it was cancelled. The service provider, that was for the 2023 0028 tender that was cancelled. The service provider awarded under the number GTGDEG 028-2024 is Evolved Value Added Services for the development and implementation of the e-panic button application for a duration of 36 months. On question 2, what is the department's rationale behind the publication of the second tender? The department issued and published a tender of 2023 during the 2023-2024 financial year to develop and implement the e-panic button application for a period of 36 months. The tender was cancelled due to change in the scope of work. During the fourth quarter of the 2023-24 financial year, the department under GT GDEDD 028-2024 appointed a service provider for the development and implementation of e-panic button application for a period of 36 months, which service provider was appointed in March 2024. With regards to how many e-panic buttons, the total number of e-panic buttons procured from 11 March 2024, it's 2,500 gadgets. The cost of each panic button is 908 Rand 50 cents, VAT inclusive. The total cost of e-panic buttons procured since 2023 financial year is as follows. 2023-2024 financial year, 500 gadgets at 454,250 rands. And in 2024-25 financial year is 2,000 gadgets at 1.817 million rands. The total is 2.271, 250 million. With regards to question 4, what is the current valuation of the provincial network? The valuation cost for the GPN assets amounts to over 1 billion. It's 1,028,476,699.17. With regards to question 5, on the drones owned by the department does not own drones. The five drones that has been procured on behalf of the Community Safety Department were then transferred, therefore, in the 23-24 financial year, as this falls within their legislative mandate. We trust that the above is in order. Thank you very much, Honourable Member.
Member Mahlabe, is there any supplementary question or remark?
No, Chair, thank you.
There's none. Okay. So the question by Member Nkani is withdrawn. We'll now get into, Member Mahlabe, please read your question.
Thank you, Chair. MEC, in terms of Section 26(1) of the Constitution, provides that everyone shall have the right of access to adequate housing. Accessibility means that the state must create a conducive conditions for all its citizens, irrespective of their economic status, to access affordable housing. The right to adequate housing ensures that people enjoy physical and mental health and live in a safe place in peace and dignity. The Rapid Land Release Program, also known as the Ikakgeleng Land Release Program, is a Gauteng provincial government initiative aimed at providing service stands to qualifying individuals who are not eligible for fully subsidized housing but cannot afford to build independently. This program targets those earning between 3,500 and 7,000. The question is as follows. How much has the department spent so far on Rapid Land Release Program? 2, what mechanisms have been put in place to ensure that allocation is corruption-free? 3, why was vandalism and hijacking of certain number of stands allowed to occur? 4, what is the department's plan to remedy vandalism and illegal occupation of stands? The last one, since 2020, the promise of allocation of 100,000 stands by the Premier, how many has been allocated to date? Thank you.
MEC Mutara.
Thanks very much for the question. The response is as follows. Since the inception of the program, the department has spent 2,078,835,897 cents in acquisition and servicing of stands. What mechanisms have been put in place with relation to the allocations? The response is as follows. The Rapid Land Release beneficiaries are registered in the National Housing Needs System. That's where all citizens register their needs for housing, and as well as the housing subsidy system. They are then selected based on an income criteria, and approval is concluded online. Award certificates are printed according to approvals, which are utilized for physical allocations. When beneficiaries register for their housing needs, they have to indicate their earnings, and that is how the qualifying criteria is determined. Also, our system is linked to other systems which can pick up on the earnings of individuals who register. The response to the third aspect is that the funding model of the program is based on offtake agreements where developers service stands with their own funds and the department pays the developer and land is transferred from the developer directly to beneficiaries. Much like we do with subsidized housing or RDPs, particularly in mega projects, the developer builds from their own funds and the department then compensates them from the grant funding in line with the quantity on the subsidy. After allocations, the beneficiaries are then responsible to safeguard the stands as they are owners and then also commence with incremental building. The challenges of beneficiaries not building is mainly due to the non-affordability and they have left service stands vulnerable to vandalism and invasions. The department has struggled thus far to appoint security for these projects as they are not registered in the name of the department. It would be financially irregular for the department to secure what otherwise would be known as privately owned stands. What is the department's plan to remedy vandalism and illegal occupation? The response is as follows. The department is conducting an ongoing education sessions with beneficiaries on the importance of safeguarding their stands. Security clusters are also being set up to support the department in fighting the invasion and vandalism. The department has been the victim of invasions even on completed houses. And the department is allocating projects one service linking stands to owners to minimize invasions. It is important to note that owners have the responsibility to provide security on their stands, even for the entire duration of the ownership, even at the time of, throughout the time that they build. To date, the department has serviced 9,474 stands and allocated 7,189 to beneficiaries. Thank you.
Member Mahlabe, do you have any supplementary question or remark?
Thank you, Chair. I would like to remark by saying, through the committee oversight visit, we took note that there are two projects which are looking different. The one is vandalized and the other is still intact. So we actually proposed, and I want the MEC to note that, in order to secure the eTwatwa project, because it's still in place, everything is still intact, we are actually proposing, MEC, that because the contract of the security company is ending end of the month, we should actually proactively move to deploy the amapanyapanya as part of a process to prevent any further damage, because this will cost the Gauteng government more money if we have to go in there after the fact. So I think proactively, so if there can be measures in place to make sure that that place is patrolled and there are securities in place, because the issue of private security, it has proven to be not cost effective in the long term. Thank you.
MEC Mutara, any?
Thanks, Member Mahlabe. We had a meeting last week with Ekurhuleni, where also Ekurhuleni will provide ongoing patrols, but also we have escalated the matter to the Department of Community Safety here in the province, who will do exactly as you are suggesting. But the intention is to complete that, that project where those stands are serviced in eTwatwa. Thanks.
Thank you, MEC. Members, Kosana, you can ask your very long question. Very long, but yeah, you can.
Thank you, Chair. I wasn't aware it was that long. It's a brief one. It's about a place called West Rand in Murafong in Kutsong Extension 5. There is an unutilized building which was designated to operate as a clinic. This building was fully developed and completed over 10 years ago, yet it has not been utilized, with no explanation to the community as to why it is not operating. The community of Murafong is faced with a scourge of overcrowded clinics that provide poor services to the community. Patients in that area are made to travel long distances to other clinics for healthcare services, when there is an unused clinic within the walking distance from their homes. It is common cause that the neglected and dysfunctional clinic is a symbol of wasteful government expenditure and will require refinancing for it to be operational due to the damage of infrastructure that has occurred over time. The debilitated clinic has its walls cracked with certain parts of the ceiling already collapsed. Essentially, the infrastructure of the clinic continues deteriorating on a daily basis, and nobody is held accountable for the glaring negligence. Notwithstanding the above, the department continues paying for the services of a security company that has been placed to safeguard the clinic from further vandalism, theft, and the clinic being left unused, and vandalism is continuing unabated. Now, the MK party will thus appreciate the response of the MEC to the following questions. Who are the service providers contracted by the department in the abandoned project in Kutsong Extension 5, in that clinic? How much were each service provider paid for the abandoned project? Number 3, what punitive measures did the department meet against them? And what measures has the department put in place to ensure that the unused building is restored and the clinic becomes operationally to assist the suffocation of the surrounding small clinics? Maybe an added one to my colleague, MEC for DID, is that he owes me a bridge in Scandaf, in Chukulane, in Soshanguve. He might as well take the opportunity to close that one. Thank you.
MEC Mamabulo, respond to the 4 questions only.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I thought it was about Kutsong.
Ignore the Scandaf issue.
Yeah.
Focus Kutsong.
Now, Chair, very briefly, I think the principle, Honorable Skosana, is that so there are challenges with this, and again, ourselves and the Department of Health need to have a discussion about this and other work that we're doing with the Department of Health. So there is a challenge there that we need to attend to with the Department of Health. So that is the main issue. But otherwise, the reply is that there were professional teams that were deployed and appointed on Kutsong South Extension 2. One of them is Toko Consulting Engineers, PTL Ltd, rendering project management services. And then there's Toll Plan Pty Ltd, rendering quantity surveying services. And then there's LPM Consortium, rendering architectural, occupational health and safety, electrical, mechanical, civil and structural engineering services. And the contractor is Mentaco Trading Enterprises. Now, with regard to the payments, the contractor that is appointed has not yet apparently commenced with work, so there's not been expenditure incurred on the contractor because they have not started. But there are engineering consulting firms that have been paid, and at this point, the figure that is provided here need to be verified, and that will be provided to you. Now, what measures the department has put in place, so we are, as I said, we'll be engaging the Department of Health on this matter, and once we have finalized the discussions, we will be able to say what is a clear way forward on this matter, but that's the challenge that we have. Sure, thank you.
Any supplementary questions or remarks, Member Skosana?
Yes, Chair, I think we've engaged with the MEC in the Portfolio Committee of Health around this matter, where she indicated that they want their structural requirements to be attended and handed over to them. But having said that, Chair, this project building has been lying there for over 10 years. And the MEC is not indicating timelines. And timelines are now of essence. If a project has been idling for over 10 years and the government has been incurring expenditure of paying security guards on a daily basis. And to this day, the MEC will come and say they are working on a plan and a process. There is this allergy that we have in MK towards plans and processes. We are very allergic to that. we want to hear timelines, given the fact that the people of Merafong have waited for over 10 years watching a building that is unused and that is getting vandalized. I request the MEC to indicate to us what are the timelines going forward.
Timelines, MECs?
Chair, the concerns are noted, we share them, and we don't want to mislead the House on the timelines. We'll come back to the Honourable Member. Thank you.
Yeah, no, the MEC is not an engineer, so we understand the answer. Thank you very much. No, time is up, member. I see you want to ask a further question. You can't. I will ask Member Ali to ask a question to MEC Mutara.
Thank you so much, Deputy Chair of Chairs. Can the MEC for Human Settlements please indicate the following regarding the formalization of the Lakeview community in Johannesburg, considering that the Lakeview community has been in limbo since 2017, despite promises from the City of Johannesburg and the province to formalize their area, leaving residents without clarity or progress on the formalization status. And this question we ask bearing in mind that we understand fully that this is not the sole responsibility of the province, but it would have to be in collaboration with City of Johannesburg. So with that in mind, can the Honourable MEC, in collaboration with other spheres of government, kindly provide an indication to the House if or when the Lakeview community will be formalized? Thank you.
MEC.
Thanks, Deputy Chair of Chairs, and thanks, Member Ali, for your response to your question. In your question, you already responding, acknowledging that this is a City of Joburg project or responsibility. We've tried to source the updated information from the city, and at the time of preparing the response, we still did not get a response on, one, the timeframes for formalization. I do want to just explain, Member Ali, that because it's a metro municipality, both of us, the metro and the province, get grants directly from National Human Settlements. USDG, Urban Settlement Development Grant, is responsible for the provision of bulk that is given to metro municipalities. Metro municipalities in our province are also accredited to deliver human settlements projects independently of the province. The second grant is ISUPG. It's called ISUPG Informal Settlement Upgrade Grant. Both the province and the metro municipalities get that grant directly from National Human Settlements. So what the collaboration will entail or require, it will need the municipality to include it in their business plan, to fund or budget from both the ISUPG and the USDG for bulk, because you will not be able to formalize without bulk. But even prior to that, the municipality must comply with their own SPLUMA regulations of township formalization and requirements. So they must conduct EIAs, they must conduct all the studies to make sure that the area is suitable for upgrading. So they've got to budget from the two grants. They must install the bulk. Where the province comes in is we can provide what is called internal services. So linking roads or electricity or sewer to the bulk network. Once the metro municipality has done that, we can then do internal services and we can use HSDG on top structures. So that is how we can collaborate. But outside of the metro municipality allocating funds from the two grants in line with the conditions of the grants, there is very little we can do. We are pushing the metro municipality, so it's not only a situation in the City of Joburg, we are pushing the metro municipalities to link their spending or their budgeting of USDGs to actual human settlements programs or related projects. What we've been finding is, and I think it was an earlier question that was asked, metro municipalities are using USDG on bulk, yes, but not linked to human settlements. So they may be using USDG on bulk that is in areas that may be industrial or for maintenance, not necessarily the implementation of new infrastructure. And that's not what the conditions of the current grant provide for. So it is a matter we are dealing with National Human Settlements. We've, for instance, in the city of Ekurhuleni, gone through a process of agreeing with National Human Settlements to top slice their USDG because they've been misdirecting it, or directing it on projects not linked to human settlements, so that we are able to link human settlements, upgrading of informal settlements, provision of formalization. Formalization of informal settlements is also subject to a lot of other compliance. One is land use, yes, like I said, but secondly is the confirmation of beneficiaries, qualifying beneficiaries. So a lot of our informal settlements don't have actual qualifying beneficiaries. You know that a lot of our informal settlements now have got foreign nationals. That needs a comprehensive response that goes beyond even provincial government. That's law enforcement, home affairs, etc. Because the formalization and the expenditure on the grants, the condition of the grants, will only be allowed to spend it on beneficiaries who qualify. We also have a situation of some in informal settlements who are holders of title deeds elsewhere. They either rent their homes or they've left their homes for one or other reason, and they go and locate and establish in an informal settlement. That adds to the very complicated method of managing who beneficiaries are and who you can actually legally spend on through the subsidy. But we'll work with the City of Joburg to follow up on specifically this one. How far is their state of readiness for formalization? If they are not, we can assist them with things like EIAs, with subsidy, on preparation for project implementation. We can assist them with that. And if we need to, we'll do that so that they can plan for budget from the USDG and the ISUPG for bulk. We can then come, once they've implemented the bulk infrastructure, on top structures and internal services. But the formal response is that we didn't get a response from City of Joburg at the time of preparing the response. Thanks.
Any supplementary remark?
Thank you so much, Deputy Chair of Chairs, and thank you, MEC. I am satisfied with the response. I appreciate the willingness to then go over and above the call of duty to have this conversation with COJ. Perhaps it is something that we will then maybe nudge the MEC for COCTA to perhaps squeeze the COJ in that regard, because I think it's so important. You have here a community that does qualify in terms of them being South African citizens, that does want to pay for services in terms of electricity, water, and the like, but are being prohibited from doing so because they have no access to those facilities. And I do think where people are willing to pay for services, they should not be prevented from doing so. So I think I will then take this matter up with the COCTA MEC to see whether or not he could lend a helping hand behind that, or throw his weight behind that issue. Thank you very much.
MEC, do you have further?
Thank you.
You can come back again, Member Ali, on your other question.
Thank you so much once again. So communities have witnessed escalating lawlessness by certain taxi drivers who resort to violence to settle disputes. This includes the recent incidents involving petrol bombs, other acts of violence that suggest premeditated criminal intent on behalf of that industry. The ongoing violence between taxi operators, meter taxis, and e-hailers, particularly around Maponya Mall, but I have to underscore the fact that this is not the only area. There are many hotspots strewn across the province. This issue raises serious concerns about public safety and the absence of preventative action. So to the MEC for Roads and Transport, there's a growing perception that the department has failed to restore order, to enforce the rule of law, and to protect residents, commuters, and law-abiding operators from such threats. It is therefore the reason that we ask, what urgent action is the department taking to address these violent incidents? And of course, this is also not something that the department can undertake on its own. We know that it has to be in collaboration with community safety, but it has to begin with the Department of Transport as the custodian for transportation in the province. Thank you.
MEC Diale Tlabela.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs. Am I audible? Please pardon my voice, I flew.
Yes, you are audible.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to honorable members in the House, and thanks to Member Ali for asking the question. Member Ali, in June 2025, we launched a collaboration between ourselves as Gauteng Transport with Road Traffic Management Corporation, the RTMC, what we term Gauteng Transport Inspectorate. These are dedicated this is a dedicated law enforcement unit for public transport generally and taxi violence particularly. And this was out of the challenges that we faced since the beginning of the year on taxi violence conflicts that we continued to experience as a province. The launch included, we signed an MOU with RTMC, and this was a secondment of the first 92 cohort of traffic officers. And it is a culmination of protracted engagement between the province and national departments, like I said, with RTMC to collaborate in mitigating public transport conflict in our province. The team has hit the ground running and work in collaboration with other law enforcement agencies, as we agree with you that this requires collaboration, more especially with our subs, state security agencies, crime intelligence, Gauteng Traffic Police and municipal police in the province to attend to all incidents of crime and violence in our province. There are ongoing engagement that involves the provincial treasury to avail resources to increase the number of boots on the ground and properly capacitate the Gauteng Transport Inspectorate as well as the taxi violence task teams within SAPS and Gauteng Traffic Police respectively to end violence in the province. Public safety and ending violence cannot be left to only ourselves, but only ourselves as government and law enforcement agencies, but it's a societal responsibility. And I note that we all have a responsibility to do that. Hence, we conduct regular public transport stakeholder engagements and do community outreach programs to encourage the public to also play their part, more especially stakeholders that are operating in public transport services. In Maponya, we have established a joint task team that involves representatives of the mall management. It's not only in Maponya. I think we also have established such in Southgate. This is the two malls in Johannesburg that we are experiencing challenges. And the task teams includes different public transport operators, that is both the taxi industry and the e-hailers that operate in those two areas, as well as commuter organization and community-based organizations. We're trying to make sure that they meet weekly to deal with different issues they're faced with. I must say the issues look similar but a bit different and require different approaches to them. And we are happy that most, like the center manager, like in Maponya, has created this platform long before the incident of 2 weeks ago. And we, as the department, will be overseeing those engagements and making sure that everybody is compliant and the malls give everyone equal access to the centers themselves. Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Any supplementary question, Member Ali?
Thank you so much, Deputy Chair of Chairs, and thank you, MEC. It is not a question, but it's just an observation or a short statement from my part. The violence, as the MEC has mentioned, is neither new nor is it exclusive to Maponya Mall. And it seems as if we're dealing with a government that is often reactionary, that often doesn't know what the left hand is doing between the right hand and the other limbs. It is very disintegrated and sporadic in its response and runs to put out fires, but is very slow on doing anything proactively. And that is just my observation. I say this because as we speak, e-hailers vehicles are being impounded still in Ekurhuleni, even after the landmark ruling in Tshwane. So there are no-go zones for e-hailers at the airport, for example. We also have no-go zones in different malls malls where the taxis have taken it upon themselves to demarcate areas that are restricted or prohibited from the e-hailers to access. We know that the taxi operators will also take ordinary commuters and pull them out of carpools and other modes of transport when they feel that they are hard-pressed. And of course, they feel aggrieved as the taxi industry because there's been no regulation there, no formalization, and no subsidization of the industry, despite buses and trains being subsidized. So there is all of that, and I know we cannot lay it squarely on the shoulders of the province, but the province itself has not covered itself in glory. And so I again underscore the fact that there is no plan in place. It's often just running around putting out fires. And the unfortunate event is that we will start to see e-hailers retaliate. They will start arming themselves and they will carry weapons in their vehicles and will have a much bigger problem than what we have now. So I urge the MEC during MINMAC to speak to the minister, to speak to the province, and to speak to law enforcement officials in the municipalities to sit down around the table with the e-hailers and have a workshop on how to solve this issue. Broaden that conversation to the taxi industry, and again, broaden it as well to the metered taxi associations, which are also aggrieved, and that tension is simmering and bubbling under. Thank you.
Thank you. MEC Tlabela, you want to respond?
Yes, Deputy Chair of Chairs, thank you very much.
Okay.
Let's not, Member Ali, let's not encourage criminality and wrong things to continue to happen. We have created a platform where all law enforcement agencies in our province sit, including e-hailers, organizations, as well as the taxi industry and the meter taxi sector. Unfortunately for us, Member Ali, you will not understand what we are going through. Maybe let me make this example to you. Upon seeing what happened in Maponya, because we're in the process of opening a toll lab in Maponya Mall, we had fast-tracked the opening of a toll lab in Maponya, where there's an allegation coming from different groupings of e-hailers that there are about 2,000 e-hailers operating in Soweto illegally without operating licenses. And to date, ever since we opened last Monday, to date only 43 came to check their status, and only 6 people applied for new operating licenses. So there's a serious challenge of e-hailing groups, and we are trying hard to make sure that they come on board. We organize and structure them properly and assist them with the challenges that they're faced with. The other issue is conflict as perceived created by the taxi industry itself. We have a platform where all the public transport operators sit and the taxi industry is involved to deal with what makes them fight on the ground. Unfortunately, there's criminality also to the challenges that the public transport services are faced with. And these are the issues that we raise with law enforcement agencies to help us with, more especially the SAPS. There's a prof joint that sits fortnightly in the province, and the conflict in the taxi industry is high on their agenda, chaired by the Deputy Police Commissioner in our province. So we're trying our best. The National Department of Transport is now on board. They have promised us that they'll fast-track finalization of e-hailers regulations. We have presented to the approved regulations to the Portfolio Committee last Friday. We're just waiting for the Minister to finalize and publish them for public participation. So we're doing our best. It's just that we are not in charge of controlling criminality that happens in the industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MEC. Member Sitika from the EFF.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs. Swimming as a sport as traditionally being a contested terrain due to its historical inaccessibility to Black communities. Regarding efforts to make swimming accessible to communities, can the MEC answer the following question? 1, does the department have a program to encourage and develop swimming talents and abilities within township? 2, if yes, what does the program entail and how is it conducted? 3, does the department manage swimming pool infrastructure and swimming programs, or does this happen through municipal transfers? The last one, and how does the department monitor the implementation of swimming programs as well as swimming pool infrastructure? Thank you.
MEC Chilwane, respond to the question.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. Thank you to the Honourable Member for the question. With regard to the first question, yes, the department does have a swimming program in place, namely the Water Safety Education Program, which is implemented in quarter 1 and 2, the Learn to Swim program, which is implemented in quarter 3 and 4, club development program throughout the financial year. With regard to the second question, the department supports aquatics program in the province and works with Aquatics Gauteng Federation and its regional affiliates, the Gauteng and the Gauteng Department of Education. There are 4 phases to the program. Water Safety Education Program, which focuses on educating children in grade 1 to 3 on water safety. Learn to Swim, which teach the children how to swim. Club Development Program, which focuses on level 1, level 2, and level 3 swimmers who compete at swimming galas. 4th, High Performance Program, which focuses on the level 2 and level 3 swimmers with sport science testing, strength, and conditioning program. With regard to the third question, the department does not manage pool infrastructure as this is the responsibility of the municipality. No transfers are made to municipalities for swimming pool infrastructure. The department only manages the swimming programs in conjunction with stakeholders. With regard to the fourth question, the department monitors the implementation of swimming programs through monitoring reports submitted by corridor offices upon completion of site visits to the various programs implemented. In terms of monitoring swimming infrastructure, the report can be provided by the municipality. Thank you.
Member Siteka, onale potso e latelang.
Ke kopa botsa e latelang e tlamehileng ke e botse ke tla.
Okay, ra leboha. O ka botsa e latelang.
Okay, thank you. Regarding arts and culture program as well as transfers organization that implement programs, we raise concern that it seems as if some of these organizations disappear without providing their service. One such organization is the Orange Farm Dance Theatre. Regarding the status of this organization as well as transfers to other ones, can the MEC answer the following? 1, is the department aware of the existence of the Orange Farm Dance Theatre Group? 2, how much was transferred to the organization in the 2023-2024 financial year as well as 2024 to 2025 financial year? 3, is the department aware of the organization's current operational activities? 4, how much money in total was transferred to arts and culture organization in the 2024-2025 financial year? The last one, how does the department monitor if indeed this organization delivers on their service? Thank you.
MEC Chilwane.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. With regard to the first question, yes, the organization received grant funding in the 2023-24 financial cycle. In relation to question 2, the organization was funded 88,000 rand in the 2023-24 financial year and no funding in the 2024-25 financial year. With regard to the third question, for the 2024-25 financial year, the department did not provide any financial support to the organization. Therefore, it's not aware of its current operational activities. And then in the fourth question, no transfers were made for the year 2024 and 25. And the last one, the fifth question, remember, the Gauteng Arts and Culture Council assists the department with adjudication, monitoring, and evaluation of the projects. Thank you.
Follow-up question, Member Sitika.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. I'm covered. Thanks.
Wahantle. Okay. Ralebo. Ralebo Amme. Member Masoling. Can I ask your question to MEC? Member Masoling. Rafita. Member Masoling. I refitil.
There was an apology from her earlier, Deputy Chair of Chairs. When the sitting started, the Speaker announced her not to be in the House because she's ill.
Oh, okay. So we will pass the question. Member Masilela.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. As a proponent of the new ecosystem of DID, we witnessed the MEC breakout in sweat, urging us to come on board to the new DID during the budget debate. We are fully on board, MEC, in propelling our beloved DID forward. A functional DID is a win for all of us, even members of the opposition, because it means that the province infrastructure works for the people of Gauteng. It means the people of Beggersdal have a functional social service facility, and the people of Beggersdal of Renwest no longer wait years for senior secondary school, and hundreds of other townships finally see the schools, clinic, and community facilities they've been promised. On the new and improved DID quotas performance of 2025 to 2026 financial year, can the MEC provide an update on the following? Since the launch of the new DID and its expert team, the A team, how has the department performed in the first quarter, particularly in delivering planned projects such as the long-awaited Women's Living Heritage Monument, disappointingly the only target set for the term? How many maintenance projects were completed in this period, and can the department account for them? Were the monetary revenue targets projected from GPG-owned buildings achieved in this quarter? And since the GIFA is now the entity of DID, what were the reasons behind GIFA's failure to present a business case for the state-owned bank and the state-owned pharmaceutical company? I thank you.
MEC Mamabulo.
Yeah, thanks. I was waiting for. This is the last question of the day, I guess. So I had to wait for the Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Yes, the last question.
Thank you. Honorable members, thank you very much for a good question. I want to quote this question to the members, and so that the members can learn from the EFF, free basic education. I think it can be considered, Honorable Msimang. Let me quote. Yeah, let's leave about the sweat out, but we are urged to come on board to the new DID during the budget debate. We are fully on board in propelling our beloved DID forward. A functional DID is a win for all of us, even members of the opposition, because it means that the province infrastructure works for the people of Gauteng, close quote. This is a good spirit that we need in the House to work together to resolve the challenges that we have, including with our municipalities, all organ of the state. Not hostile, conflictual, cat and mouse chase this way, that way. We don't need that. I can assure you that. Now back to the question. The very first question, yes, is that the DID infrastructure A team is still at its infancy and at the piloting stage. And as we speak, we are conducting pilot sites to correctly position the infrastructure A team to be our oversight structure on the ground, because as you once said, Honorable Masilela, in one of the meetings.
Looks like Member Masilela is on her way out. No, she'll sit down now.
No, she's okay. She has done well. I think we can live with that. But I was quoting you in one of the meetings. You said in the committee that technology on its own will not give us the solutions that you need. I think you made this point, and in agreeing with you, we then said currently on the ground, it's only the project manager who has to go around doing oversight. And even the deputy speaker did say to us, you can't have one person on the ground doing oversight with contractors, with PSPs. So the infrastructure A team, it's a response to that we need a team of carpenters, of electricians, of engineers, professionals, technical people to do oversight and to compare with what the technology is saying or the report on IDEP is saying. So this concept of A team is to verify the data between what sits on the platform and the actual situation on the ground, strengthening our oversight capacity. So, but this team is still new. We're still trying to check how far it can go. It has visited a lot of sites currently, and it has given us good reports, and it has actually helped us. For example, with the Women's Living Monument, there was a problem that we were not aware of until the A team went there and pointed it out. The city of Tshwane came to confirm it, and we're working on it. So I'm just saying, let's give it a chance. It's still at an early stage, but this team is doing an excellent job. We are now positioning them to deal with all the documents that are subjected from particularly the planning and design stage, because it's mainly documentation there. So the A team does physical oversight, but it also does oversight on documentations, drawings, and other design documents. Now, so with respect to the second question, so let me say that on the sites where they're visited, we do have the reports. By the way, even the bridge that has been raised here in Soshanguve, they visited the site, they did a report, they are working on the designs, planning, and engaging the city of Tshwane on the local bridge in the city of Tshwane. Even in the city of Ekurhuleni, in Oliven, many other places, the A team is doing an excellent job over and above the DID infrastructure. Number two, it's in, no, I'm saying in Oliven and in Ekurhuleni. The honorable member there has raised an issue about,
Order, please allow the MEC to answer the question. MEC.
One of your members,
MEC.
Wrestling One, has raised a question about.
MEC, just answer the question of member.
Yeah,
Masilela.
no, I was being disrupted.
Yeah.
Has raised a question about a bridge in Ekurhuleni. The A team went there to check that bridge. We're working on it. So I was saying Oliven and it's late. We've been here for too long. So I understand. Okay. Now, with respect to the second question, how many maintenance projects were completed in this period? Let me be quick and fast because I can see members want to leave. Now, the first one, completed maintenance, 30 Simons Building for statutory service of firefighting, extinguishers, and equipment. 2, Corner House Building for electrical maintenance, LV and MV, replacement of work lights, socket outlets, retrofitting of LED lights, inspection and fault, finding, upgrade and repairs. And then the third one is 75 Fox Building for statutory service and repairs of firefighting, extinguishers and equipment. The last one is Ikaya Letemba Bramfontein for general building and plumbing repairs. Number 3, what were the monetary targets projected for GPG-owned buildings achieved in this quarter? Now, the Department of Infrastructure Development has set a revenue collection target of 6.5 million for the reporting quarter, derived from lease of state-owned buildings, parking fees, gate takings at Rodeplat Dam, and the sale of non-core immovable Gauteng provincial government assets. During this period, the department was only able to collect 2.5 million against the projected 6.5 million. We do state the interventions that we are going to make in order to deal with this issue. And there are about 5 of them that we are mentioning: accelerating property transfer, developing alternative revenue streams, shared intelligence on property, strategic integration, proactive partnerships. Very last, on the issue of GFA and the business case, I just want to say that this is a matter of the transition. Now that GFA is with DID, there is still that transition between GFA moving out of finance to us, and this matter, we're still dealing with it there. And I think we will clarify it very soon. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Member
for a good
Masilela,
question.
do you have any supplementary or you have been adequately answered?
Honorable Waters.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. And can you be persistent and call order on honorable member there? Because if you are presiding and if she does those things, we are going to respond. It's not going to be nice. We welcome next door, Wako.
Members,
MEC,
can you
thank
please focus? Member Masilela,
MEC, thank you.
please ask. Member Masilela, please ask. Member Masilela, focus on the follow-up question. Member Mfikwe and Member Masilela. Batung.
Thank you.
Member Masilela. Member Masilela, please
you
ask
are
the
being
question.
threatened, Chairperson. And then I'm saying things on facts, what she did. And she's threatening me. And should we be safe in this house? So we are not supposed to speak. Chairperson, never mind her.
Okay, please
she
ask
has
the
been here for too long.
refer to,
Thank you,
yeah.
MEC. We welcome that. But however, MEC, can the following that you have not answered, we welcome the written answers. Thank you.
Okay, I take it, MEC, that you have no further input. You are covered. In terms of Rule 137, subsection 5, which reads as follows: if a question for written reply is not replied to within stipulated time frame and no extension is requested by a member of the Executive Council, during the next question day, the relevant member of the Executive Council must provide an oral explanation in the House for his or her failure to reply to the questions and still hand over the written reply to the table. MECs are kindly requested not to reply to the question, but to provide an oral explanation for his or her failure to reply to the question and forward the reply to the question to the table. MEC Mazibuko, kindly explain to the House why question number 5.SD050, 5.SD052, and 5.SD053 and SD0555 not responded to. MEC
Thank you very
Mazibuko.
much, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, House Chair, and indeed, wish to forward our apologies. But SD55, it said the cutoff date is it must be submitted by the 2nd of September. And then I'm saying 26 August. So that is the only question that is due by next week. But the others, Chair, we've already submitted to Ralph. It's just that it missed the cutoff time of submission, which was 15 hours of yesterday. Halogo siyaxolisa but they have been submitted. Siyabonga, Chair.
Okay, siyabonga MEC, sizahlola lokho okushilo sibone ukuthi kuyiqiniso ngempela noma cha. Siyabonga kodwa kwamanje. MEC Botha, can you please give an explanation why we have not answered question 5ENV047 and 5.ENV050 and 051 not responded to?
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs. So, ENV 046 and ENV 047 were submitted. I think there may have been a time limit issue on that. So I'll just double check on that because I did sign them and submit them. Then ENV 050 and ENV 051 were matters of transitional issues as my office finished their previous term and my new office is about to start. So we understood. I do agree. So I'll have to take that on the chin and move forward with it. Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs. Thank you. Sorry, Deputy Chair of Chairs, can I just respond to that? Can I just respond to that? During the period that we've been here, I have been in constant communication with my portfolio committee chairperson. I've got keynote addresses that are scheduled weeks, months in advance, and then portfolio committees happen like 3-4 days before I get an invitation. So these things also need to be addressed, but again, the communication is there during that period. Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much, MEC, for your response. The other issues that you have raised, we'll look into them. And that, members, honorable members, brings us to the end, to the conclusion of the business of today. The next sitting will be on the 2nd of September, 2025. The House is now adjourned.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. Usiphukuphuku wena Mzimana. Msimanga usiphukuphuku mfana. Msimanga usiphukuphuku.
Hambi yophuza wena Satan.
Usiphukuphuku nana ngilidakwatsana lwena.
So takiwe already. Usetshwaleni already. Siyasebenza usetshwaleni already.